Making sure I'm not muted. Hello, welcome. It is our 4th time playing Cupid Parasite. We are currently on Shelby Snail's Route. I don't know if I got it because of the quiz, which it could be because the quiz did say I matched with him. So that's something we're going to find out once we get through his route into the next one. So far on Shelby's route, we have started to pretend to be his wife in order to prevent his affiliates to know that he's not married. Hello, just a cutie, welcome on in. And we're learning that he sleeps like 3 hours at night. He gets home at 1 a.m. He leaves before 5 a.m. Never spends any time with us. So that's what we're learning about him so far. His route has been... it feels very Full House. In Full House, it's a Korean manga that was turned into a K-drama with Rain as the lead in it. And she goes on a paid vacation by her friend against her will, sort of. And they sell her house while she's gone. And then when she comes back, Rain, who's like a superstar, is living in her house. And she's trying to get it back legally, but they're saying it's legal that it was sold, which is really weird. It was a really weird concept, but he decides to pretend he's married to her. Wasn't he your least favorite? Shelby actually wasn't my least favorite. My least favorite is Gil. I don't like Gil. And I also don't like Raul. Oh, they don't show on here anymore. I was gonna look at their photos. I don't like Raul either. Those two are like my least favorites. Raul, I just don't like how much he talks over, which maybe he develops a better attitude later on. But Gil, I hate that trope where you're like, it's an obsessed friend. I'm never down for that because it feels cringe to me, so Gil was my least favorite. Shelby, I don't think he's the most interesting, but he wasn't bottom. At least he has like motivation. So we'll see. He could change. I've been surprised before. Like I was really excited when Lucas showed up, and then he quickly became my least favorite character in a matter of seconds. I liked Gil, but Raul, I'm with you. It's just the fact that Gil's all like, oh no, she doesn't like this. I'm so like all the time, and I'm like, my goodness, she doesn't even know you exist. And the fact that he's like, she's never noticed me. I'm like, if you just told her you liked her, maybe something else would have happened. Like, it's true. Raul's route might be really interesting because he's obsessed with mythology. Like, I literally joked, like, I was like, oh, he's gonna know who she is right away. He's like, I see your Cupid necklace. And she's like, so he might be really interesting because he's already into that stuff. I've been surprised. The really happy, cheery guys, they're like a hit or miss. Like, Otaro was one of my favorite happy, cheery boys, but he also had a different side to him. Raul's very chipper. I don't know. But, like, we'll see. Shelby, though, I'm liking the concept of his so far. Not necessarily the guy, though, because I don't know. He's okay. The morning after our conversation, I was in the kitchen by myself making breakfast. How many years has it been since I'd eaten a proper breakfast? I cooked for myself all through college to save money, but since starting the company, I'd never really thought much about food. It's crazy, right? You said you like Gil, but who's your favorite so far in the game? Overall. I have a dog as a reminder. Sometimes her hair gets everywhere. I always had to be SS in everything. Even when it came to cooking, it all had to be perfect. I can't be SS. I think I've said it before. I'm kind of a jack of all trades. I can figure things out, but I'll never be like the best at it. Why did I feel so nervous this morning? Is it because I never cooked for someone else before? Gil and maybe Shelby second. See, I guess I just like goth. So I like Alan. I know he's a incubus. I'm not saying I can change him, but I think that's interesting. Yuki is just too young for me in the story. Like, I feel like that's always weird when they're like, here's a super young person. I'm like, no, he shouldn't even be thinking of marriage. And then Jay and Asia already told me there's a secret route. They didn't tell me who it was. I've already figured it out though. It's Peter, and I think he's probably going to be one of my favorites. Rookie has a nice look, but I can't with his personality. He does show two sides though. He has that kind of like hard exterior. I just can't handle the perfect face thing. I'm like, this is, because I don't like anything. Like, there's no such thing as perfect in my head. I'm like, don't say perfect. Why did I feel so nervous this morning? Is it because I've never cooked for someone else before? Yeah, we'll see how Rookie goes. He could be a really cute route. He just might not be my favorite route.
まさかこの年になって自分の作った料理を誰かに食べてもらうことになるとはな。
It's weird to think this is my first time cooking for someone at my age. Aren't you 32? That's not entirely weird. I think it's your personality that's the problem, Shelby. Just having someone else in my life makes me feel a little restless. I guess that's part of what people consider being married. I hate feeling like this, which is precisely why I've avoided marriage or any personal relationships, but this has to succeed. He hates butterflies. He doesn't like having butterflies. Having a type, but being like, if you're in the low ranking, you're not even a human. I was like, boy, chill out. Yeah, right? There's a difference between go like, oh, I like this or that, being like, you're not even human if you're below 60. We're not on a different planet. We're all the same. I can't handle that one either. So we'll see how he goes. I'm hoping he changes a little bit because I'm a fan of monsters, right? I'm like, oh, like Otaro, loved him. But if you're judging people's appearances, that's where I kind of get, he might become a cinnamon roll. That's kind of the vibe he gave when he gave the face mask in his little story. So yeah, he might just turn out to be the cutest little thing, but he can't be mean to people.
So, これは仕事だ。
Must be protected. We'll see.
完璧にこなす必要がある。
I feel like Raul has the potential to also be a cinnamon roll, but I'm also not 100% sure on him either. This is all part of my job, and it's crucial that I do it perfectly. I vowed to cook a perfect meal and present a loving relationship with a woman pretending to be my wife. I considered it my duty.
もう二度と会食相手にぎこちないと思わせてはいけない。
At least he's enthusiastic.
分かっているんだが。
I absolutely can't allow any clients at any future dinner party to get the impression that our relationship is awkward in any way. Even in that moment, I was completely focused on the woman who was still asleep in her bedroom. I wondered if she'd enjoy my breakfast or if perhaps she'd laugh at the state of my culinary skills. That'd be horrible. In work and everything else in my life, I've been confident in the results. I've never been so unsure of an outcome before now. When it comes to food, everyone has their own opinion. There's no objective way to measure success, which made me incredibly nervous. I couldn't help but laugh at myself for being such a coward. It's ridiculous that I still feel like I should get married. She was right to yell at me the way she did. Ultimately, I just want to get married to further my career. I really am treating it like getting a license. My brain just kept switching those two words. I think I haven't mentioned this in a while. I have dyslexia, so sometimes the words just change. By the way, can you share the Discord link? Oh, that's right. I was gonna relink it. And the last time I linked it, it was one of those codes that is temporary. I won't lie. There's like 3 of us in here. But I'm gonna start posting art in here too. I did just get a redesign for my BRB screen done by an artist called Rina Chi06, and I haven't made it yet, but she sent me all the files. It's super cute. It's got Chomper on it. Yesterday I was gonna ask, but when I got again, your stream had ended. I ended at 5 hours just because I was getting really hungry. which kind of sounds silly, but like I was literally thinking about food for like 35 minutes and I was like, it's time to go eat something. I hit a button.
今の生活は理想だが
Sometimes the controller likes to fall for me. I'm trying to remember how to send the link. I am not the best at this. Create channel, create category, invite people. Let's see, does this work? Here, there's a link to it. Like I said, I'm going to start using it more frequently. I made it when I first started the channel, but there was no one here really, so it was kind of like, oh no. Alright, I went to go back. My controller started to fall, so I hit the auto button. The auto button is like right here, so the moment you grab the controller, it turns on. But yes, please join. If you draw stuff, please share it. I was going to make a separate one for Atomi, but there is a gaming one, so if you have any links you want to share in there, feel free. If there's anything I'm missing, you can share in there too. So I'm always interested in other Atomi games. It's just I have a backlog of over 30 that I own, and then about 50 on my wish list as it stands. So I'm trying. I also try to dress in the matching colors. I have a sad story. The cardigan I was going to wear, I had to throw it away, and I don't know what happened, but it had stains all down the sleeves. So that made me sad. I don't draw, I wish I could. There's different kinds of art. Jay shared she made a super cute diamond art. So she had just finished that, so she shared it on the stream, but she said it took her 4 hours to finish. It's so cute though. It's cinnamon roll. Let's see. How far did we accidentally go forward? Even in that moment, I was completely focused on the woman who was still asleep. I wondered if she'd enjoy my breakfast. In work and everything else in my life, I've been confident in the results. I've never once been so unsure of an outcome before now. I heard about it, but to be honest, I don't know if I know that kind of art. So that is basically, it's a picture. Just take a picture, and they take little gemstones, and the picture is, if you've ever done like a paint by number, it's kind of like that. So there's little numbers and symbols for where he wants you to put each of the diamonds. And then after you're done, it's just like a shiny, glimmery, cute piece of art that has a bunch of little diamonds in its spots. They make a variety of them. The one time I got one, we were really excited. It's like, is it diamond? Yeah, diamond art. So that's what she had done. But I was really excited because we had got one, but it turned out it was just part of it was diamond art and the rest was a normal picture. And my brain couldn't handle that. So we couldn't do it because I was like, I need the whole thing to be a diamond or the whole thing to be a picture. Linked work, awesome, exciting. I hope you have fun in the Discord. Definitely share stuff. Like I said, I'm going to start posting my stuff on there. When I finish an upload on YouTube, I usually share the link on there, but you're watching them actively. So I don't know if you need that. But that's what I'm using it for right now. When it comes to food, everyone has their own opinion. There's no objective way to measure success, just like with faces, which made me incredibly nervous. I couldn't help but laugh at myself for being such a coward. It's ridiculous that I feel like I should get married. She was right to yell at me. I don't use Discord a lot, but if I get some nice new news, I'll share. Excellent. I also don't use Discord a lot. It was really funny the first time I did a collab with a friend because they use Discord for all their chats. They're like, didn't you see it in the Discord? I'm like, I only open that when you tell me to. I'm getting better though. I check it daily now, which I didn't do before, so. I just wanted to get married to further my career. I really am treating this like getting a license. I was gonna say this when I read this earlier because the thing is, there are people out there who will marry someone just for success, and I don't know why this game's acting like that's not a thing. There are so many people who are just interested in successful people. They don't even care about being in a relationship. They just like having a status. So I'm really confused why he's having such trouble finding someone like that. It's exactly why there's no way it can go well. The status. Yeah, people just like to be rich. They're like, I just want comfort. You can find a person. We can wave. We'll wave to you real quick. Alright. To be honest, the lifestyle I'm living right now is essentially my ideal situation. She only says what needs saying, and she plays her role perfectly at social events. I wish actual married life could be like this. It could! Of course, I only feel comfortable because I know it's just a job for the both of us, and actual marriage wouldn't be so simple.
こうした結婚生活を実際に実現させられないなら
A really shy guy.
いつかは公表すべきだろうな
It just turns out that he really likes girls. Not in a bad way that this happened, though. He just really likes girls, and he's just like, I can't be around them because I like them so much. If it really is impossible for me to achieve that kind of marriage life, I'll have no choice but to announce it to eventually.
損失を被ると分かっていても長期的に見ればその方がいいに決まっている
He does, yeah, he does seem to care, and he does seem like genuinely surprised at times when she does certain things. I just feel that, I think I said this last time, everybody in this game needs like therapy. He needs therapy because he needs to realize your status doesn't define who you are. It's how you treat people. It's how you are as a person. It's why you're feeling bad right now because you're like, I've been lying to people for 4 years saying I'm married when I'm not, just so that I don't upset people. But now it's upsetting me a little bit because I know my lie will upset them when they find out the truth. So he needs therapy. And then Alan needs therapy. And then Gil definitely needs therapy. Ruki doesn't really need therapy. He's 19. He's really young. The fact that his sister's like, you should get married at 19 is crazy. He should still be in college. Like, I don't understand. From what I've seen, our MC is like bold and oblivious at the same time. Yeah, but it makes sense because she is literally Cupid. She's a literal god. So she's not used to emotions as much as a normal person is. She's been on Earth, I think, for almost 8 years now. So you think she'd get a little better with it, but everyone has at least hinted that when she was in college, she was oblivious when boys were flirting with her because she's just like, no one would want me. Roku needs to grow up and mature and not marry so quick. Yeah, he's too young. Like, have some fun. Keep drawing. Talk to some girls. No pressure. I know the company will suffer setbacks as a result, but it's the right choice in the long run. If I keep letting her be involved, eventually I'll become completely dependent on her and her own life choices will be taken away. So she's only been at the company for 2 years and has a bright future ahead of her. She may even fall in love herself someday. She believes in herself. From what Gil said, it seems it hints or even confessed she didn't notice. It's possible. I would love them to do a flashback and show that, because he even said at one point in Parasite House, he's like, she's our advisor. And she was in the room and she didn't notice him say like, I can't confess to her, she's our advisor. Like, Clarice was not his advisor, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, there's a chance he probably said, I like you. And she's like, oh, I like you too. And he's like, and then she walks away. She says that will never happen, but that's just her youth talking. I can't force her to do this forever. I don't know if I remember what what age they pretending she is, because she is a god. She's like 1 billion years old. And yet, I'm still taking advantage of her kindness because I know she's truly worried about the company and would do anything to protect it. Last night, she kept me from going to work in order to improve our relationship. She knew it would be hard, but she did it anyways. Oh, so he did mean today, so it wasn't tomorrow. Even among friends, it's hard to say things like that, and I'm the company president. What other employee would be so brave? Probably not an employee that is currently in your house pretending to be your wife. That's a little different. She said exactly what needed saying. I don't know how to express how thankful I am to her. Make her pancakes shaped like hearts? God. If I made an announcement without telling her, it would be a complete betrayal of her and all the work she's done.
私にできることといえば、彼女をねぎらうこと。そして、愛妻家というブランディングなど関係なくなるぐらい。
I still feel like their fake relationship makes no sense because she was a face in Parasite House. I feel like someone would see her and go like, hey, aren't you the girl from Parasite House? I don't know. She may be technically 23 because I think she said Gil was 1 year ahead of her in college, but I'm not sure if according to the course they have different links. That's fair. That might be true. Do I have the screen? He's 24? Is he? I still have, hang on, we got this. If we're doing some weird basics where it's all like, oh, he's a year older in school, then that would make sense. We're gonna go behind, after they were shirtless, before we saw our auntie. Gil was red. 24, so then 23, yeah. So if it's 1 year, that's fair. And that means she's 4 years older than Ruki. And Ruki can't even drink. That's another thing that like makes you go, ugh. When they're like, don't give anything to Ruki, he's too young to drink. I'm like, please. I would never date anyone who's too young to drink. I don't like that. But to be fair, this isn't necessarily a game geared towards me. I'm not the person they want playing this right now. Alright, for now, all I can do is try to reward her efforts and grow the company even under the shadow of my lie. Too young to drink but old enough to marry. He can't even have a drink at their wedding. They can't even do that toast because he can't drink. Think of it that, like, why would you get married that young? A big enough company could become immune to things like that, but no, stock prices are always vulnerable to public opinion. Okay, I don't know a lot about stocks, but I thought stocks were owned by people. And it's like gambling with money. I don't know how stocks affect businesses. I'm sure they do. And I own some stocks, which is funnier. But I got them from work, so I still don't understand them. So I don't know how him losing stocks affects the business. They probably borrowed the 21 age to drink because I think most of the world it's like 18, 19, or 18, 16. That's also true. Well, actually, no. This story takes place in America. That's why. They didn't borrow it. So this place is, oh, I hit the wrong button. This place is in the US. So Lost York is in the US because of all the different names they use and the fact that there's Harvard University. So 21 is the legal drinking age. They did mention that he's from Japan, Ruki, in one of the storylines. They said Ruki's actually Japanese. So he's like the only one that's actually Japanese in the story. That's why everyone else has very American names. Then the 55 signal is like it's at 55 miles quite fast. That is fair. It is quite fast for residential areas. But this is supposed to be New York. It's Lost York. And then there's all the Sillywood is Hollywood, so. But there's a route, I think that's popular. It's called Route 55, so maybe they're borrowing it from that. Maybe they're not thinking. A big enough company would be immune to things like this. No, stock prices are always vulnerable to public opinion. I guess his money would be lost if the stocks drop. That's one weakness of running a company. The greater its reputation becomes, the more things there are to worry about.
くそ、もっと早くに愛妻家の件を否定できていれば。
Only I'd avoided this misunderstanding in the beginning. Or at least gotten married when I should have. But were you dating? You don't sound like you date. If you don't date, and you're not getting a mail-ordered bride, which is an option, you're the problem. It's not as if I had no dating experience. Are you sure? Because you never go on dates from what I've seen. But things always seem to fizzle out before they could go anywhere. And it's always ended in the most cliche way possible. What's more important, me or your work?
どうして女は矛盾したことを聞くんだ。私から地位がなくなればどうせ誰も見向きもしなくなるくせに。
I generally thought it was part of America, European with the mythology. Ah, that makes sense. It's just all the references, even when they're on the streets and you see the backgrounds. There are references of a lot of like American shops and like high-end shops too that are like everywhere, but I can't remember what else they said. I know this is like a place people moved to, but I knew it was in Japan only because they said Ruki is from Japan. I'm like, oh, okay, we're not in Japan. Why are people always so insincere? If I ignored work and lost my status, they wouldn't have given me a second look. Are you sure, Shelby? Shelby. Every woman I met using my matching system said they wanted to be a president's wife. They approached because of my status. So I thought I had to protect my prestige and aim even higher, which just resulted in more ruined relationships. Why can't you understand how I'm feeling? Why can't you ever even go out together? How many times have I heard those words? Dude's rich and pretty, of course he could get a girl. The problem is he doesn't seem to understand that girls want attention. It's like, imagine having a bunch of houseplants. I'm not saying girls are houseplants, but just imagine you have a bunch of houseplants and being surprised they died because you didn't put them in the sun or water them ever. Like, he's surprised girls broke up with him because he never had time for them. And then they gave him a reason. They explained why they left, and he's all like, I wouldn't be a president if I wasn't working. They want me because I'm a president. Every time I heard things like that, I couldn't help but think they were only with me because of my status. This poor dude does not understand. I always wondered, why do you care so much about status? Oh, it's a flashback.
逆に
We need affection and attention. The two
どうしてお前
A's.
は気にしないでいられるのか。
What I want to know is, why do you not seem to care about those things at all? Shelby. It's great that you have the ability. I don't know. He seems so stressed. I don't want his job. I like money, and I work for money, and I usually make jokes that like I wouldn't be here if there wasn't money coming to me for being here. But like, I don't ever want my job to be the only thing I think about. I don't want that. I don't want to sleep 4 hours at night. I don't want to work in the middle of the night. I don't understand what his job is that requires that much attention either. It's a simple dating place. I heard sounds coming from her bedroom and turned in that direction. She must have been up and getting ready for the day. The image of her getting dressed popped into my mind. I pushed it away, but I couldn't feel my cheeks getting warmer. That wasn't like me. This game is rated M, right? It has to be. You can't make this many sexual innuendos and not be an M-rated game and rip people's clothes off. I know they didn't show it, but it was implied.
とにかく、そうだ。夫婦のふりを有事に向けて完璧にする。そのための朝食だ。
Maybe the responsibilities of being CEO, but he could delegate functions. And he has 2 secretaries now, and instead he's working more. That's another thing too. I've always been told this, like a good leader is someone who leads the people around them, and like that's like their job. So him taking everything on himself and then also pushing on to his one secretary to the point that he needed a second secretary, even though his one secretary is definitely sabotaging him. We'll get there. Like, he has the ability. He knows how to hire people. He's been there for people's interviews. I don't understand. It sounds like he needs a better team, and he doesn't realize it. The important thing is to play the role of happy couple perfectly. This breakfast is an important part of that. Now that she's awake, I should get started on the bacon and eggs. Say less. I want bacon. I pulled the eggs from the fridge earlier and grabbed 2 of them. 2 eggs, 2 people. Something about it made me uneasy. I want 2 eggs specifically, so they're both my eggs if you're only cooking 2. Is this what it means to be married? Even if it's technically fake, I'm still living the supposed married life. I shook my head to try and rid myself of these unfamiliar emotions, but the warmth on my cheek still lingered. Yeah, he's embarrassed. He's never actually been in a relationship. He doesn't even know. That's why he kept breaking up with, or girls kept breaking up with him. Yawn! Good morning! I'd gotten dressed and headed towards the living room. A delicious odor hung in the air. Eggs. The eggs, that's what makes a marriage. I'm just saying, I like eggs. I like them boiled, I like them scrambled, I like them runny, I like them mixed into my rice, like eggs. I'd gotten dressed and headed towards the living room. A delicious odor hung in the air.
おはよう。朝食できているぞ。
Good morning. Breakfast is served. Wow, you actually made it. Thank you so much.
約束だからな。
I did promise, didn't I? Mr. Snail took off the apron he was wearing over his suit and brought me my breakfast from the kitchen. I guess see it. What's it look like? There was vegetable soup, bacon and eggs, toast with jam, fruit, and coffee. Not bad. It's a proper full breakfast, and it looks really delicious. I honestly had no idea you could cook like this.
すべて SS だからな。どの授業でも手を抜いたことはない。
My SS status applies to everything. I put maximum effort into every single class I took. So even in cooking class, he aimed for SS status. That did sound like the president I knew, and thanks to that, I was lucky enough to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Well, let's eat. Goals. I grabbed a spoon and started with the vegetable soup. It had a rich, healthy flavor. I couldn't hide my smile. It's really good.
そうか。喜んでもらえて何よりだ。
Is that so? I'm glad you like it. He's like inside screaming. Mr. Snell's shoulders loosened and he seemed to relax a bit. I guess he was concerned about my reaction. This is a new sensation. He has an image of the perfect working man, so it was kind of cute that he cared so much about what I thought. After I'd taken a few more bites, he finally picked up his own fork and started eating. Oh, sorry, I skipped him eating sounds. This guy gets so many sounds. He does like, I can't even breathe in. I don't know how to breathe in with a sound, but he does it great. But where's the conversation? I know he always has a backlog of messages in the morning, but still. He was just eating while staring at his phone and tapping away to respond to his latest emails. Last time he didn't look at his phone because there was a purpose to our conversation with no clear goal this time that didn't apply. It was nothing like being a married couple at all, more like two coworkers sitting near each other in the cafeteria. But you're together. Say his name directly, say something about work. I don't know. We're gonna save over this because this was just save the spot. I have to remind myself because I'll not do that. I'm gonna say his name. Mr. Snell? Even as I said it, I caught myself. I suddenly realized that this was probably part of the problem. Shelby. If bringing up work is the right option, I'll be mad. Oh, goodness. We killed him. Just as I said his name, Mr. Snell seemed to choke.
いきなりなんだ。
Why did you just say that? I'm sorry. I just thought it might help us seem more like an actual couple sharing breakfast. Should I go back to Mr. Snell?
いや、いや、確かにお前の言う通りだ。
You're right. He loved it. We did the right one. Banking those love points. He was still coughing as he looked at me with a touch of embarrassment. After a moment, he sighed.
シェルビーでいい。その呼び名に慣れていた方がいいだろう。
Please just call me Shelby. It's probably best that we get used to doing that. Great. So then, Shelby, what are your plans for dinner tonight? I made a point of asking in a friendly way, as friendly a way as possible.
今日はそうだな。 たまには夕飯も一緒に食べるか。
Look,
早く
he's
帰るようにしよう。
trying. Tonight, let's see. We haven't had dinner together in a while, so why don't I come home early and we can eat together? You just earned 100 devoted husband points.
お前が完璧な理想の妻だからな。私も努力をするだけだ。
That's a compliment. He just complimented me. Does he realize? It's only because you're the ideal wife. I have no choice but to try and keep up. He smiled at me as he continued to eat his breakfast. He said it so naturally it made my heart skip a beat. Huh? The ideal wife? It made me really happy to hear him say that. It meant I was doing my job well. Although I'd be lying if I said that was the only reason. I'm just happy because I was able to impress such a perfectionist, right? Yeah, that had to be it. I'm also a perfectionist, and I want to tell you right now, I'm nothing like Shelby. That had to be it. Whatever it was, I tried to push the feeling aside as I munched on my breakfast. The toast was light and crunchy. The toaster must be really expensive because our toast was always so tasty. He's shy but spouts compliments one right out to the other. Yeah. It's cute because you can tell he's just not used to it. But will he learn? The toast this morning seemed even more delicious than the toast I made for myself yesterday. Ask, how did you make the toast, Shelby? Is she taking the subway after that? He's not driving her to... Where are we going? Okay. Is she in a daze? What's happening? After breakfast, I headed to the office, as usual, and made my way to my desk. I turned around and saw a group of people gathering near the wall. Is Peter over there? What's going on over there? Oh, the contest! There you are! I was wondering when you'd show up. What's going on? Clarice motioned to me to come over, so I went to stand by the others. Several female employees started glaring at me. Why isn't she a date route? I'm just saying. There's a game coming out next year that has a girl that you can date. I'm getting a sense of deja vu. How the heck did this get through? It was the same girl from the planning department whose name I never bothered to learn, but is my rival. She stormed off and deliberately bumped into me on her way out. With no clue what was going on, I made my way to the center of the crowd. When I got there, my hand went to my mouth in surprise. An announcement had been posted with the results of the competition. I was nervous, but slowly moved in closer. When I saw the names listed, I gasped. Among the finalists, I spotted my own name.
そうか。お前の企画が通ったのか。
Why would you tell him that? So your plan made it through, eh? Interesting. I had to go to Mr. Snail's office on other business, but mentioned the results while I was there. He listened as he worked. I was sure my entry had been picked thanks to his advice, so I wanted to make sure and thank him.
ほう。チャレンジ難易度、星5料理で婚活か。いいタイトルを考えたものだな。
That is a much better name than the other one. 5-star challenge cooking with fire. That's one heck of a title. Mr. Snail looked over my project proposal sheet along with the comments from the judges. Don't show him that. He told you he gets the final say.
それに、この料理のチョイスも面白い。審査員が褒めるだけあるな。決裁時に改めて熟読させてもらう。
They like the example dish you chose too? Not that I'm surprised. Anyways, I'll review it again for my final decision. I wouldn't have made it this far without your feedback. And you were a huge help on this, so I wanted you to be the first when I told about it. Thank you so much.
いや、企画が通ったのはお前の努力の結果だ。よく夜遅くまで企画を練っていただろう。
Senpai noticed me. Not at all. It went through because of your efforts. You stayed up far too late to work on it, didn't you? Huh? You saw me?
たまに企画書をやりながらリビングのソファーで寝落ちしていただろう。 部屋まで運んだこともあったが、覚えてないか?
No, I don't recall this happening. Do I? I was working on another project and saw you passed out on the couch. In fact, I carried you to your room, don't you remember? Oh, now that you mention it, I did wake up in my bed once without remembering how I got there. I remember that too, but I don't remember the previous parts. I think I joked she drank something bad. I assumed I just walked into my room. It never would have occurred to me that he carried me. Sorry, I honestly had no idea. That must have been a big pain for you.
いや、いい。仕事熱心なのは良いことだからな。それに、それだけの頑張りがあったからこそ、審査員に認められたのだろう。
No, it was definitely with Gil, so that was a different time.
頑張ったな。
Are they just carrying her to her bed all the time? Like crazy. And then what? Alan literally went into our room and laid on us? Never mind that. I respect that kind of diligence, and because of that, the judges were also impressed. Well done. Thank you. This makes me so happy. I can't deny that it feels good to have someone recognize your work. That's something that only happens among humans. I guess that's part of why I like them so much. To be honest, my days down here have been so much more fulfilling than my time launching arrows around town as Cupid. Back in Celestia, connecting humans was simply expected of me, but if things went south, I never heard the end of it. But it's different here. If I get good results, I get praised for it. That's exactly how it should be. Only in some jobs. I'll be sure to keep working hard and help usher even more people into marriage.
ああ、頼りにしている。
Excellent. I'll be counting on you. MC needs praise. She never got in the Olympus. Oh. I know she's like an outer god in her realm. But to be fair, she also only went to work and went to bed. They didn't do a lot. Alright, I'm gonna do this. Since my plan went through, I've been exempted from some of my normal duties in order to focus on the project. I chose a pretty unusual dish for our initial event too, so I guess I better learn how to make it. I really put extra effort into the part of the competition that asked us to do something nobody's done before. If a couple can face and overcome adversity together, they'll grow closer. That's why I decided to make it pretty tough. Draw in a crowd with a simple concept like cooking, then put them through a 5-star gauntlet to help them become closer. First of all, I need to figure out the location since Cupid Corp doesn't have a kitchen on site. This sounds like it would be a much better program than Parasite House was. She should pitch this to the TV station. I chose a few candidates as soon as I started on the plan. Now I just need to go and negotiate with each of them. If this is a success, it'll be the perfect chance for even more people to discover the joy of marriage. And if I can do that, my promotion will remain a very real possibility, even though I'm literally living with the boss now. I have to beat my dad. I swear I'll prove to him just how amazing humans can be. But in order to do that, I need to give Cupid Corp even more exposure. It's pretty close to Mr. Snail's goal to bring the company to the national Ooh. I don't know what I was gonna say. Bring the company to the national stage, which makes it easy for us to work together. Peter? Well then, if you'll excuse me. When my elevator arrived, I gave a small bow and got on. As the door closed, Mr. Snail gave me a quick wave before getting back to work. He waved at me. Dad, humans are so good that I fell in love. You're like, look, we're doing it. I think they said if she falls in love with a human, she becomes human forever, like Hercules style. Starting today, my focus would be on bringing this new project to fruition. Cute de la table? Step 1 was securing a location for the event. I started by making appointments to visit several public kitchens. How many could there be? This town, I get it. This is big, but how many public kitchens would there be? Next up, I contacted a number of culinary experts to get a feel for how they would approach teaching a class like mine.
あら、こんな面倒な料理、この設備規模のスタジオでやるの？無理や無理。諦めなさい。
What? You expect such a tricky dish with this many people in a mere public kitchen? Can't be done. Just forget it.
あえてアドバイスするとしたら、まずは石窯を用意して、それと調味料はそこらで売ってないから。
First of all, you would definitely need a brick oven, and the condiments and garnishes aren't exactly easy to get a hold of. Wait, let me write this down.
これが難易度星5料理ですって？もうこの食材で難易度星5なんて笑っちゃうよ。せめてスズメバチやハブでも用意して。
And if you call this a 5-star challenge, what a joke. If you want a real challenge, you need to add in some snakes and hornets. The main point is to help with matchmaking, so I still want them to have a good cooking experience. I was running all over the place to make my plan a reality. I'd also made flyers to recruit volunteers and contacted designers to come up with some advertisements. There was so much to do. So wait, you became a finalist, she said. Are they actually going to do the whole thing for the finalists? Because that's a little strange. I could really use some help with this. Some of my duties had been cleared, but I still had plenty normal tasks. I had to do like preparing for daily meetings. I need to hand this off to general affairs. Then I have to get this ready to put in the mail.
次はこれを郵送すればいいのか？ならば私に任せろ。
So you just need to get put in the mail. Okay, this just needs to get put in the mail, right? You can leave it to me. Peter appeared from out of nowhere and plucked it from my hands. Peter? What are you doing here?
少し時間が空いてな。散歩をしていた。
I had some free time, so I decided to take a little stroll. Like, look at his design. So fancy. This is the 6th guy. Yeah, he's also Chi, the little pet that she has that sometimes pops up. I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. I could be wrong, because it's not confirmed. But he's the 6th guy. He showed up at the very beginning of the game and said hello to her with the mask on. Chi! I've took a screenshot of Chi, right? Hang on, we'll go to Chi. We can do this. I have the power. I have screenshots for days. And I screenshot everything when it first appears because I think it's cute. Oh, that was the first time he showed up. There he is. That's Chi. So that's what he also turns into. So he's been her friend, her pet because Hans husbando? Yeah. And then this is what he looks like in Celestia. So this is the 6th boy. So he's that, and then he turns into this. And then he turns into Peter, which is why he knows where everything is. He's looking good. I know, right? Yeah, see? He's the secret one. You don't get him until later, so. Which makes sense, because I'm assuming he's got all the secrets since he's from Olympia. But he could tell when he first pops up at the very, very beginning that he had a crush on her, because he shows up and she's like, oh, hi. But yeah, imagine that, your little friend. Celestia, that is sorry for saying Olympus before. That's okay. Technically, it's the same thing. I've never really called it Celestia. Anytime I say Celestia, I think of My Little Pony. So this game, I just picture a My Little Pony character every time I say Celestia. Stroll. I just like that his eyelashes are also white. It gives him a very unique look.
だからお前の手伝いでもしよう。郵送と他にすることがあるか？
Anyways, how can I help? Besides mailing this, is there anything else I can do? Are you sure? Thank you. Could you deliver this document to a county?
おう、わかった。
Sure thing. Peter took the rest of my documents and wandered off. What a gem. Does he help us in every route? I felt relief that someone was finally lending a hand, which was quickly replaced by the feeling of someone staring daggers at me.
何あれ社長秘書を使うなんて偉くでもなったつもり
Listen, female planning department staff person. Get off my back. What the hell? Who does she think she is? Taking advantage of the president's secretary like that? She really hates me, huh? I wished we could just work together on this, but I'm sure that would just make her hate me even more. It would really be best if all employees could get along. After all, we all want more people to get married, right? These coworkers. Yeah, I know. I don't understand this. I've said this before in many games. I wish when you have an antagonistic character like this, they had a face. I can't remember which game I played where no matter what, they had a face, even if it was just like a silhouette of a face. Do they know we're with the boss? That's it. Stay in line. Nobody actually knows. So it's a fake marriage that only his people that are like big know about. However, they don't know her as she is because she's pretending to be married to him. But everybody at the office doesn't know what's happening, including Clarice. Clarice doesn't know either. All this infighting would just lead to more and more members leaving us for other competitors, which I don't know how our city has so many. I mentioned that to Clarice the other day, and she pointed out that people aren't that simple. I've been down here for 6 years, but I guess I still haven't become a total human. So shareholders know, but not the rest of the public. Exactly. Basically, they say that she's frail and sickly and not socially around. Like, she's very shy. So she acts like a different person when she's pretending to be married to him. Just great. For now. She's done 2 dinner dates so far. Where's Nadia? Nadia's in a different game. Living in human society can be so difficult. I got the feeling that even a full human lifetime wouldn't be enough to learn everything about what it meant to be a human. That's how complex the differences between one human and another were, but that's also exactly what I like about them. Wait, no, I don't have time to be thinking about this right now. I had my next interview in just a few minutes. It was my job to do everything I could to help each member get married. After all, they're trusting us to help guide them through this great adventure called life. Imagine going to Earth, going to college, getting a job at a corporation, and then your dad comes down to sabotage you because he wants you to believe you're wrong. I'm home. I arrived to discover that for the first time, Mr. Snail had made it home first.
ああ、おかえり。夕飯は食べたか?
Oh, I was trying to say that we being frail reminded me of her. That's true. Technically, it was a very similar vibe. She started coughing mid-dinner to be like, I'm too sick to go outside. You shouldn't invite me to other parties. Welcome home. Have you eaten dinner yet? I grabbed some food at the cafeteria. I'm so tired. You were going to have dinner with him. What? I dropped my bag and flopped down on the couch. Mr. Snail had brewed some coffee, and now he brought me a cup.
飲むか?
Care for some? Well, I mean, he already brought it for me, so I will take coffee. I'm not that type of girl that caffeine makes her not go to sleep later. The insomnia does that for me. Thank you.
ちょうど自分でも飲もうと入れていたところだったからな。
I happen to be making some for myself anyways. Are you just handing me straight up black coffee right now? I just thought about this. Please don't. Shelby. Coffee is always so delicious.
言い換えなくても別に平気だ。
You really don't have to correct yourself. No, I do. We're married after all, right? I made a conscious effort to switch over into married mode and continued the conversation that way. I like black coffee. Maybe I need to drink it more just to like get better at it, but needs to be espresso. That's fair. I mean, espresso is just a shot. I can take a shot of black coffee, but like drinking a whole cup of it will make me sad. I'm that person that's like, I would like coffee flavored creamer, please. Thank you. Say my name. Right, Leah. That's right. He mumbled to himself as he took his cup of coffee and sat next to me.
それで企画の方はどうだ?
So how are your plans going? And without sugar. See, no. Nah. I make my coffee. I add a bunch of sugar to the cup, and then I pour the hot coffee, and then I stir, and then I throw in ice cubes or the creamer, one or the other next. And then I stir, and then it basically looks like milk by the end of it. And then I drink it. And then I have coffee flavored like creamer or milk. How's your plans going? There's a lot to do, so it's pretty exhausting, but I also having fun. Of course, it's really fulfilling.
そうか。それはよかった。
That's good to hear. And Peter has been helping me out a lot too. Wait, did you tell him to do that?
まあ、企画部の人間が手伝えないと言っていたのを小耳に挟んだから、代わりにな。
You transform the coffee into a big drink. It's true. It's about after I'm done making the coffee part and like the sugar part, that step, it's like another half of the drink is the other stuff. I usually have like a cup about this size with that coffee in it because it's a big cup. I haven't made it recently. We actually ran out. We have an instant coffee, which is a lot faster than other things. So it just comes in like a tube. It's Korean, I think. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. If I had one in here, I could see it and I'd know instantly. But you just tear off the top, you pour it. It has sugar in it. I still add more sugar. But it's delicious. I heard the planning department wasn't able to help too much, so I sent him to you in their place. He's helping us. He likes us. He loves us. He wants us. Could that girl from the planning department be... I had a bad feeling about it, but I kept quiet. I couldn't accuse someone without proof. I see. Thank you very much. He's been really helpful.
そうか。彼は優秀だろう。私も随分と助けられている。
That's good to hear. He's quite the hard worker, isn't he? He's been a big help to me as well. Yeah, I love him. I like when he zaps my shoulders when I'm stressed, but I just haven't seen him recently. That's true. He's like a completely different person compared to his time as Parasite House. He was pretty surprising. For example, he seems to know exactly where to find everything and what everyone is up to. It's kind of creepy, actually. It's like he can turn into a little creature and float around the room and no one can see him but me because he's from the Celestia world. It reminds me of how Owen was mumbling to himself about some industrial spy previously. I can't believe Owen would talk about himself like that. But Peter really does seem like he's a really good person, so I don't want to suspect him. About my plan.
Shh.
Huh? For some reason, Mr. Snail put a finger to his lips with an angry look on his face. Then he glanced out the window. What's the matter?
こっちへ来い。
Come here. What? He stood up and grabbed my hand to get me to stand with him. He pulled me under the stairs as if we were hiding from something. What's going on?
庭に誰かいた。何か反射するような光が目に入ったからな。おそら
There's
く
someone in the
カメ
yard.
ラを持っている。
I saw a reflection of a light. Probably someone with a camera. What? Do you think the same person you were talking about before?
なあ、私を探っている誰かだ。だが、庭に入ればすぐにセカムが来るはずなんだが。
I do. Someone's still snooping around. CCAM should have been notified as soon as someone entered the yard, but... That's strange. Maybe the sensor is broken.
もしかしたら、センサーを妨害するような機械を持って入ってきたのかもしれないな。
Or maybe they have some way of jamming the signal. Or maybe you didn't turn on the alarm because, like, we would go onto the yard sometimes too, wouldn't we? Is that possible? I guess my bow and arrow does the same thing to keep Lord Jupiter from finding me. Oh, Lord Jupiter. The method was probably pretty different, but the end result was basically the same.
やはり誰かいるな。ほら、庭の防犯カメラに映っている。だが、画質がやけに悪いな。
I've thought this for a few years now. Security camera videos are still really terrible. And we have such good technology these days, and I know people are cheap. But why are cameras for security still so low quality? I just don't get it. Sometimes I have to review security footage at my work, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, I don't know what's happening. Like, I can't tell. It's so bad. I knew it. There's definitely someone out there. I can see them on the security camera. The video quality is awful though. He must have had some kind of app for the cameras, like the Ring camera. He showed me a video feed on his phone and there was definitely someone there.
拡大してもうまく映らないな。だが、カメラを持っているのだけはわかる。
I can't zoom in any further, but whoever they are, there's certainly a camera they're holding. What are they gonna do?
そうだな。撮られたら困るし、お前はここにいろ。
Can't let them
リ
get
ビ
a
ングに
clear
は
shot of
私が
you.
一人で行こう。
You stay here. I'll head to the living room on my own. What? Why are you going out there?
ここに隠れていたら逃げられるかもしれないだろう。
If I stay hidden here, they might get away.
今のうちにセカムに連絡をして、あとは私が引きつけておけばいい。そうすれば捕まえられるかもしれない。
I wonder if it's gonna be Owen. Because Owen, I'm pretty sure, is the spy, based on the silhouette. So if he goes out there and catches him, it's Owen he catches. And so then he's gonna be disarmed. He's not gonna be suspicious anymore. He's just gonna be like, oh, it's Owen. Technically, newer cameras have better quality. Even some you can buy online from China. But like, why would this man, this billionaire, he's not a billionaire, this rich man here who bought a C-cam thing and keeps complaining about the video footage, not upgrade. Just upgrade the equipment you already have. You can get better video. Like, it's interesting because we have a Ring cam at our house, and like, when you see the video, like, it's crystal. Like, it's nice. What a nice video. Why? Why isn't everything like that? He needs an HD cameras. Yeah, he needs HD. Let's show him the world of 1080. I'll call C-cam right now, then try to keep whoever it is busy. This might be our chance to catch them. But if they realize he's calling C-cam, they might run away. He's going out there alone, might give them whatever proof they're looking for if he really wants to distract them. Would it be better to give them proof we really are living together as a married couple?
Huh?
Let's go together, carry me. A few minutes later, after contacting C-cam security, Mr. Snail and I stood face to face in the bedroom with the curtains closed.
それでどうするんだ？
So what do we do now? Well, we'll use the lights to cast a shadow like this. I put my hand on his shoulder and craned my neck up towards his face. His shoulders twitched as he pulled back, but we were just a couple inches apart. Look at the silhouette on the curtains, Mr. Snail.
影?
Silhouette. He was still tense as he looked to the side. When he saw what was there, he sighed in relaxation. Carry your frail spouse. We are weak. We have weak limbs. We can't climb the stairs. Gosh, that'd be like super cute though.
なるほど。影を。
The silhouette. I
そういうこと
see
か。
what you mean. I don't know if a silhouette's gonna sell it. I think you need to have not faces, but like bodies, because that could be anybody. What if he has somebody over? The curtain. The silhouette looks like we're kissing. Thanks to the illusion of depth perception. I saw something similar in a Christmas movie where a little boy used to chase away some burglars. It looks real, doesn't it? Yeah, she's talking about Home Alone.
はは、 確かにそうだな。あとはもう少し。
It certainly does, in which case maybe just a bit more. Mr. Snell had his arm around my waist and tried to change the angle to look more convincing.
こんなのはどうだ？
How about this? The references. I know they've made a few. They had a Sherlock reference too, which I member buried on my own. This is perfect. It totally looks like we're kissing. Just then we heard the sound of a photo being snapped in the backyard. It looks like the plan was working. Yes, you definitely look like a devoted husband now.
そうだな。まったく大層ないたずらを思いつくものだ。
I guess so. You always seem to have another clever plan at the ready. Mr. Snell laughed innocently and loudly. I don't think I've ever seen him react this way. I've always wanted to try it, ever since I saw it in a movie. Next time, let's use this. She's like, we're gonna make a trap. It's gonna be a death trap. I grabbed a banana from the fruit plant nearby, but he stopped me before I could do anything else.
おいやめろ。それだけはやめろ。
Was she gonna pretend to do a thing? Stop that, anything but that. Huh? But I didn't do anything yet.
影絵でバナナなんて悪い想像しかできないだろうが。
That's not the kind of silhouette I want to show off. But it was really funny in the movie. I've always wanted to try it out.
ダメだ。やるんじゃない。というか、お前は意味わかってるのか？
No, don't. Do you even know what you're doing? Then how about something like this? I put down the banana and took Mr. Snail's hand. I led him to the bed and got him to lie down. What is she doing? There's no silhouette of the bed in the mirror window. I took off my shoes next to Mr. Snell and sat down next to him. Now it's complete.
これは何のポーズだ？
What's this position supposed to show? I'm pretending to be a wife making moves on her husband. Duh. I bent down to place my hand on the bed from the side. The silhouette looked like I was on top of Mr. Snell.
これはすごいな。こんなもの見たら誰もが勘違いするに決まっている。
The one thing is they're stationary. They're doing the stationary. I'm gonna say it. That's not how this would look. You know what I mean? Now this is quite the image. Anyone who sees this is sure to get the wrong idea. I don't believe you. You're shadow casting, I don't believe. To the outside world, you're a workaholic, but at home you're a dedicated partner.
なるほどな。だが、私の方が押し倒されているのは侵害だ。場所交代だ。
You're receiving nothing, sir. I see, but I don't really like being on the receiving end of this. Let's switch places. Mr. Snell smiled playfully and pointed to the bed. He clearly wanted me to lay down. As directed, we switched positions, and Mr. Snell got into position as if he was doing a push-up.
どうだ。これで私の方が押し倒しているように見えるか？
This is weird. This is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. If this is not rated M for mature, I don't know how this game got published. How's this? Does this look like I'm on the one making moves now? He kept his push-up stance and looked at the curtains. The silhouette definitely looked like we were laying down in bed kissing. They are making it weirder. Yeah, this is weird. That's perfect. No, it's not. Are we watching a movie while this is happening? Great. Since he was in that position, apparently he couldn't help himself. He actually did a push-up. Sir, don't do that. Imagine what the silhouette looks like.
すまない。つい癖でな。
Whoops, force of habit. Mr. Snell quickly froze. He looked towards each other and adjusted our positions again. We waved our hands and looked like we were hugging. I tried to move my legs up and down a bit. Whoa, this silhouette thing is amazing. I don't believe you. The suspension of disbelief has been pushed so far. We totally look like a husband and wife making love in bed. I forgot to look at Mr. Snell as I focused on the silhouette of the curtain. I started trying out more poses. Are you gonna kick him? I felt like the director of a movie. I did read a book once about how there are special ways to film things like this. I think we're movie directors now. We're really putting on a show. I raised my head up slightly to make it look like I was kissing him, but then Mr. Snell froze.
映画監督か。確かにそうだな。
Movie director. I guess that's
だ
true.
が、
But
この映画はいつまで続くんだろうな。
Mr. Shelby Snail cast depression. I wonder how long this movie will go on for. He mumbled that to himself as he got up from the bed. As I brought the silhouette to a sudden halt, I snapped out of my daydream. He was staring out the window. I heard the intruders moving cautiously outside, probably reacting to Mr. Snail's movements. I quickly came to my senses. They're going to get away. I ran to Mr. Snail and took his hand and embraced him tightly, hoping this would entice our peepee Tom.
何を
What are you? The sea camp people aren't here yet, and they might get away. Don't you want to catch them? How long were you pretending to be weird?
だからといって実際に抱きつくやつがいるか。
Are you actually hugging me? Mr. Snail put his hand on my shoulders to push me away. He moved his vest, looking out into the yard inside.
そこまで熱心にならなくていい。犯人を捕まえたいのは確かだが。
You don't need to take this so seriously. I do want to catch them, but... In the next moment, Mr. Snail gasped. He grabbed my shoulder and forcefully changed the way we were facing. When did his shirt get unbuttoned? He pushed me against the glass window and towered above me. The shadow he cast over me caused me to open my eyes wide. Is he getting back into the silhouette show? That's what I initially thought, but his expression was too serious for that. I cautiously looked up at him. Hello, Akashiro. You came at the perfect time. We got a CG. Is something the matter?
カーテンの隙間からカメラを持った人間が見える。
I saw someone with a camera behind the curtain.
いかない。
I can't let them photograph your face. That's when I realized that there was a gap in the curtain behind us. I could feel the cool sensation of glass behind me. So he changed directions to keep them from seeing my face from the yard. Didn't he only take off his vest? Now he's with his shirt open and without a tie. Yeah, that wasn't expressed at any point. They were really getting into the play. They just pretended. Thank you. I guess I was being kind of careless.
いや、私も油断していた。すまない。だが、この姿勢は好都合だ。犯人の顔が見えるかもしれない。
No, I let my guard down too. But this position is perfect. I might be able to see the culprit's face from here. Sir, if you stare for too long, they might notice.
なあ、だが、くそ、庭が暗いせいで、こちらからは相手の顔が見えないな。
The yard is too dark. I can't see them from here. Let's just let CCAM handle that. For now, we should focus on buying more time. He took me by the arm and pulled me to a position where I wasn't visible from the yard. We're still in the middle of our movie. Yeah, we're making a movie right now. And we need to act like a real married couple. Don't you agree, Shelby? I resumed the part of a loving wife, and Mr. Snail smiled in a slightly sad way.
この映画の終わりは
How exactly does this movie end? The camera crew in the yard goes home, I guess.
そうじゃない。いつまで妻と夫のふりをする。
That's not what I meant. How long must we pretend to be husband and wife? I guess until you really marry me. So nobody questions it anymore. That's what we agreed on when we started our staged life together, after all. He did have a point, though. How long could we be expected to keep this up? The business meals with clients will likely keep going for a while. I don't mind doing it for as long as it's necessary. They need to kill her off. Hear me out. They're like, we can't have him get divorced. But what if his frail, fragile wife, who can't even go outside, dies? Problem solved. And then he can marry her And then she can meet that same couple again. They're like, oh no, actually, I am Leah Snail. I just look like his dead wife. I don't mind doing it for as long as it's necessary.
それはどういう意味だ？
And what exactly do you mean by that? This is when she like touches his chest, right? Perfect excuse. Nailed it. A shadow fell over me. He was even closer than before. I could hear the curtains rubbing against each other.
お前は恋をしたことがないと言っていたな。これからも。
Leah, you said you've never fallen in love and don't ever intend to. Do I look similar? Well, I guess he has a type. Yes, I did say that.
だが、それは今そう思っているだけで、いずれお前が誰かに恋をする時もあるだろう。
I'm not sure you really thought about that.
来るはずだ。
You very well might fall in love someday. In fact, it seems inevitable. I very seriously doubt that. Because I'm Cupid, I was about to say that, but stopped myself. The creases in his forehead deepen.
お前はまだ若いから知らないだろうが。
You're still young, he says at age 32.
必ず想定外のことが起きるはずだ。
You're still young, so you may not really understand, but there's no such thing as absolutes. The unexpected always happens. His face was nearly touching mine. I stared into his eyes up close. I never really noticed them before. They were an icy cold blue with a hint of gray. I was struck by their beauty. They were like snow falling on a frozen land that I'd seen from Celestia. I held my gaze as Mr. Snail spoke.
なあ、お前はなぜアドバイザーの仕事にそんなに熱心なんだ？
Why are you so passionate about your work as an advisor? Huh?
金か地位か何が目的なんだ？お前にとって大切なのは一体何だ？
Is it
なぜ
money?
そこまで頑張れるのか？
Prestige. What's your goal? What's most important to you? What keeps you going? Please, tell me. Was this a job interview? He fired questions at me like a police interrogator. I started breaking out in a cold sweat. Can it just because it's worth doing?
本当にそれだけなのか？そんなことが可能な人間がいるのか？
That really all there is to it? Can that really be enough for any human? I could tell he doubted me. His eyes told me he didn't believe someone like that could possibly exist. I'm Cupid, so it's basically my instincts to do this. But if I say that, he'll think that I'm teasing him and get annoyed. Even if I told him I wanted to prove to my stubborn dad that humans can connect all on their own, he wouldn't believe me.
私はこれまで多くの社員を見てきた。だが、お前のようにここまで高いモチベーションを保ち続けている人はいなかった。
I've seen many employees come and go. Not one of them could maintain motivation like yours for so long.
昇格したいとお前は言っていたが、同時に地位には興味ないと言っていたな。
You said you wanted to be promoted, but you said you also aren't interested in prestige. How can that be? Why was he staring at me with such concern? Were my eyes deceiving me somehow?
お前の望みを知りたい。
I feel like this
今の
deserves
生活を
a change in position where they're looking more at each other. I want to know what you want. What do you think of your current life? Current life? What do you mean?
正直言って今の生活が私の理想だからだ。だがお前を利用している引け目が消えない。
To be honest,
知りたいだけだ。
this life right now is my ideal, but I can't shake off my guilt for taking advantage of you, so I want to know.
雇用主が従業員の意思を確認するのは必要なことだろう。
It's necessary for the employer to know the will of the employee. He said that with an undeniably serious tone and stared straight into my eyes. He wasn't touching me or anything like that. We should have been focused on the silhouette show, but I was so confused. I didn't expect a sudden interview like this, and I definitely didn't expect him to say this life was his ideal. I heard more camera sounds coming from the yard. We were being photographed again, or at least our silhouettes were. I was frozen, I couldn't move a muscle, but somehow we had to act like our loving couple show. Did we? Just at that moment, Mr. Snail's phone rang. We are currently in an embrace. Who's he gonna answer? He jerked away from me and pulled the phone from his pocket. The screen said CCAM.
スネイルだ。
This is Snail.
お疲れ様です。
How did he get his vest back
家を包
on?
囲し退路を断ったのですが、申し
Hello,
訳ござ
sir.
いません。
As you
逃げられて
requested,
しまいました。
we surrounded your home to cut off all the exits, but they still got away. Huh? I just heard the camera shutter. How could they escape that fast? But I looked out into the yard and didn't see anyone there. How could that be? I was confused. The fact that they had just vanished, it was straight out of a movie, like some kind of ninja or super spy, or a god.
逃げられたとは、どのよ
You
うに。
mean they got away?
それが我々の頭の上をポーンと飛んで、気がついた時には遠くに。
The truth is, they just leapt straight over our heads. By the time we realized what had happened, they were gone. Oh gosh, what's the one that has shoes with wings on it? Is it him? Wow, they really are like a ninja. As I said that, Mr. Snail sighed deeply.
わかった。だが一応相手を見たんだろう。ならば、髪色など特徴をまとめ、報告書として提出してくれ。
Fine, but did you at least get a look at them? Submit a report on any distinguishing features, height, hair color, etc.
あ、はい。
Of course, sir.
それと、周囲に不審な人間がいないか見てくれ。あとは、庭に足跡などの形跡が残っていないかの確認も頼みたい。
Search for footprints and be on the lookout for any other suspicious people in the
かしこ
area.
まりました。それでは失礼いたします。
Understood. We'll get right on it.
一体どういうことだ？
What the heck just happened? They jumped over their heads. What kind of world-class athlete are we dealing with? We looked at each other with obvious question marks on both of our faces. He really did hear those camera noises before, didn't we? We did, didn't we? Both of us, not he.
ああ、そのはずだが。
Yes, I'm sure of it. Does someone that athletic really exist? We stood next to each other, looking out into the yard, each of us lost in our own thoughts. Without warning, our shoulders accidentally touched, and we both leapt back. Human contact. Mr. Snail backed away little by little. His face was bright red, which caused me to blush as well. Why am I... Earlier I had hugged him as part of our show, but now my heart was beating out of my chest. I think we consider this job well done for today. We definitely showed off how close we were.
そうだな。これ以上は、あれだ。時間外業務になる。今日はもう、休んでくれ。
Right, and if I asked you to do anything more, I'd have to consider it overtime, so feel free to relax for the rest of the day. Of course. Good night then. I gave him a quick salute and practically ran out of the room. It wasn't until I got into bed that I remembered we hadn't actually finished our conversation. Since I was alone, I was free to sigh as long and as much as I wanted.
何をやってるんだ？
What am I
私は。
doing? Great question, sir. Let me answer that for you. Not kissing a girl at the right time. Looking at things now, everything was missing its mark. I didn't get to talk to her, and the intruder managed to escape. I hadn't felt this agitated in a long time. Dealing with so many emotions was positively exhausting. But it was all for the sake of the company. The company. And as long as I considered it part of my job, I could handle it. I sighed again and sat on my bed, then lowered myself down. Smell like her?
今日はもう寝るか。
I should really go to sleep. I knew I needed to rest my mind. That would certainly improve my efficiency, and yet I tossed and turned. I just couldn't get comfortable. A faintly sweet smell lingered on my bed. It must have been her scent. She was just in here after all. The delicate scent of a woman is distinct from that of a man.
そんなバカな。彼女がここに寝そべっていたのは一瞬だ。匂いがつくなんて。
She's got really good perfume. It can't be. She was only on my bed for a moment. How could I have captured her scent so quickly? Even if it was brief, the fact was she had been on my bed. Thinking about how defenseless she looked made me restless all over again. Don't put words like that in a sentence. A woman was living in my home. I hadn't thought much about it before now, but that fact suddenly weighed heavily on me. She was always so diligent at work that I hadn't really noticed anything feminine about her before today. But now it was different. She was undeniably a woman. What? I thought I understood that before, but...
落ち着け。部下だ。彼女は仕事の部下だ。
Dude, I know.
今
What's
のも
happening?
ただの仕事の関係で。
Calm down. She's a subordinate from work. This is business relationship. I remembered the silhouette we cast on the curtains. She was focused only on that, but that wasn't the case for me. To my eyes, those shadows were positively lewd. I honestly wanted to stop it. It was so awkward. That's why I jumped up from the bed.
愛妻家と噂されるようになってから、そうしたことからも遠ざかっていたしな。
Don't you have eyes? Because you feel her smell? You see her as a girl? Yeah, no, he doesn't. That probably explains why he hasn't gotten married this whole time. He doesn't understand what he's interested in. Ever since the rumors of me as a devoted husband was born, I've avoided things of that nature. Are you saying you avoided sexy? I'm already 32 after all, but no, that's much too young to pretend. I'm beyond feelings of desires. Okay. Is he just saying he's like creeping? He's creeping? I put my hand on my forehead and stared up at the ceiling. I had to sleep or it'd start to affect my work, but how am I supposed to sleep in this cloud of her scent? That's a lot. Okay. I thought Ignis's route was spicy. Food is the spice of love. The next morning, he's 32. That's not that old. I know. They did the same thing on a different story where someone was like in their just like barely 30, and I'm like, can you please stop hurting my feelings? Like, I woke up, and surprisingly, Mr. Snail hadn't already woken up before me. That's unusual. He usually goes to sleep after me and wakes up before I do. He's what some people call a short sleeper. I've never heard that. To be honest, I was worried that he wasn't getting enough sleep, but knowing that he could sleep like this, I felt relieved. Yesterday really was a tough. There was an intruder that didn't show up in the security footage. We heard them taking photos and they managed to escape. What was the intruder looking for? Was it someone that suspected Mr. Snail might actually be single? I recalled the magazine caption, President Cupid Corp is a fraud, devoted husband, or a big fat liar. He said that he was being spied on for a while. He must have been photographed even before I came here. He said that he was being... Oh, oops, I thought I hit the button. Maybe they were holding him, hounding him so that they could write an article like closed coverage, no hint of a wife or devoted husband president. If they were with a magazine that did want to write an article like that, we were able to block them. But if they've never seen him with a woman before, they could have taken photos of our silhouettes to show out of surprise. We couldn't let our guard down yet. Whoever it was, they were looking for proof that Mr. Snail was single, which means they won't even use the photos because this is how news works. They only show you what they want you to see, and they explain it in a way where it leans in the favor of what they want. So they'll never share these pictures. If that's their plan, then I've got something I can do. I intended to do everything in my power to hinder their plan. Thinking that I looked out the window. The weather was really amazing and it helped me come up with a new plan. All right. I grinned and went to the bathroom to execute my idea. After taking care of that, what does that mean? I headed to the kitchen to make breakfast. Only if they wanted to see her like a mistress. That's true. Without seeing her face, they could say anything. Wife or mistress? Question mark. What should I make? Ooh, a souffle. Looks like Mr. Snail still isn't up yet. Maybe he didn't get much sleep last night. No, he was thinking about you. After what had happened, he might have been thinking about how to update security on the top of that.
金か。
Mr. Snail was really backed into a corner there. He looked so worried and seemed desperate for an answer. The phone call kind of threw things off, but what could I have said? It's worth doing, but I also want to prove my dad wrong. If I told him that, I'd have to admit that I'm Cupid. Not necessarily. I'm trying to think of an excuse because in what reality would you be like, well, I wanted to prove that people could fall in love on their own without help as being a bridal advisor. You're right. She's right. She has to tell him. As a realist, Mr. Snail would never believe that. As I made breakfast, I decided I'd come up with a convincing answer. I heard movement from the bedroom. Is he awake? Breakfast was nearly done, so it was good timing, but I put the scrambled eggs on a plate as I heard the door swing open.
なんだこれは。
What is it?
おい、お前。
Hey, you! Oh, good morning. Did you sleep well?
下着を外に干すのか、お前は。
Oh, okay. You dry your underwear outside? If mom left and dad lost all hope in love, so MC was like, nah, humans can still fall in love. See, she still has to say humans, which sounds weird. Maybe dad doesn't believe in love. My dad doesn't believe in love. And I'm trying to prove to him that love exists. That could maybe work. That could possibly be it. But it still sounds weird. Mr. Snail pointed to the yard, his face bright red. I had, in fact, hung my underwear there to dry. So you noticed? This was the plan I'd come up with earlier. I decided to make the house look like it really did have a wife living in it. Normally, folk just use a dryer for their underwear, but some people with yards that don't face the road hang them out to dry. So I shouldn't be weird to have underwear drying in the sun when the weather is so nice. Don't worry, it's just a ruse. I hung them out there in case the person from yesterday comes back. If there is someone stalking around your place and taking photos, we'll show them your wife actually exists. So I'm presenting it in a way that makes it obvious a family lives here. Feels like he should take you to buy new underwear.
だからって、お前の下着をあいつらに見せるのか。せめてハンカチにしてくれ。
Showing them your underwear? At least use a handkerchief or something. What's wrong with underwear?
目のやり場に困るだろう。
I don't know where to look. Mr. Stare glared straight at me. The wrinkles between his brows seemed 5 times deeper than usual. Should I really not have used my underwear? But in the share house, I had Gil wash them for me, so I didn't think it was bad or anything. Oh dear. Gil washed her underwear when she was living with him. I thought that Mr. Stell wouldn't care about these things either. He always seemed so uninterested in anything besides work. Alright, then I'll switch it later to my handkerchiefs or stockings or something.
ストッキングも勘弁してくれ。
Please, no stockings either. Oh, he's got a fetish. You did guild... Did guild do what? You washed her underwear. And he's obsessed with her now. Not even stockings? Oh well. Alright, then just the handkerchiefs. Oh, by the way, I also made breakfast. Are you hungry?
ん？おう、今日はお前が作ってくれたのか。
So you made it today. I see. Mr. Snail glanced at his watch. He woke up later than usual, so maybe he doesn't have any time. Oh, if you're short on time, there are jelly drinks. You always have them in the fridge.
いや、せっかくだ。食べていく。
He's gonna eat my food. He went to the trouble of making it so I'll eat. After thinking about it a moment longer, he confirmed his decision. I'm sure he was weighing the benefits of going to work, but he chose breakfast, knowing that I couldn't help but smile. I'll bring it right over. I brought him the freshly made breakfast and sat across from him. Let's eat.
いただきます。
Yes, thank you. After taking a bite, Mr. Snail looked surprised.
はあ、うまいな。
This is really good. He mumbled to himself as he continued to eat. It was only a single sentence, but I couldn't stop smiling ear to ear. I felt like it was really from the heart. We ate in silence as I stole quick glances to gauge his reaction. He was focused on eating. Last night, he looked so worried about everything. Yesterday, he asked me why I was so focused on my work as an advisor, so maybe I'll bring that up again. I'm trying to cross my legs quietly, but it's not working. I've never seen him get so serious, so I didn't want to leave things vague or settled. Shelby, you asked me yesterday why I was so passionate about being an advisor. Oh yeah, he wanted you to forget that. Mr. Snail's shoulders twitched suddenly. He immediately stopped eating. He leaned in to listen, showing that he really wanted to know. I continued on. It really does mean a lot to me. Ever since college, I've loved bringing people together, even if they do get annoyed at me sometimes. Even now, my friends would call me the Cupid Parasite. Well, maybe not so much these days, but still. But that's not all. Mr. Snail stared at me in silence. He was waiting for me to keep going. The other reason is to prove my father wrong.
お前の
Ooh, let's see.
父親。
Your father? Saying dad in front of Mr. Snail would seem too childish. I'm not used to talking like this, so it felt off to me. Yes, my father rejected everything that I wanted to do. He said that I would never be able to accomplish what I wanted. I had a dream of learning romantic psychology and bringing people together, but all he could do was look down on me. That's why I wanted to become the #1 bridal advisor at Cupid Corp to prove him wrong. That's also why I left home. That's the reason I don't want the company to fall apart.
そうだったのか。
It's true. Everything she said was true. I see. I left out the fact that my dad was a god. Of course, Mr. Snail sighed deeply after I finished.
なるほどな。それがお前が昇格に熱心になっている理由か。
I get it now, so that's why you're so passionate about getting promoted. Yes, but of course my top priority is still matching people together. I want everyone to find happiness in marriage.
それはあの企画書を見れば十分わかる。
That much is clear from your project proposal. Mr. Snail and smiled and, not and first, glanced at my bag. Part of my project plan was sticking
あ
out
れ
of
だけ
it.
利用者のことを考えた企画書は見たことがない。見事だと思った。
I've never seen a project plan that was so considerate of the participant. I think it was very well done. Thank you.
だが、ようやく合点がいった。役員でもないのになぜここまで会社の行く末に親身になるのかとずっと疑問だったが。
But it all makes sense now. I've always wondered why you were so concerned about the company when you're not on the board of directors.
縁結びをする場がなくなるから。そして、 父親に認めさせる前になくすわけにはいかない
A
とい
light
う
like
わけか。
flickered. You were worried about saving a place where you could continue matchmaking and to prove something to your father. That's right. So please go ahead and continue to put me to good use, sir. I hope that would be enough to convince him. He just smiled.
利用という言葉はあまり良くない。どちらかというと共闘だろう。
Don't say put me to good use. I feel like we're a team now. Oh, you're right. Then let's join together and defeat the enemy.
頼もしいな。
I'm glad I can rely on you. Mr. Snail laughed out loud. It was the first open laugh I ever heard from him. I guess even Mr. Snail can laugh like this once in a while. Laughing makes him look younger. Especially since his default face is always a serious frown.
それで例の企画の方はどうだ？
So how's the project going? I found a public kitchen and recruited the help of a culinary expert. I also hired a designer to come up with a print ad.
順調そうだな。
Sounds like it's going well. Yes, Peter is helping too, so I think it can take place as planned. I'd like to host a trial event to check the facilities in place. I was also hoping to enlist the help of the Parasite 5.
パラサイト5に？
The Parasite 5? Yes, they're not members anymore, but they did want to get married at one point. I thought they might cooperate. I couldn't guide those former members into marriage, but I still wanted to bring them on for this event. This could be... so they never do this. To be clear, in any Atomi game I've ever played has this ever happened. They could do this Harvest Moon style / Rune Factory style, maybe even Stardew Valley style, I haven't played it, where when you're on a certain route, the other characters can end up in a relationship with somebody else. Like, if she could still push them towards love and they end up with someone at the end of the story, it'd be so cute and I'd be so happy. They never do it. And I know why. It's because jealousy's a thing, but... I couldn't guide those former members into marriage, but I still wanted to bring them on for this event. They're men seeking marriage despite how difficult they are to deal with. They're a good source of feedback, and they can likely join on the day of the event. I'd already gotten approval from my manager. The plan was to clearly ask about their current situation and try to bring them back into our matchmaking service.
なるほど。それはいいかもしれないな。私も様子を見に行くとしよう。
I see that may be a good idea. I'll look into it. And if we could get the TV channel involved, it could be Parasite Cooking instead of Parasite House. Are you sure? But aren't you already pretty busy?
これも大切な仕事だ。後ほど詳細をメールで送ってくれ。時間を見て行けるよう調整しよう。
Are we saying Owen's gonna come? This is part of the job. Send me the details later and I'll adjust my schedule to find the time. Does she know he was the one without a name? Yes, she found that out at the start of the story. He confessed that he was the nameless person. And then also said that he was going to come clean that he wasn't married, and that's when she agreed to be his fake wife. Thank you! Mr. Snail will help keep an eye on things. That'll be really reassuring. I didn't see the video. It's okay. Plus, there's a lot of information. We're reading a book here. There's a lot to take in. And sometimes it gets repetitive. I want some female members, so I'll ask Clarice. You've asked Clarice 100 times. Maybe I can invite Melanie, since I'm her current advisor. I hope it's Melanie. I hope Owen is dating Melanie. Owen can be evil, but I want him to date Melanie. Melanie's search has been difficult. She told me the other day that she didn't have the confidence to go to the cafe. She might be willing if I told her it's just a trial run. Yeah, I'll go ahead and call her later. I wrote her name down on my list of people to invite. I suddenly heard a small snicker.
本当に仕事熱心だな。
You really are passionate about your work. Yeah, Shelby. This is what passion looks like. Oh, I'm sorry. We were in the middle of breakfast, weren't we? Melanie is a sweetie. I know.
いや、いい。
Too
私
bad
も
she
よく
doesn't
や
have
るから
a
な。
face. It's alright. I do the same thing all the time. Mr. Snail smiled as he pointed at his phone. He was right, of course. We both love to work, so we ended up back at it before we realized it. But recently, all we did is talk like this even when there's no specific purpose. Maybe it's because we call each other by name now. And this morning, he even woke up after me. Little by little, I think his prestige parasite side is lightening up. At this rate, he might be able to find someone to marry. As his advisor, I have to keep working hard. In fact, what I'm going to do is after he gets married, I will move into the next Parasite 5's person's house and convince them to get married by making them have to deal with me too. We're doing this. I mentally pumped myself up once again as I put my notepad in my bag. I then enjoyed my breakfast with Mr. Snell in a nice, relaxing atmosphere. Upon arriving at my office, I started writing my emails to the Parasite 5. I also responded to a question from Melanie and sent her the information for the trial event. On top of that, I started writing a message to Clarice, but then she popped up beside me. Wink, wink. No? Okay. A few days later, it was the day of my 5-star challenge cooking with fire trial run.
久しぶり、連絡ありがとう。また会えて嬉しいよ。
Listen, Gil, I'm in love with the CEO now, so you can back off. Long time no see. Thanks for inviting me. I'm really glad to see you again.
へえ、いいキッチンじゃん。女の子は？
Not a bad kitchen, so where are the girls?
お疲れ様です。お世話になっております。
Hello again. I'm very much looking forward to this.
こんにちは。アンブロシアやネクタルが作れるって聞いたんだけど、本当？
Hi there. I heard you can make ambrosia and nectar here. Is that true? Welcome. Come right this way. The Parasite 5 had all came. I handed them their aprons and cooking instructions and led them to the kitchen. Melanie had arrived first. She jumped in surprise and hid in the corner. It's okay, Melanie. Melanie is really scared. But the whole point of this project is to help shy members have fun, so I came up with ways to help them communicate naturally.
あれパラサイト5ってもう一人ぐらいいなかった
Are we missing one of the parasites? Rookie couldn't make it. Oh yeah, Rookie, right? He didn't respond to my email, so maybe he's not coming.
まあいいかもね。女子の方が少ないし。
Well, whatever. We're short on girls anyway. Yeah, but I did invite a few others too.
素敵なキッチンね。今日はよろしく頼むわ。かわいいキューピッドさん。
Does she really not realize this is her aunt yet? Oh my, what a wonderful kitchen. I'm so pleased to be here today. My adorable Cupid.
何あのケバい人。
What's with the lady with this caked on makeup? She used to have a different advisor, but I took her over for her after the Parasite 5 quit.
あら、あなたは
And you are?
はじめまして。キューピッドコーポレーション開発部でシステム開発を担当しております。
Oh, you
Clarice
can't
Tia
see her because of my
と申します。
camera. She's literally talking on this side. This game is utilizing this bottom bar so much. Hello there, I'm Clarice Tia. I'm part of the Cupid Corp system development team. Clarice introduced herself. Here, I'll move my camera temporarily. Oh, nope. Please don't move that. I have not clicked on camera. I'm going to move my camera so we can see Clarice temporarily, and I'll move it back once this part leaves. Clarice introduced herself curtly and quickly stood behind me as if to hide from Catherine. What's wrong, Clarice?
私あの人苦手。
Instantly
なんか
done.
見透かされる感じする。
I don't like her. It feels like her eyes are piercing into my soul. Well, she is a god. Huh. I never seen Clarice act this shy before. She normally gets along pretty much with everyone. But this is all part of the matchmaking I have. I have to work hard so the people who aren't compatible can still enjoy the event. Let's have all the participants gather around. Do you all have your checklist?
はい。
Yes.
バッチリ持ったぞ。
Yep, I got mine. Peter was invited. Peter, how did you get here?
最初からいたぞ。今日がプレと聞いていたからな。手伝いに来た。
I've been here the whole time. I heard there was an event today, so I'm here to help. Peter puffed out his chest, looking proud of himself.
ピーターもいるの？私あの人も苦手なんだけど。帰ろっかな。
Peter is here too. I don't really care for him either. Maybe I should go home. Wait, you already have too few women. That'll ruin the balance even more.
でも別に私出会いとかいらないし。
But I'm not here to meet anyone. It's a trial, Clarice.
じゃあ俺と二人で外に行く？
Oh.
いい夢見させてあげるけど。
Then how about we go somewhere together? I'll show you the sweetest dreams. Alan, stop hitting on everyone. For now, everyone check the checklist for the dish you're going to cook.
そういえば知ってる？5000年近く昔の酵母を使ってパン作った人がいるんだって。遺跡から発掘された陶器から酵母を採取したらしくて。
Did you know people started making bread almost 5,000 years ago? They found pottery fragments and extracted the yeast.
俺もそういう料理がしてみたいなって思ったんだ。ほら、古代は神と人間が一緒に暮らしていたとも言われてるでしょ。つまりそれは神も食べ。
I'd love to cook using that. They always say gods lived among the people, which means they ate the same things as.
ねえ、ちょっとこれ説明してほしいんだけど、いいかな？
Can you explain that part to me? Wow, Gil is shouting with so much energy. He seems to be really motivated. It was always easier to make progress if there's even one person that motivated. Feeling relieved, I started to explain how I expected the event to progress. After getting everyone to wash their hands, I called over the culinary expert to start the cooking.
ほらほら皆さん急いで火が通ってるわよ。
Come on, everyone. It's plenty cooked already.
嘘？これまだ生じゃない？
No way. Isn't this still
その
raw?
食材は色が変わらないのよ。難易度星5。なめないことね。
That ingredient doesn't change colors. This is a 5-star difficulty after all.
はーい、アワハニー。今君恋してない？前よりもずっと綺麗になって見えるけど。
Hey, our darling. Are you in love? I can see that you've become even more beautiful than before. Less talking, more cooking. Watch your fingers or you'll cut yourself. And if you're gonna flirt with the other girls.
本当にワイン入れていいのかな？アンブロシアってもっと固形のイメージが。
Huh, is it really okay to add wine? I think ambrosia has a better consistency.
卵落としちゃった。ごめんなさいね。私、箸より重いものを持ったことがなくて。
Oh, I dropped an egg. Oh, pardon me. I'm just a dainty young lady, you know.
あら、このリンゴ、なんだか黄金色に見えるわね。懐かしいわ。リンゴは独り占めにするに越したことないのよ。半分に切るなんてもったいない。
Apple looks golden to me. Now that brings me back. Apples are meant to be hoarded. Cutting it in half is such a waste.
すみません。これ押さえててもらえますか？
I'm sorry. Could you hold this steady for me?
私でよければ。
See, I want this pairing. Sure, if you don't mind. Everyone was making a lot of commotion during my 5-star challenge, cooking with fire. Hi, hello. Hi, Nat. It's actually going well. Owen and Melanie are getting along much better than I expected. Owen is the earnest type, so Melanie shouldn't have a hard time talking to him. I should check to see if Owen is registered as a member. I thought about that as I guided everyone along through their recipes. Can you not pair them up if they're not? After about an hour, the cooking was finally done. Are we finished? I think we are. Yeah, we're definitely done. I saw completed dishes on the tabletop that looked delicious, while others would make me hesitate.
ちょっとこの料理作ったの誰ですか？レシピにないものじゃない。
Who made this? This wasn't part of the recipe.
あ、ごめんなさい。デザートが欲しいなと思って小麦粉が少し余ってたから。
Sorry. I thought you might want some dessert. There was some extra flour.
それとこれは何？君の飲み物使えてちょうだい。
And what is this? Don't add some creepy looking concoction?
ん？ネクタルだよ。でもこのレシピだと違う気がしたから追加でサルサ成人ソース入れたんだ。
Huh, that's nectar. The recipe seemed different, so I added some salsa planet sauce too. Please don't add weird stuff to the drink. And what is that sauce anyways?
まあいいわ。他の料理はちゃんと完成しているもの。さあ、実食までが料理よ。皆さん、手を洗ったら席についてちょうだい。
Whatever. The other dishes seem fine, but it's not complete without sampling the final product. Wash your hands and take a seat. Clap, clap. The culinary expert clapped his hands and guided everyone to the right place. Just then I heard the door open.
ふーん。ちゃんと料理できてんじゃん。
Huh. So you actually are cooking. Rookie-kun, you made it!
ここ、うちの店の近くだし、メールで和食作るって書いてあったから。
My store isn't far from here, and your message said you were making Japanese food. I'm glad you're here. That's right. Would you like to sample our Japanese cuisine?
じゃーん。ヤマタノオロチのしっぽキュロスです。
Ta-da! Yamato no Orochi tell de Kudos. You went to 2 different languages there.
は？
Oh, did you just come up with that name on the spot?
これ和食でしょ。それで日本の神って言ったらやっぱり有名なのはヤマタノオロチかなって思って。
It's Japanese, right? Yamato no Orochi is a famous Japanese god, is it not?
最終的に殺されるけどね。
Gets killed in the end.
ロマンだよね。
Ah, how romantic.
調子はどうだ？
How's everything going here? I heard the door open again and Mr. Snail strolled in. Oh, Mr. Snail, thank you for coming. We just finished cooking. Would you like to join us?
いいのか？
You don't mind?
ええ、たくさんあるから。一人や二人増えたところで困らないわ。困るのはこの変な飲み物の処理だけ。
Not at all. There's plenty to go around. We just need to figure out what to do with this weird drink.
俺が飲むよ。
Oh, I don't mind drinking it. Your agent will get mad at me, so no.
いいからもう食べない？冷めちゃうわ。
Can we just eat already? It's gonna get cold. Alright, everyone, let's dig in. At my urging, they picked up their utensils and started eating.
わあ、おいしい。
Wow, this is delicious.
そちらのサラダも美味しいですよ。取りましょうか。
The salad is great too. Can I get some for you?
大丈夫です。自分でできます。
Oh, I'm fine. I can do it myself.
私の方が近いですから。
I'm closer. That was the exchange when Owen got a bit of salad for Melanie. I think these two really are quite compatible. They've spoken words at each other for at least 5 seconds. My cupidity habits took over as I eagerly observed them.
へえ、このグラタンも美味しい。どれも変わった料理でどうなのって思ったけど、意外といけるわね。
Whew, I don't know what that means. This gratin isn't bad. I was wondering about why there was so many weird dishes, but it's actually pretty edible.
アンブロシアがこんな味だなんて思わなかったけど。
Yeah, I didn't think that ambrosia would taste like this, but...
ね、さっきから気になってたんだけど、
そのアンブロシアってこのレシピ表にあるベーコンの燻製のことで合ってる？
Speaking of which, when you say ambrosia, are you referring to the smoked bacon?
っていうか、こんなのが難易度星5なわけ？普通のうどんじゃん。
How is this 5-star difficulty? It's just some regular udon noodles.
それをただのうどんとは思わない方がいい。なんといってもこの私が小麦から生地を作ったうどんだからな。
That's no ordinary udon. I made that from scratch with homemade flour.
まあ実際に切ったのはラブクラフトさんですが。
Gil's the one that cut it so perfectly, though.
均一な形に
Thanks
す
for
るのって
stopping in.
結構難しいよね。
It's pretty hard to cut them all exactly the same length.
でも楽しかったです。
Oh, Melanie. It sure was fun. Even in the midst of everyone enjoying themselves, I heard her faint voice admitting that she was having fun. I'm so glad Melody enjoyed it. I was worried about what would happen at first, but it seems like people are able to get along through the power of cooking. I can definitely carry this over to the actual event. I was thinking about that as I reached for a bit of baked gratin. Oh, hot! I carelessly touched the hot plate that the gratin was on. A sharp pain shot through me and made mine went blank. What the heck? It's so hot! Ow! That wasn't the kind of pain you get from tripping or bumping into something. I never experienced anything like it. I didn't know what to do and just started turning left and right. Someone grabbed my arm from the side.
バカ、何してるんだ。早く冷やせ。
You idiot, what are you doing? You have to cool it off. Mr. Snail grabbed my arm and forced me to stand and dragged me to the sink. He turned on the tap and put my hand under the running water.
こういう時は迅速に冷やすのが普通だろう。何をやっているんだ。
Everyone knows you need to cool off a burn. What were you thinking? I'm sorry, I never felt something this hot before. Is that what it feels like to get burned?
当然だ。
They keep doing
なん
this.
だお前、やけどしたことないのか。
Gonna keep doing this because that's what's on top. Hang on. Of course. Don't tell me you've never been burned before. I haven't. This genuinely was my first experience. I nodded and Mr. Snail sighed.
運のいいやつだな。今まで料理してて何ともなかったのか。
You're lucky it's never happened while you were cooking before. Right. Back in college, Gil did all the cooking. And when I started working, Clarice and I took turns, so I've only really cooked for a little over a year. I guess I really was lucky it had never happened before. I'm also going to move the chat. I might just keep this here for now and see if it gets in the way, then I'll move it. I'm going to move chat, but I'm going to put test so I know what I'm moving. There it pops up. All right, we're going to move it like here. I could be wrong. I won't lie. We'll see. All right. Hopefully I don't have to move it again. But I'm going to leave it up here for now and just see. What I'll do though is I'll undo that. I'm clicking all the wrong things. We'll go back to normal base since she's usually on that side and we'll see how it goes. All right. I guess I really was lucky it never happened before. Did I do that already? I might have. By sheer chance, today was the first time.
後になったらどうするんだ。やけど跡はなかなか消えないんだぞ。
What are you gonna do if it scars? Burns are no joke. He cares. I really am sorry. I really didn't know.
やけどに大切なのは迅速な対応。流水でよく冷やすことだ。
Putting under cold running water immediately is the best method. I understand, but I think it's starting to cool down.
まだダメだ。
No, not yet. Oh gosh. He held my wrist firmly to keep my hand under the cooling water. He doesn't have to grip so hard, and I'm not going anywhere. Since I was freaking out earlier, he must have thought he had to keep a closer eye on me. I completely lost his trust I guess it's my fault for not having any clues about burns. The water continued to splash away on my hand. The icy water was starting to make my hand numb, but I stayed put until under Mr. Snell's strong grasp even. After a while, he finally let go.
よかった。後にはならなそうだな。
Thank goodness. Hopefully it won't scar. Right. Thank you.
いや、当然のことをしたまでだ。無事な、
No, I did what I had to. Did she call him did she call him Shelby? Okay, no. No, I only did what I had to. I just hope you're okay. Mr. Snell suddenly froze up. I turned around and everyone was staring at us. Oh.
仲いいね、二人とも。
You two sure are close.
何？二人とも付き合ってるの？
Are you two dating already? What?
バカなことを言うな。まさかそんなことあるわけない。
I saw Ramin, the store manager, at a location last week. That's my best friend, so that's fun to see him anywhere. You. He actually remembered me. Aww. He has a pretty good memory, so that makes sense. You chatting has helped me figure this out. What have I done? What have I done? Video. There we go. There we go. Don't be silly. That's impossible. I'm a married man,
そうで
said
すよ
Shelby.
社長には愛妻がいますから。
Trying to get me to buy a damn weeb game, Grand Blue. Dude, he's so excited about that game. That's hilarious. He's been talking about that game for weeks, so I'm not surprised he tried to convince you to buy it. He was literally mad because his came in late, so he was like, do I want to buy it digitally just so I can play it now? Yes, Mr. Snell has a lovely wife after all. Oh, yeah.
二人が付き合っているなら、俺としては嬉しいんだけどな。
If the two of you are dating, that's awesome for me. I really wish you wouldn't lick your lips when you say stuff like that. Oh, see, now we're covering his face.
そっか、愛妻か。
But you know what? That makes it
そうだよ
easier
な。
to move.
付き合ってるわけないよな。
Just have to use the other base, though. Right, devoted husband. Yeah, you're not dating, right? Whew.
やけどって結構侮れないから、ちゃんと軟膏も塗っておきなよ。
Burns can be serious. You should put some ointment on it. Rookie still cares. Yeah, thanks. I've been talking to him the way I've gotten used to doing, but this time it was in front of a crowd. Since I was so desperate to seem like his wife, I guess I gave the impression that we were actually close. Then again, I guess it's good if they think we're dating since that was the goal in the first place. No, married and dating are different. The problem being, I let it come out in a situation that wasn't a business dinner. I glanced over at Mr. Snail, looking at his phone with a deep frown. It seemed as if he was writing a work email, but I had been around him for so long enough that it was just his way of avoiding the situation. I'm starting to know what Mr. Snell is actually thinking. But I'm glad the burn wasn't serious. I should thank Mr. Snell for taking care of it that quickly. The numbness was still there as I touched my other hand and reminded me again of the searing heat from before. It's been 6 years since I came to the human realm, but there are still lots of things I haven't experienced yet. I'm lucky to be surrounded by people willing to teach me. Clarice, Gil, and all those of Parasite 5, and Mr. Snell, of course, everyone around me has taught me so many things. Ever since I started living with Mr. Snail, I've learned a whole new set of values. What to do when a man and a woman live together. This is an important experience to have in order to do matchmaking. I don't know if that's true, but that's good.
ほら、これでちゃんと冷やして。
Leah, here, use this to cool it off some more. Just then, Gil burst in with a mountain of ice packs. I don't need that many.
ダメだよ、ちゃんと冷やさなきゃ。
Yes, you do. You need to ice it properly. Oh, Gil, you always take things to the extreme. Yeah, Shelby. Look at Gil over here, tending to my wounds. Speaking of which, back when we were roommates, Gil always made a huge fuss whenever I got hurt. It was fun back then. I thought about those good times as I applied the packs that Gil brought. Yeah, Shelby, be jelly bears. That concluded the trial for the my 5-star challenge cooking with fire event. All that was left was to present the project to the world at large. That same night, I found myself in Mr. Snail's car, accidentally, of course. After the event, I returned to the office to do some more work. Waiting at the elevator to go home, I ran into Mr. Snail. I'm sorry for having you drive me home while you're still working.
いや、私に付き合って家が遠くなったんだ。たまにはこれぐらい協力させてくれ。
No, it's my fault that your recent commute is longer. Let me help once in a while. Mr. Snail is so earnest. He may be a workaholic, but he never forgets to be considerate like this.
それより、プレは大成功だったな。実際の発表日が楽しみだ。
Your trial event was a great success. I can't wait for the actual announcement. Thank you. I was glad to see that Melanie enjoyed it.
お前は本当にうちの会員を大切に思ってくれているんだな。
You really do care about our members. I have said it countless times. His voice was soft and kind. I could tell thinking about that really did make him happy. Possibly because he's so passionate about work, Mr. Snail noticed more than others when someone put in the effort. He noticed other employees often and always recognized them. I have nothing but respect for him. I can tell that his career cares about his members since I play the role of his wife. In our business dinners, I always hear about what a kind husband and great all-around person he is. Our dinners are usually only with major presidents who are much older. They seem to treat him like he's their son. The prestige parasite, he's a workaholic that's fixated on his status, but he doesn't think that the end justifies the means. He's focused on his work and hard on himself. He's direct and considerate, and yet, of others, he's the definition of a moral man of character. If it weren't for his secret, he could have easily gotten married. Unfortunately, none of the female members I manage are a good fit for him. Despite my efforts, there are still such things as luck and fate. I don't need to look down from Celestia to see that. But that's why I think matchmaking is so interesting. I touched my necklace and gazed out the car window at the night sky. I hope Mr. Snail can find his wife soon. I've even considered using my Cupid bow as a last resort, but I promised myself I wouldn't. Alright, a few minutes later is a great sentence because I'm going to be right back because I was doing laundry before I started streaming, so I'm going to move it to the dryer, so don't forget to move it to the dryer, and I'm going to eat a cookie because I have cookies. Haha. I'll be right back. See you soon. 1 second. Okay. I think we're prepared in case we have to move the camera again. Alright. I also scooted up a little closer because I felt like I was a little far back. And I just fixed my hair again because it's been a couple hours. A couple hours. Yes, because I said that. A few minutes later, the car arrived in front of the house. Is this our house?
着いたぞ。
Here we are. Thank you very much. I undid my seatbelt, then turned to Mr. Snail, who was sitting motionless in white. Are you going to head back to work now?
そうだな。そのつもりだ。
That was the plan, yes. As usual, he's always about work. But I enjoyed working just as much, so I couldn't really say anything. You know, Shelby, we've never had dinner together at home, just the two of us. We've talked about it before, but ultimately his work made it impossible. I put on an attitude of a sulking wife, and he seemed to stumble over his words, unsure what to say.
それは。
That if you're always at work, they'll find out you're not as devoted as you say. Sorry, I'm just teasing. I gave him a sidelong glance and grinned at him. His reply was simply to frown once again.
仕事があるんだ。仕方ないだろう。
I wish there was something I could do. I still have so much work to do. I know. I love my work too, you know. When you're really on a roll, it can be too much of a hassle to even stop to eat.
ああ。簡易的な食事でも十分に血糖値は上がる。それで仕事に支障も出ないからな。
Getting simple food is enough to get your blood sugar up. As long as I can work, it's fine. Right. I know that feeling where he doesn't want to spend time eating. I also know that feeling of wanting to get back to the office. But eating dinner alone is no fun, and making dinner for the sake of someone can be a lot of fun. I guess I'd let my honest feelings slip out. Food tastes better when you make it and enjoy it together. That's what made me come up with cooking events in the first place. Of course, it can also be the source of fights, so some caution is definitely required. I know it's too sudden to do it today, but if you can find the right time, would you like to eat dinner together? I looked at Mr. Snail, sitting in the driver's seat, and he finally looked back at me. His eyes appeared different from his normal. It was as if he was serious and hesitant at the same time. I feel like it jumped, didn't it? There was even a slight pain in his eyes. The streetlights appeared to make them waver. After a moment, he turned off the engine.
そうだな。たまには家で夕飯を食べるか。
I suppose we should eat dinner together once in a while. Do you mean it?
ああ。
Yes. He laughed and undid his seatbelt. Apparently that once in a while meant tonight. For some reason, it made me really happy. Then you'll let me make you dinner tonight?
いや、私が作ろう。またやけどをされてはたまらないからな。
No, I'll take care of that. I don't want you to hurt yourself again. That's right. The day was also the day he had seen me get burned for the first time. Then how about we make it together? You weren't there for the actual cooking today, after all.
わかった。先ほどのやけどのところは痛めないか。
Does your burn still hurt? Not at all. Thank you. Thanks to you. It doesn't hurt one bit.
ならよかった。
I convinced him. I'm doing it. I'm changing him. Is that good or bad, though? We got out of the car and headed inside. I felt like saying home sweet home. It really did feel like this was my home now. That feeling is probably what made me want to eat together with him. Lost in thought, I followed Mr. Snail inside the house. Which again, if there's people stalking them, wouldn't there be people taking photos of that too? After that, we made dinner together. We took our time and also enjoyed dinner in a relaxed mood. This was different from breakfast and the business meals. There was a proper alone time that we got to have together. The orange hue of the light shone gently on the food, and the freshly made dinner was still hot. We talked about unimportant topics as we ate dinner.
たまにはこういうのも悪くないな。
I guess doing this kind of thing isn't bad once in a while. I told you so. Eating dinner at home can be very relaxing.
ああ、外で食べるのとはだいぶ違う。知らなかったな。
I never realized how different feels from eating out. It seems to be he seems to be completely relaxed as he sips his post-meal coffee. Goodness gracious. Are you sure you don't want anything stronger?
いや、いい。この後運転するからな。
No, thank you. I still have to drive after this. Apparently, he still intended to head back to the office, which is fine because that's his life. Speaking of which, Shelby, I've rarely ever seen you drink. Even at business dinners, you only have a few sips. Do you not like alcohol?
いや、そんなことはない。たまに一人で飲むしな。
No, not exactly. I do enjoy drinking alone sometimes. Really? Even then, I've never seen you drink.
飲むのは大抵バーでだ。家では飲まない。
Why do we have a cabinet full of wine and glasses if you don't drink here? I typically drink at bars, not at home. So that's why. I imagine Mr. Snail drinking alone at a dark bar, and it definitely fits his image. Well, if you ever need some company, you can always call me.
ありがとう。覚えておく。
Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Despite his response, I doubted he would ever actually call me. He probably likes drinking alone because it's easier. And it sounds like he doesn't relax when he's by himself. I thought maybe he didn't drink because it interferes with his work or something. He doesn't spend any time eating after all. But he does know how to relax in his own way. Knowing that brought a smile to my face. He's also been getting more sleep than usual lately. That's reassuring too. Before he averaged maybe 3 hours of sleep at night, but recently I've caught him sleeping for up to 6 whole hours. Because I live with him, he might be matching my daily life rhythm to an extent. Speaking of which, the rhythm when living with Gil and Clarice, and then just with Clarice, was pretty different. People seem to get influenced by others surprisingly easy. I'd be really happy if Mr. Snail can enjoy his time off a bit more now that I'm here. Then again, we haven't gotten to the point of actually having any time off to enjoy yet. But he's starting to enjoy his meals more and sleeping a bit longer. Just that is a huge change for him.
だが、こうして食事をするとやはり眠くなるな。仕事には支障が出そうだ。
You'll never having dinner with you again now. I hope you're happy. Eating like this certainly makes me sleepier. It might end up affecting my work and not in a good way. Would you like to go to sleep? I can tuck you in.
まったく、お前は。
You never let up, do you? He made a wary smile as he deflected my little joke. I was just glad that we were able to joke around like that now. I felt like I was able to play the role of his wife even better going forward.
ごちそうさま。では、そろそろ戻るか。
Thank you for the meal. I should get going now. Mr. Snail looked at his watch and stood up. Let me walk you to the door. I grabbed the jacket he had taken off when he got home, then quickly made my way over to him. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, Shelby.
Oh.
Right. I handed him his jacket and saw him off like a proper wife. He looked a little bit embarrassed as he put on his jacket.
ありがとう。では。
It would have been cuter if she helped put on his jacket. Thank you. I'll be off. Just a second. Let me fix your tie. It's just... I must have gone crooked when we put on his jacket. I reached out to fix it. There. All better. I let go and he suddenly grabbed my wrist. Mr. Snail was staring at me for some reason. Whatever he was feeling, his pale eyes didn't reveal a thing. They had a cool blue like an ice or snow. His hand on my wrist was just as cold. The same hand that took care of my burn, the rough hand of a man. His lip quivered a bit as he was about to say something. But he didn't. He just let go and turned away from me.
1時には 帰るようにする。
I should be back about 1 o'clock. Sure. Have a nice evening. It would make sense if he was going out with business people. He's fast. He opened the door and walked out. I heard the car drive off. I looked down at my hand. It was cold when he grabbed me, but for some reason now it felt hot. I returned to my office and sat in my chair. I took off my jacket and leaned back. I felt like I was running on empty.
さっきはまずかったな。
Maybe that was the wrong move back there. She handed me my jacket and fixed my tie. It was like she really was my wife. I almost moved in for a kiss at that point, but then I remembered at the last moment that this was just part of the job. Ooh, good. He's getting the vibes. So let's check our flow chart. Not that flow chart. This flow chart. There's no image in the scene, but there's an image in the next one, and there's a bad ending. Oh, stars. Oh, stars. Oh, stars. I like this. I like knowing how much I have to go. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13 more scenes. We're on the 5th one right now. I managed to stop myself, but it felt too awkward after that. This isn't only a job. She's doing it perfectly because it's her duty. I thought I understood that. But to me, it seems like she really enjoyed our meal together.
それですっかり気持ちが緩んだんだ。
My guard was completely relaxed because of that. That's why I grabbed her hand without thinking. That's also what caused me to come to my senses. I didn't think I would ever desire someone like that. Ooh, he's never had a girlfriend.
できればこんな気持ちは
I wish I
知り
didn't
た
feel
くな
this
かった
way.
かもしれないな。
Until now, even on my off hours, everything I did affected my work. Eating was just replenishing energy. Business meals were just places to socialize with clients, but she brought color into my life. She enjoyed eating with me, and the time we spent together was so relaxing. I never had such a warm sensation at a dinner table. We do eat breakfast together, so I thought it wouldn't be much different, but it was. Maybe it's because it was dark. In the morning, we're both rushing to get ready for work, but a meal at the end of the day is completely different. I never thought it would be something I would be so reluctant to step away from.
参ったな。
What should I do? Get rid of her. In the car, Leah sulked a bit, saying that she wanted to eat together, but then she saw me off to work with a smile. Have a nice evening. The joy I felt hearing someone say that with such trust in their eyes, it was completely new to me. It's like the act gave me a reason to come into work. Her smile gives me the energy to push even further. To be honest, I never even thought that this was the life I wanted. I didn't desire it, so I didn't know anything about it. But now that I do, I don't want to lose it. How do I continue this life? All I can think about now is how to keep this. How about making it a 2-year contract or increasing her pay?
違う、そういうことじゃないだろ。
No, that's not the problem. I kept thinking about it in terms of a business owner. I shake my head to rid myself of these thoughts. The rule of business don't always apply to human interactions. I felt those things so many times before now. I also felt guilty for only thinking about how this affects me.
そもそも彼女はどう思っているんだろうな。
What does she think of all of this? She shook my hand with a smile and said she's willing to fight alongside me. I think of that smile again now. She's a dependable partner, but I can't help but wonder if she's actually enjoying this life. She plays the role of my wife, but does she find it draining? I want to ask, but I'm afraid to find out the answer. I've tried to be careful to ensure that if she does find someone she wants to date or marry, that choice is open to her. But it's too late now. I don't want to lose this life.
彼女を拘束しすぎてはならないとずっと思っていたはずなんだがな。
I know I shouldn't try to tie her down. I thought this would be an interim solution until I really got married, but I can't do it anymore.
どうしてくれるんだ。
What am I supposed to do? I had kept this lifestyle far away from me specifically because I didn't want to worry about it like this.
恋愛感情ほど非合理的なものはない。無駄なことはしたくない。
The feelings of romance are also illogical. It's so exhausting. I just don't want to deal with any of it. But this fixation won't go away. All of my principles seem to be crumbling away.
違う。これは経営者として優秀な社員を失いたくないと思っているだけだ。
No. These are just the thoughts of a business owner that doesn't want to lose a model employee. With my eyes closed, I try to convince myself of that, but I know I'm just lying to myself about these budding emotions. Either way, it's doomed to fail. You could marry her. What were you gonna do if you married somebody else?
独身の証拠である写真が全然撮れないじゃないか。毎日ラブラブな写真が撮れるばかり。
None of these photos prove he's single at all. They're all lovey-dovey in every single one of them.
MQ! 本当にあやつは独身なのか？
MQ, are you absolutely sure he's single?
ええ、確かに。ですが、今は彼に協力者がいるようですね。
Yes, I'm sure of it, but it appears he appears to have a co-conspirator now.
なんて厄介な。セカムとかいうやつも邪魔だし、独身の証拠探しはもうやめだ。
This is bad news. Those CCAM people are getting in the way too. We're calling it quits or finding proof of his single status.
だが、私の力でお前が見つからなかったのだけは良かったとしよう。おかげで次なる作戦を進められることになったのだからな。
Just be glad my special skills kept you from being found out. At least we can proceed to the next phase now.
次の計画を始動させれば確実に息の根を止められるはずだ。それで守備はどうなっている？
And at that point, he will surely meet his end. Are you all set on your end?
はい。例の件ですが、新たな情報を入手いたしました。これで完全にうちが先に進められるでしょう。
Yes, absolutely. We just recently obtained some new information and we'll be the first to get it out into the world.
ほう、でかしたぞ MQ。見ておれキューピッドコーポレーション。今度こそ完璧に叩き潰してやる。
Is that so? Well done, MQ. Just you watch Cupid Corpse. We're gonna crush you like a bug. Woohoo! Another chapter. The wedding of Rome and Julie. Forgot to screenshot that. Whatever. The next morning. I woke up and headed to the living room, but Mr. Snail wasn't there. Huh. There was a note on the table. I took a look and it said, "Sorry, but I'm heading out early today." Mr. Snail is so proper, leaving a note and all. He could have just texted me. I was happy to get a handwritten note, though. In that case, I'll just have a nice simple breakfast today. Some toast will be fine. I grabbed some cereal and milk and headed to the table. I turned on the TV for the first time in a while. I didn't know if I should turn it on when I was with Mr. Snail, so I hadn't been watching it recently.
And so, Rome and Julie Wedding is planning a marriage hunting event as a new service using cooking.
I'm gonna say this because the way she said it sounded different. Rome and Julie Wedding is planning a marriage hunting event as a new service using cooking. Rome and Julie Wedding? I never heard of a company by that name, so I focused on the screen. What I saw almost made me drop my cereal. What's going on here? I put down my bowl and jumped up in front of the TV.
Here is Main Street and 2nd Avenue, where the newly opened dating agency, Roma Julie Wedding, is located. Roma Julie Wedding is becoming a hot topic, starting with its first year free membership and more for new members, along with other new services. For more about their new services,
no matter how many times I read them, I didn't understand the words on the screen, or maybe like I don't want to understand. Because right there in bold letters, it says 5-star challenge cooking with fire. I wonder if it was the other girl or if it's just him. I went to the office and the company was in an uproar about the news.
ちょっとこれどうすんのよ。今度やるうちの新プランと全く同じ名前じゃない。
What are we gonna do about this? It's the exact same name as the plan we were going to
せ
do.
っかくお客さんにおすすめする文言を覚えたのに中止？それとも結構？
I finally learned the catchphrases to use for our members and everything. Are we going to cancel it? Or will we still force it through? About that. What should I do? I've been thinking about it all morning. I can't announce it as is anymore. Everything about it is the exact same plan. They'll just say that we stole their idea. But the flyers are done, and I was finalizing the menu too, and I already arranged for the ingredients in kitchen. What should I do? All the effort I put into preparing everything seems totally wasted. I needed to think, but I was still in shock, so I couldn't get my thoughts together.
っていうか、あっちの方が先にサービス開始するのよね。
So they're going to start the service first. Could this be sabotage? Say it.
ああ、そっか。あなた、ロミジュリーウェディングからアイディアパクったんだ。だから出来良かったのね。
I get it. You stole the idea from Roman Julie Wedding, so that's why it was made so well. Huh? I would never do that. I turned to argue and saw a look of contempt off from the planning department woman from before.
最初から変だと思ってたのよ。企画部の人間でもないのに企画書が通るだなんて。
I thought it was weird. You're not even from the planning department, but somehow your project plan passed.
そういえば結構いい企画だったよね。企画したいなんて話聞いたことなかったからびっくりしたんだけど。
It is such a basic idea. You guys are so dumb. True. It was a really good plan. Yeah, let's cook. Never seen that done before. But I've never heard you talk about wanting to put together any kind of proposal.
企画の希望もなかったような人があんないい企画すぐに作れるはずないわ。きっと
Someone
アイディアを盗用したのよ。
who has never wanted to make a plan could never come up with something that good. You must have stolen the idea. Everyone nearby started to look at me with suspicion. Did she really steal it? Maybe she's been cheating her way to the top all along. She's cute enough. She could definitely have been flirting with the boss all this time. I could hear them thinking all of those things. I could feel a cold hand gripping my heart. I felt like I was suffocating. I started to feel dizzy, and the sound around me started to fade. I never cheated or stole anything. I didn't succeed by sucking up to my boss. I just wanted our members to be happy. I came up with it all by myself.
パクリでズルしてコンペに勝つとか最低。どうせ業績1位なのも何か不正でもしたんでしょ。
You stole the idea to win the competition? You're the worst. I'm sure you cheated your way to the top advisor spot too. No,
じゃあなんでロミジュリーウェディングの方が先にサービス開始してるのよ。あっちが先に思いついたからでしょ。
Then why did Rome and Julie Wedding start the service first? It's because they thought of it before you.
パクった方が後になるに決まってるじゃない。
You must have stolen
あなたが
it.
彼らのアイディアを取ったのよ。
You stole their idea.
こいつはそんな卑怯なことをするやつではない。それぐらい同期ならわかるだろう。
She's not that kind of cheat like that. As her colleague, you should know that. Huh. I looked towards the familiar voice. Mr. Snell was by my side after hearing all the commotion.
社長
Sir?
彼女の仕事ぶりを見ていれば、それがズルや不正でないことはわかるはずだ。共に仕事をしているお前たちなら、なおさらだろう。
Seeing the way she works, you know she doesn't cut corners. You work with her, so you should know better than anyone. Mr. Snail, he defended me and he also recognized my work. My eyes felt hot. I wanted to cry, but I made two tight fists and held back those tears. Now was not the time to cry.
それより社長、ロミジュリーウェディングの新プランとうちのが被った件はどうされるんですか？
Okay, but even ignoring that, what are we gonna do about our plan? It totally overlaps with Rome and Julie wedding.
そうだな。使えるところは利用して、新プランとして発表するしかあるまい。
Let's see. We'll make use of whatever we can and announce as a new plan.
先日、プレの開催を見てきたが、よくできていた。あれをそのまま発表できないのは残念だが、いくらでもやりようはあるはずだ。
I saw the trial event yesterday and it was well done. It's unfortunate we can't announce it as is, but there are ways around it.
準備はどこまで進んでいる？
How much prep has been done? The ingredients have been ordered, the homepage is done, and we just submitted the final flyer design. The flyer was submitted last night, so they could still be checking the data. That might be able to stop the printing if I call them.
そうか。なら今すぐ印刷を止める連絡をしてくれ。
I see. Then call them and ask them to stop right away. Okay. I nodded and quickly went to call the printer. I explained the situation. Unfortunately, they hadn't started printing yet, so they were able to pause the process. We're able to stop the print.
そうか、よかった。彼女には引き続き企画の練り直しをしてもらう。代わりに皆、業務の協力をしてやってくれ。
That's good. Now focus on rebuilding the project plan, and at this point, I expect everyone here to help her.
これは我が社の15周年記念の新商品でもある。社員全員で作り上げた企画といっても過言ではない。
This is meant to celebrate our 15th year of service. Everyone here has pitched in to make it happen, and I expect that to continue. Mr. Snell looked into each employee's face one by one. Everyone tensed up at his gaze. Mr. Snell's amazing. He was able to change the atmosphere instantly. No one looks dissatisfied. Really, no one. Now is not the time to worry about what's past. Everyone knows that we have to join together and move forward.
それと、すまないが君、ロミジュリーウェディングについて調べておいてくれないか？
You, there, I want you to research Rome and Julie wedding.
なんで企画部の私が？
Huh? But I'm from the planning department.
実はいくつか先方に企画を盗用されたのではないかと疑惑が
There are some suspicions of other clients whose plans have been copied.
君の立てた企画、婚活ツアーバックパッカー編と酷似した新商品が先方から出るという噂だ。
Your plan of matchmaking tour backpackers was also rumored to be announced by them.
社長、私が立てた企画を知っているんですか？
President, you know about the plan I built?
当然だろう。我が社の社員が立てた企画は全てに目を通している。
Of course, I looked through all of the plans drafted by my employees.
とにかく、そういうわけで、ロミジュリーウェディングについて調べてもらいたい。
In any
企画
case,
部の君にこそ頼みた
I
い仕事だ。
want you to research Rome and Julie wedding. This is a job only you can do.
わかりました。
I understand.
それと最近、我が社に向けた根拠のない風評被害も増えた。現在、そちらについても調査を頼んでいる。
This has been increased misinformation campaigns directed at our company recently, and I'm also asking for that to be looked into.
しかし、他社がどうであれ、我が社の理念は変わらない。運命的な出会いから結婚式まで、会員様を君たちの手で幸せに導いてもらいたい。
Our company's mission doesn't change no matter what our competitors do. We must guide our members. Oh no, my voice started to crack. We must guide our members to happiness.
こうした逆境が訪れることは
I guess I'll take a
ま
drink.
だあるだろう。
Goodness gracious.
だが、そんな時こそ皆に団結してもらいたい。頼んだぞ。
There can be many hardships like this, but this is when we must join together. I'm counting on all of you.
はい。
Yes. After hearing Mr. Snell's words, everyone gets back to work, even the colleagues that were glaring at me earlier. Mr. Snell's amazing. He looks at every single one of us and is good at raising motivation. Mr. Snail's a workaholic, the prestigious parasite, but there are things only he can do. Even as the prestige parasite, he still cares about his work as president. He cherishes this company. That's why I can't deny him of that title.
では、私は戻る。みんな、引き続き頼んだ。
I'll be returning
お前には
now.
話がある。
I'll be counting on everyone to do what is necessary. Also, I need to talk to you. Come with me. Yes. He said that in a serious tone, so that made me stand up straight. I was wondering if he was going to get mad at me as I followed him. Oh no. I don't think so. I think he's going to ask you a question though.
それで、新商品の件だが。
So, about the new product. Right.
そんな泣きそうな顔するな。私も企画の練り直しは一緒に考える。だから、大丈夫だ。
Don't look at me like you're about to cry. I'll think with you on revamping the plan. Don't worry. President. He called me with such a stern voice, but he showed me a gentle gaze like he does at home. For the first time, I realized he couldn't show any kindness in front of everyone. My eyes water out of gratitude.
おい。
Hey. Sorry, I shouldn't be crying yet. I have to keep at it. The moment we're alone, I felt so relieved that I couldn't hold the tears back anymore. I really was scared earlier. Everyone suspected me of copying that idea, and I thought I would lose their trust. I wouldn't be able to stay at Cupid Corp. I was dumbfounded because they doubted my efforts until today. I didn't work hard just for some recognition, but I didn't think they would doubt my achievements are cheating. But Mr. Snail came to my aid. He didn't doubt me and even defended me. I felt so relieved then. I'll do my best to revamp the plan. Thank you so much for defending me earlier. I bow and turn around to return to my duties, but he grabs my arm from behind.
そう急ぐな。話があると言っただろ。
No need to rush back. I said I needed to have a word with you. His jacket's hanging up. Was he wearing it? He pulled my arm and held my head in his chest.
それに、あんな奴らに泣き顔を見せるな。泣きたいなら、ここで泣け。
Don't show those people that you're crying. If you want to cry, do it here. But there's no time to cry.
あんなことがあったんだ。我慢するより、泣いた
It's
方が。
better to let it out and cry after what happened.
お前があんな言われもない言葉を投げかけられるとは思ってもみなかった。
I didn't think they'd say those things to you.
正直。
I'm honestly quite shocked.
だから、しばらくここにいろ。あんな話をされた後では戻りづらいだろう。
Just stay here for a while. I'm sure it's hard to go back right away after what they said. But... Oh no, we do get a second CG of this one. I couldn't continue from there. Tears started to flow and I gripped tightly at the hem of his suit. President, thank you for coming for me.
ああ。私もあの場にいられてよかった。
Yeah, I'm glad I happened to be here. We're just looking at her hair. I tried, man. Mr. Snail hesitantly patted me on the head, the gentle way he did that caused more tears to
お前
flow.
は頑張り屋だからな。私から見ればありがたいことだが、同僚からは確かに妬まれることも多いんだろう。
You're a hard worker. I'm thankful for that. But I'm sure that causes some coworkers of yours to become
出る
jealous.
杭は打たれるというやつだ。だがそれはお前のせいではない。人のつまらない習性のせいだ。
The nail that sticks out gets hammered first, they say, but it's not your fault. It's just a foolish tendency of human beings.
私はお前のような社員が我が社にいてくれてよかったと本当に思っている。
I am lucky to have an employee like you in this
お前
company.
には今まで通りでいてもらいたい。
You just continue to be who you
お
are.
前は 変わるな。そのままでいてくれ。
I don't want you to change. Always stay that way for me. I couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Snell warmth caused me to cry out loud. I tried so hard, but no one acknowledged me. Even so, I wanted to continue matchmaking because I am Cupid. My instincts and myself as a human being were in internal conflicts with one another. I had a desire to continue trying hard, but I found out that putting in effort doesn't mean it will be rewarded. No matter how much I cared about the customers, not everyone will trust me. That's what pains me the most. But Mr. Snell's affirmed my existence. He told me not to change. Why is he always able to tell me what I want to hear most?
今は思い切り泣け。
Just cry.
私が
Be by your side.
そばにいる。
President, I have to hurry up and stop crying. Otherwise, I can't move forward. Mr. Snell has work to do, and I'm getting in his way. But right now, I made an excuse and clung on to him. He's the kind of person that answers emails while eating. But right now, he's by my side. Shelby, why are you so kind to me? Because we're cooperating, because we're accomplices, because I'm your employee, or my heart is overflowing with emotions as I continue to cry, though throughout that he continued to pat my head. Did she say that, or was that a thought? This is why I need to know when she's thinking and when she's speaking. A few minutes later, I'd used up a ton of tissues. I'm sorry. Aw, look at her face. I'm sorry for making a scene. Thank you so much.
いや、大丈夫だ。
It's all right. Mr. Snell smiles and returns to his work desk, then opens his computer.
それでは元の企画書を見ながら新プランについて再考しよう。
Let's review the original project plan and rethink a new one. Thank you, but are you sure? How are you doing on time?
これも仕事のうちだろ。それにロミジュリーウェディングには前から迷惑をかけられている。
This is also part of work. We've suffered negative effects from Roman Julie wedding previously as well.
憶測なく疑いたくはなかったが、証拠が出た。調査の結果、私が愛妻家なのは嘘だという記事は、ロミジュリーウェディングが出していると分かった。
Is this convoy, as they translated it differently? Because I know there was a different place called convoy too. We now have proof after investigating. The article stating that me being a devoted husband is a lie came from them. Really?
ああ、残念ながら同業他社の仕業だった。我が社を潰したいと思っているのかもしれない。
Yes.
まさしく、出る杭は打たれるというやつだ。
It came from a competitor in the same industry. They might be trying to put us out of business.
私の家を探っている相手については未だにわからないが、同じである可能性も高いだろう。
I still don't know the details of the ones snooping around my home, but it's highly likely they are the same.
だから今回盗作された件は残念だが、これもあちらの計画通りだろう。産業スパイが潜んでいるのかもしれない。
It's unfortunate that they copied this project, but they probably had this planned out. There could be an industrial spy. Huh? Don't you? It's him. He is the spy. I know who the spy is. I thought of Owen's mumbling and my heart jumped, but Peter's a good person. I don't want to doubt him. But Owen is secretive. But if he was, he can freely enter and leave Mr. Snell's office. He could steal anything if he wanted to.
とにかく今回の件はお前のせいではない。むしろ先方の動きを止められなかった私にも責任がある。
In any case, this incident is not your fault. I'm responsible for not stopping them in time.
だから一緒に打開策を考えよう。いいな。
So let's think of a solution together, understand? Yes, thank you very much. That's right. My role isn't to find the culprit. It's more important to remake this project.
食材はもう発注したと言っていたな。先日食べた料理に使われたもので合っているか？
You said you already ordered the ingredients. Is it the same as the cooking we ate the other day? Yes, so we can change the cooking part.
なるほどな。だが、それさえ変えなければ別の料理でも構わないということだ。先日の食材で他にできそうなことは。
As long as the ingredients are the same, you can make a different dish. What can we make using the same? Let me check the memos I wrote when I built the project. I take out my phone from my pocket looking for ideas that I had previously thought of. Cat, dog, bird, reading, movies, dessert, cooking. There was a list of popular hashtags from Instagram. I wonder if I can combine them. Cooking and animals, it's unsanitary and they could eat it. That was the worst combination. Cooking and desserts, this is weak, it's just dessert making. There's also cooking and reading. How about recreating dishes from stories? I mumble that and notice Mr. Snail look up.
ほう、それはロマンチックでいいな。
That sounds romantic. Really?
ああ、今ある食材を活かせる形で料理を調べてみよう。
Yes, let's look for dishes that can be used with the available ingredients. Mr. Snail searches on his computer for books and cooking. There are lots of articles about famous fairy tales or picture books that recreate food from it. Wow, they look delicious. Gratin, sponge cake. What the heck is gratin? This is the second time I've seen gratin. Stew. There's a picture book illustration that made me all excited. Gratin. Wait, what is that? Is there a Tell Me game listed? I love it. Interview. Preparing for love in the workplace with sympathy kiss. And then right below that, Bring Me the Horizon album ranked. What a lovely collection. Okay. I'm easily distracted. Alright, gratin. Gratin. Oh. Gratin is a culinary technique in which an ingredient is topped with a browned crust, often using breadcrumbs, grated cheese, egg, or butter. The term may be applied to any dish made using this method. Gratin is usually prepared in a shallow dish of some kind. A gratin, am I saying this right? Does that have a thing it tells me? I love it. I love it because I'm like, how do you say that? Like, what is that word? Grat. A gratin is baked or cooked under an overhead grill or broiler. Okay, so it's like broiled. To form a golden crust on top and is often served in a baking dish. It looks like something I've had before, like scallion style though, so I accept gratin. Terminology, I've just never seen it written out, but again, a lot of Atomi games are inspired with French words and French themes, so I'm not surprised. Does not surprise me. Not surprised. All right. Stews. There's a picture book illustrating what they made, making me feel excited. This is nice. If they see the pictures of the bear with the dish, they might feel nostalgic and possibly join the campaign.
確かにいいかもしれないな。我が社のプランに足りなかったのは内向的な方に向けたサービスだ。
This might be a good idea. Our company's plan have been lacking in service for our more introverted customers.
今回の難易度星5もそこが評価されていたはずだ。読書ならば根本的なコンセプトは変わらない。
The 5-star difficulty part was good in that regard. If we're mixing in the reading hobby, the basic concept is still the same.
それに、この絵本を制作しているのは、ちょうどうちも世話になっている結婚雑誌を出している出版社と同じだ。
The producer of this picture book is also someone we have connections with. It's the same publisher as the marriage magazine.
この絵をそのまま使えれば強い。どうだ？この絵本の料理再現で食材はすべてカバーできそうか？
If we can use the pictures as is, it'll be good. Can you cover all the ingredients by recreating this dish in the book? There's shrimp, bay leaves, apples. Yes, I think this will work. There are some ingredients that are off, but we can use that as part of the side menu for what's not in the book.
なら、ひとまずはこの線で進めるとしようか。デザインはやり直しになるが。
For now, we can proceed in this direction. The designs we have will have to be redone though. For that, I'll go send another request to the designer.
そうか。では、時間もあまりないからな。すぐ許可取りするよう広報部に回しておこう。
There's not much time left. I'll talk to the PR team and have them quickly send approval. After saying that, Mr. Snail picks up his phone for an internal line to contact PR.
これでよし。許可取りがうまくいくようひとまず祈ろう。ダメだった時のためにもいくつか案を出しておくか。
That should do it. Let's just pray that the approval will go well. Some other plans should be drafted in case this doesn't work. Yes. From then on, I drafted more points of discussion. Plans for cooking that will look good on Instagram. Plans of eating those dishes while watching a movie. I called a culinary researcher and explained the situation and the change in plans. An hour and a half later, I received a call from PR that we got the approval from the publisher.
Deは、ひとまずこの形で進めよう。企画部や各所への連絡はお前の方でできるな。
Someone just shared. Someone, floof, shared something on the thing and it just popped up. I will be taking a quick pause. I need to go to the restroom. And I'll be right back. My goal is to play for 5 hours, so just as a heads up, I do have 2 more hours that I intend to play about-ish. I might be on a little bit longer depending on how we're progressing in his story. I feel like it's a little slow though. I'm interested to see where it's going, but I feel like the progression of the story itself is just a tiny bit slower than I'm used to. But give me 1 sec, I will be RB. Sorry for taking another break so quickly. The other one was different. I was just moving clothes into the dryer. Alright, 1 sec. Wow. Okay. So I eat a cracker. And I picked it up. And it broke into a bunch of pieces. And then I had to clean it up. Just like the corner, just like, whoop, and then I just had one little tiny piece. Breaking my own heart. I clicked on something. I have a little, so it's a chopstick holder. It lives on my desk. It's a little bunny. And I use it to keep my cords kind of managed a little bit, which is probably funnier. Its actual function. She's doing her best, but I'm wearing the headsets that she also helps hold. Alright. We'll proceed in this format for now. You can relay the information to the planning department and other places, I presume. Yes, of course. I was bawling just earlier, but I already feel much better. My eyes could still be a little swollen, but I should have resolved itself. It should have, oh gosh. It should have resolved itself with time.
いい顔つきだな。では、健闘を祈る。
I did eat a cracker, just a reminder. You look much more dignified now. I wish you luck. Thank you, President. Now, if you'll excuse me, I bow and was about to leave Mr. Snell's office. I then noticed a crumbled up wad of paper on the corner of the room. President, that area is really cluttered. Did something happen?
ああ、それはシュレッダーにかける用の書類入れだな。普段はオーウェンがいっぱいになる前にかけてくれるんだが。
Those are for documents to be shredded. Usually Owen takes care of it before it gets full.
相変わらずプライベートが忙しいようだからな。シュレッダーをかける暇がなかったのだろう。
He's been busy with his private life as of late. He probably didn't have time for that. What about Peter?
それがオーウェンに彼は使えないと言われてな。辞めることになった。
Owen said he's not good enough, so he'll be resigning. What? Really? I thought he said he was really good the other day. I'll shred it for you in his place then. It's dangerous to have so much paper on the floor.
いいのか?
Are you sure? Yeah, it'll be quick. The papers to be shredded are overflowing, so that there could be a chance at some point the documents could get mixed in with that. It's better to put it through the shredder regularly to prevent accidents. That's what I learned when I first joined the company. I crouched down to pick up the documents. After crying and feeling better, I suddenly felt the urge to be playful and read through them. They're to be shredded, my lady. You don't read through them. I'm curious what kind of documents Mr. Snell looks at. There could be some wonderful hints to revamp the plan. That was what I was hoping anyways. Normally I shouldn't be doing this, but at the same time there might not be another chance to do so. Maybe there were some rejected plans in there. I feel conflicted. I don't think you should be going through things that aren't yours. We'll go with flip through the documents. I don't agree with it. I think you should throw it away. Throw it away. Throw it away. Don't touch it. It's not yours. But I'm pretty sure Owen's the bad guy. And maybe we'll realize something if we flip through it. Okay. Curiosity got the better of me, so I folded a piece of paper. There was a mysterious writing scribbled all over it. What is this writing? These are ancient mythological glyphs. Why are they here? The glyphs were used in ancient times by the gods. No one in Celestia uses them anymore, so I can't read them either. What could it be? Now I'm really interested. Why would Mr. Snell's office have something like this? Is there a god nearby? I've heard in mythologies that in ancient times the gods communicated with humans using this. It's not odd for humans to use it. The problem is whether there is someone here that can actually use it. President, aside from Owen and Peter, has there been anyone else entering and leaving your office?
ああ、そういえば最近ラウル・アコニットが来たな。社長役をやるから観察したいと言われた。
Speaking of which, Raoul Aconite came recently. He said he was playing the role of a president, and he wanted to observe me. I see, so it was Raoul. No. Raoul's a mythology enthusiast. He could have jotted the ancient glyphs on a memo, but this memo could belong to Raoul. It was outside of the trash can for the shredder, so he could have just forgotten it here. After thinking about it, I decided to confirm with him before putting it through the shredder. But
これ俺のじゃないよ。
this isn't mine. I contacted Raoul via message. He had him come over. When I showed it to him, he was shocked and he shook his head. It's not.
俺まだ書けるほど解読できてないし。へえ。でも古代神話文字書ける人がいるんだ。ちょっと見せてもらっていい？
I haven't deciphered enough to write it myself. Do you mind if I take a look? Raoul starts reading the glyphs with a very serious look.
神々の宝？もう一度連れ戻す。
Treasure of the gods.
はあ、わかった。これは神々の宝の位置を指し示しているんだよ。
I got it. This talks about the location of the treasure of the gods. What?
これはがぜん興味が出てきたよ。よくこれを俺に見せてくれたね。恩に着るよ。
Not that I'm not interested in your influence, but is this got a bad... Ooh. I could go on to this one by this choice. This is starting to get interesting. I'm happy that you showed this to me. Thank you.
これはとんでもない発見かもしれない。
Actually, it could have been if I shredded
神
it.
が俺たちに宝を授けるためにこの紙を置いていったんだ。
This could be an amazing discovery. The gods must have left this paper behind to bestow the treasures upon us. I don't think that's the case.
でも社長室に置かれていて君はつい気になってこれを取ったんでしょ？ならきっとそうだ。これは神の導きだよ。
But it was left at the president's office and you were interested enough to take it. Not a chip. The gods have guided us together here.
古代神話文字については確か国立図書館に関連する古文書が置かれていたはずだ。次の休みに一緒に行こうよ。
The ancient glyphs can be deciphered with some old books at the National Library. Let's go together on the next break. Sure, I don't mind. I guess it wouldn't be bad to just research it. I'm bothered by the way there's a memo with ancient glyphs at Mr. Snail's office. There could be a hidden problem that needs solving. Cupid Treasure Hunter. Let's see. And this started the ancient mythology glyph investigation with Aconite. At first I only looked into it because I was interested, but the more I looked into mythology with him, the more I got into it. By the time I realized it, I was more focused on deciphering the glyphs. The art of the glyphs are a deep subject. They look similar, but have different meanings. My heart is struck thinking about their motifs. That was my first hobby outside of matchmaking. I feel like it's a search for my own roots. My desires for knowledge is piqued. Aconite is obsessed with the obsessed parasite. When I'm with him, I'm starting to understand why humans grow these obsessions. I don't care about prestige or work anymore. The world has lots of fun stuff like this.
それで、お前はここのところ、ずっと仕事がおろそかになっていたのか。
So that's why you've been slacking off with work. Please don't do this in games. I hate when you make endings that make no sense. It wasn't my intention to be slacking off. It's just that my priorities have changed.
企画の練り直しの方はどうなった？
What happened to rebuilding the project plan? Oh, I left that to a colleague in the planning department. I know that she will do it right. I've suddenly found this new obsession. Would you like to join in the exploration of the island of Crete? Crete? Please look at this. According to this document, this memo is about a holy sword found deep in a cave in the island of Crete.
私には仕事がある。趣味に夢中になって仕事をおろそかにするような真似はしない。地位が大切だからな。
I have work to do. I would never let my work slip in quality by obsessing over some hobby I care about my status. Ah, you're such a square. It'd be fun if you have a hobby or two.
私には必要ない。行くならお前たちだけで行け。
I have no need for it. You can just go on your own if you want. The doorbell of my home rang. Akanite was here to pick me up.
ミラーさん、一緒に宝を探しに行くよ。
Mirror, time to go treasure hunting. Sure, coming. I had took the suitcase I prepared and wore my treasure hunting hat as I waved to the president. Well, I'll be off. I've already applied for paid time off, so I'm off.
行ってしまったか。
She's gone.
彼女なら私と共に仕事に打ち込んでくれると思っていたんだがな。人間、何かに夢中になるとダメだな。
I thought she would share my passion for work. Humans can devolve so quickly if they find an obsession.
私も仕事に夢中になっているからダメなのか。
I suppose I shouldn't be so obsessed about work then.
私も彼女も同じように映っているのだろう。さてと、仕事に戻るか。この地位を守れないような男に価値はない。仕事以外の時間など、1秒でさえも惜しいからな。
It needs to be an internal thing, but he's literally talking to himself when you think about it. Time to get back to work. A man has no value unless he can defend his status. I don't have a second to waste on things outside of work. And this is how my path split from the president. To be blunt, our ratio of work-life balance is too different. He wants prestige in work. I want hobbies and my private life. Humans are creatures that with individual sense of value. They may walk the same path at some point, but there will always be a fork in the road. But I have no regret. We only live once. It's better that you just enjoy it. It's fine to work hard, to show up dad, but now that I found a hobby to obsess over, I can't stop. I'm heading to Greece, deep into a cave in the island of Crete. I'm going there to obtain a holy sword. Finn! Good day?
「ロードするのか？ああ、構わない。どの瞬間でも私は。
Well, I did say, personally, I wouldn't have done it. So, throw it all in the shredder. Wait, I shouldn't be looking at Mr. Snell's documents. I held back my curiosity and desire for mischief and just threw the documents in the shredder. I'll excuse myself now.
お前は今日何時までだ？
Yeah, so what time are you working until today? I'm on the late shift today, so until 11 p.m.
そうか。ちょうど私も23時頃に帰ろうと思っていたところだ。車のところで待ち合わせよ。
Monsieur, you usually work until 1 a.m. I know this. I was thinking of returning home at 11 p.m. too. Let's meet at my car. Thank you. He knows that my commute is longer from the company now, so he says that he will drive me when he has time. But I'm sure he's doing it today out of kindness for me. I was so depressed earlier. His subtle act of consideration makes my heart feel warm. I bow again and left Mr. Snail's office. Shelby's resolve. The day after that passed by quickly. I reworked the new project and switched all of the necessary data. We worked towards the announcement date, even so Mr. Snail and I still promise to eat dinner together once a week no matter what. This is so that we won't forget that we are currently still living as husband and wife. I don't know if I took one of this yet. And then the new plan, cooking, matchmaking, picture book cuisine, was finished. The recruiting period and the date of the event had arrived. Thank you for your applications, and I am the top bridal advisor, Leah Mirror. Cooking, matchmaking, picture book cuisine is based off the picture book food in the famous Cooking with Caillou and Three Snakes. We have received the support of the publisher, and the picture books are on display by the window. In the next room, we will also have another picture book exhibit. I hope you will go and view it after cooking.
わあ、懐かしい。私あの絵本好きだったんだよね。特に蝶々が出てワンピースが青色になるところが。
Wow, this brings me back. I loved that picture book, especially the part where the butterflies came out and turned the dress blue.
本当？俺も好き。
Really? I love that book too.
本当？わあ、嬉しい。あの本読んだことある人なかなかいなくて、話せる人いたらいいなって思ってたの。
Really? Nice. Not a lot of people read that book before, so I'm glad to find someone who did. The participants spoke excitedly about the picture books and seemed to hit it off. Thank goodness, we're off to a good start. I felt relieved as I looked around. I wanted to scan the crowd for non-participants. There's 3 people that aren't joined in the conversation. I have to support them when it's their turn to do the cooking. That is my mission as the bridal advisor. These people are here because they made the choice to, after all. Everyone, your attention please. The culinary expert is here. Reacting to my voice, the culinary researcher arrived. That marked the beginning of the cooking and matchmaking picture book cuisine event. It's finally over. I returned to my office that night and hunched over my desk. Fortunately, the cooking, matchmaking, picture book cuisine event ended with great success. The event was limited to only current Cupid Corps members, but we might be able to start providing it to others as a special service. If they like it, it could increase the Cupid Corp membership. That would allow me to matchmake even more people. I've had a few couples who have later said in an interview that they would like to start dating. I've told the managing advisor so that the couples who were matched will have their status changed to dating. The couples will continue dating for a period of time. If they are compatible, it may lead to marriage. I was happy that I was part of this process.
お疲れ。大変だったわね。
Hey there, it was a lot of work, huh? Oh, you'd have no idea. A mug was placed in front of me. Clarice brought me some coffee. Clarice, I think I'll manage. I got up and drank the coffee Clarice got me. I breathed a sigh of relief.
それで大盛況だったって聞いたわよ。しかも満員だったんだって。
So?
よかったじゃない。
That was a lot more than this is. So how'd it go? I heard it was a success. Good for you. Yeah, thanks, Clarice. Seeing my friend's face made me realize that I completed my job. That sense of accomplishment fills my heart. That was the first time I built and ran a new plan from start to finish. I really did it. It's too bad that the original plan was taken by Rome and Julie wedding though. I really wanted to do that one too. That was the one regret I had while thinking that I sensed someone approaching us.
なかなか頑張ったじゃない。見直したわ。
You did better than I thought. Good job. Wow, nameless other employee. Oh, it's the colleague from the planning department that always antagonizes me. If only I knew her name. But Clary stood between us.
今さら何言いに来たの？
Are you trying to start something? Clarice glares at her with arms crossed. The colleague from the planning department made an awkward expression and glanced towards me.
一応謝りに来たのよ。私、彼女にひどいことばっか言ったから。
I'm here to apologize. I did say terrible
本当に
things to her.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Huh? She apologized to me. My eyes opened wide in surprise and she bowed to me.
罵倒したこと、反省しているの。今回のことがあってよくわかった。あなた、本当に努力してたのね。
I'm sorry I shouted those insults at you. I understand from what happened that this time that you really were a hard worker.
それに、ロミジュリウェディングを調べてわかった。うちの企画がうまくいってるのは、あなたたち、アドバイザーが頑張ってるからだって。
I looked into Rome and Julie wedding and found out some things. Our plans worked well only because you put in the effort as an advisor.
うちと同じプランをやってるのに、ロミジュリウェディングの方は全然うまくいってないの。企画の良し悪しじゃないのよ。
Rome and Julie wedding is doing the same plan as ours, but theirs is not going well at all. It's not a matter of whose plan is better.
企画の仕事に誇りを持ってやってるから、ちょっとムカついたけど。でも、私が一番大人げなかったわ。
Female planning department staff member applauds to you. It's irritating to me because I have lots of pride in my work with planning, but I was being immature about it.
私、あなたに負けないように仕事頑張る。あの時は、ごめんなさい。
I'll work hard at my job so that I won't lose to you. I'm sorry for what I did then. Yeah, but the thing is, the reason you're losing is because you're in a competition solo. You're not on the same wavelength as her. She bows to me once more time. I realized that I was still sitting down. I frantically stood up. It's all right. Thank you for always putting together some wonderful plans. A lot of the customers do love it, so it's always helpful. I hope to continue having the products from the planning department to help guide our customers to marriage. I hold out my hand to shake hers, but then I heard a giant sigh next to me.
ほんとあなたってお人よしね。まあそういう根に持たないところが好きなんだけど。
You're such a softie. Then again, I like how you never hold a grudge.
これでこの子のことが分かったでしょ。妬んでるより一緒に頑張った方がずっと建設的よ。
Now you understand how she is. It's a lot more constructive to cooperate instead of being jealous.
そうみたいね。なんだか自己嫌悪に陥りそう。
Seems like it. I'm starting to hate myself for what I did.
まあ、自分のことばっかり考えてちゃダメだってよくわかったわ。
I now understand I
会
shouldn't
社を守るためには
think only
一緒
about
に頑張ら
myself.
なきゃね。
I have to work together to protect the company. The company. She smiles and shakes my
これか
hand.
らもよろしくね。
I hope we'll continue to work well together. Yes, let's join together. She finally acknowledged me. My heart was filled with warm and fuzzy feelings. I'm not working just to be recognized, but when it does happen, I can get so happy.
じゃあ、私はもう行くから。
I'll be going now. She said that with a hint of bashfulness before leaving after seeing her off. Clarice smiled.
じゃあ、私も仕事に戻るわ。お疲れ。
I need to get back to work. Good luck on everything, Leah. Yeah. Thanks for the coffee, Clarice. Clarice waves at me and then walks off like a model. After seeing both of them off, I felt glad that I can finally get along with my colleagues from the planning department. Until now, I was focused only on doing my own thing. But having connections with others is also important. That is what I have learned as a human. This is something I never would have known as a god. Gods all think that they can do everything on their own. Dad was the epitome of that. Epiphany? No, there's a word. I know the word. The epitome. The epitome of that. I just gotta think it for a second. Speaking of which, I wonder how Dad is doing. Despite how he completely rejected what I wanted to do, there's no sign of him finding me. But that's a little worrying. Auntie messaged me saying that Dad wasn't in Celestia anymore. I haven't seen Mars around Celestia lately. Do you know why that might be? But if Dad was here, I would know immediately. He doesn't look human at all. If Dad finds me, he would forcefully drag me back to Celestia. As of now, there's no sign of that. Oh well. Anyways, I should just... Oh yeah, the new project. It finally ended. I'm now enjoying the feeling of accomplishment that I achieved for the first time. A few of the members I manage said that they found someone nice there too. If this goes well, I could guide them to marriage. From your first encounter to your final vows, that is the mission statement of Cupid Corp. Alright, let's do this. I chug the coffee, turn on my computer. I then hear a familiar sound. Chi? Chi? Oh, Chi, I haven't seen you in a while. It really has been a while since I last saw Chi. I thought he returned to Celestia while I lived with Mr. Snail, but he was still in the human realm. I missed you, Chi. I pet Chi's fluffy body and he fidgets around like he always does. I haven't done this in a while. Wait, what's that? There was something in Chi's mouth. It's a piece of paper, so I took it and opened it up. I was shocked at what I saw. It was a piece of manuscript of the article about Mr. Snail. Shelby's wife finally revealed. There was the title in the article with a big photo. And the one shown there was me. President! Please excuse me. I ran into Mr. Snail's office. Luckily, he didn't have any guests over as he was alone facing his computer.
そんなに慌ててどうしたんだ？新プランの方はうまくいったんだろう？
What's gotten you so worked up? I thought your new project went well. I found this article. What should we do about this? I handed over the half-written article that Chi brought to me. Upon seeing that, Mr. Snail's expression turned serious.
これは一体どこで手に入れた？
This is... Where did you find this? Well, about that. Chi. Chi cries to gesture what he wants to say. He's flying around the shredder so he could have found it there. It was from the trash can for the shredder.
つまり我が社の中に誰か裏切り者がいるということか。いや、とにかく
In other
こちらの方だ
words,
な。
there's a traitor within our company. That means that this must be dealt with first.
これはうちとは付き合いのない出版社の記事か。以前も悪意ある私の記事を書いたところだ。
This is an article from
あ
a
の時随
publisher
分と抗議したものだが。
which we have no connections with. Dude, keep talking. They wrote other malicious articles. I've sent protests.
こちらの言い分など聞きはしないだろうし。
They probably wouldn't listen. Mr. Snail looks at the article in front of him and thinks. He soon stands up and takes his jacket he had hung on the wall.
少し出てくる。
I'm going out for a bit. What are you going to do?
これは私の方で対処する。だが、
I'll deal with this personally.
絶対にお前には迷惑をかけないと。
But I promise this won't affect you. He had a calm gaze over him. I really wonder what he's thinking about. I can't tell what emotion he's feeling from his eyes, but I know that he wants to be considerate towards me about it. That is why it makes me worried. Shelby,
迷惑をかけてすまなかった。
I'm sorry that this happened to
言
you.
ってくる。
I'll be going now. I reach out to him, but I miss. He slips right by me as he leaves his office. I had no idea what Mr. Snell intended to do. Although I'm worried I'm still within my work hours. Oh man. I returned to the office floor to resume my work. I hope Mr. Snell is alright. I'm still worried for him while I work. He's been gone for over an hour, but nothing seems to have happened yet. My shift is almost over. While I couldn't focus very much, I still summarized the concerns and plans for improvement. I pressed the button. Okay, Mr. Snell said that he would deal with it, but I was more worried about Mr. Snell doing something reckless rather than if the article went public. He probably went to the magazine company. I hope he's not starting any trouble. I should have insisted on going with him. I'm not his secretary, so that wouldn't have been possible. I kept thinking about that as I worked. Suddenly, there was a murmur around the floor. What's going on with this? Something must have happened. I stood up, saw Clarice running towards me with a serious expression.
いた！大変大変！社長が緊急会見やってる。社長、奥さんいなかったんだって。
Still got a lot of story left. There's a lot of story left, guys. I'm worried. Leah, this is terrible. The president is doing an emergency press conference. He said that his wife doesn't exist. What? I grabbed Clarice's phone she was showing me to watch the news playing on the screen. It showed Mr. Snell in the middle of a press conference.
以上の理由から事実を公表できずにおりました。結果、多くの方を欺くことになり、誠に申し訳ございませんでした。
How are business conditions? News 1 to 10. Not what? Hastily called press conference Mr. Shelby Snail. Lost York Hot News Special. Globalization. Affluent. Wealthy. Money-eyed. Parasite? Question mark. Reporter. Miss Sandy Dawn. I guess. And that's the reason why I could not make the fact public until now. I'm terribly sorry for deceiving many people as a result. Clap, 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 clap.
ひどいじゃないですか。我々はずっと信じていたんですよ。嘘をついて、両親は痛まなかったんですか?
How a reporter would reply. Reporters are supposed to keep their opinions unbiased. That's terrible. We trusted you. Doesn't it hurt your conscience for lying to us?
本当に申し訳なく思っております。ご批判は真摯に受け止め、誠心誠意を持って謝罪していく所存です。
And I'm sorry for it. I will seriously consider your reprimands and will apologize for it.
私が愛妻家であることを信じ、そこに安心感を覚えて我が社を選んでくれた会員の皆様には深く謝罪をいたします。
There are many members of my company that were assured by believing that I was a devoted husband. To them, I deeply apologize.
では、会員の方への安心感を優先させて公表を控えていたということでしょうか。
So you are prioritizing the feelings of security of your members and refrained from publicizing it.
はい。
Yes.
嘘をついてまで安心感を出したいと思っていたんですか?
You really believe you provided a sense of security through lies?
はい。多くの方に安心して婚活に集中してもらいたいと思い、公表を控えておりました。
Yes. I wanted everyone to be assured and focused on the matchmaking. That is why I refrained from publicizing it.
ですが、欺き続けることは誠意のないことです。
Continuing this lie
私の独断で
is
公
lacking
表す
in
ることを決め
sincerity.
ました。
That is why I have decided on my own accord to make public now.
今更になって公表された理由は何かおありなのでしょうか?
What is your reason for deciding to publicize it now?
私が 秘密裏に婚活を始めた際、一生懸命対応してくれたスタッフがいたからです。
Because I had a staff member that tried her hardest in helping me through matchmaking in secret.
私が未婚であることを公表してはいけないと、とても懸命に私の婚活をサポートしてくれました。
The staff.
そんなスタッフの心遣いに何度も救われました。
Got it. That staff knew that my unmarried status must be kept secret. As she provided support, her consideration was like salvation for me.
ですが、真摯に対応するそのスタッフを見て、これ以上嘘を重ねてはいけないと思いました。
However, seeing the sincerity of that staff member, I figured I cannot continue to live a lie.
我が社のスタッフを思えば、公表すべきではない。そう考えたこともありましたが、それでは、会員の皆様を裏切り続けることになる。
I thought that this should not be publicized, but that would be betraying the members.
本来であれば、誤解が生じた際にすぐに否定をすべきでした。これはすべて、それをできなかった私の心の弱さが招いた事態です。
Stop it, Shelby. I would have quickly denied these misunderstandings, but I wasn't able to due to the weakness of my heart.
すべて、私の責任です。誠に、
This is all my
申し訳
responsibility.
ございませんでした。
I'm terribly sorry. I watched the president on the news bowing deeply. I was dumbfounded at the sight of him. What should I do? This is my fault. It's because they took that photo of me. He decided to do this to stop that article from publicizing. Clarice, what should I do? There's going to be a lot of people contacting us about this. It'll be all over the internet too.
って私も思ってたんだけれど、意外とみんな冷静ね。
That's what I thought too, but everyone seems strangely calm about it. Huh? Clarice points to the customer support service section of the same floor. Everyone was calmly dealing with the calls. It's true the calls are coming in nonstop, but everyone was dealing with it calmly. From the answers that I'm hearing, it's seeming that it was all prepared beforehand.
あの様子だと、あの課の人たちにはすでに聞かされてたみたいね。
Looks like they already heard about it.
ウェブ班も落ち着いてるわね。ネットは多分炎上してると思うけど。
The web team are also calm about it. I thought there would be lots of insults thrown online. It's true that the people around us dealing with the matter on the phones and email calmly. It seems that the only ones that weren't told about it were the people revolving around PR like us.
まあ、ちゃんと対応した上で発表すると決めたならいいんじゃない？
If this is done with the proper preparation before announcing, I guess it's fine. How did he prepare all of this in such a short time? Could it be that he had been prepared to announce it for a while? He was just holding back on the timing. I must have been the one last push that made him do it.
ちょっとこれどういうことですか？
What's going on here? I heard shouting that brought me to my senses.
なんで秘書のあなたがこれを防げなかったんですか？
You're the secretary. Why couldn't you prevented this?
ですが、私もこの話は聞かされていなくて。
But I was not told about this at all.
そんなわけないでしょ。せっかく私がここまでこの会社が有名になるよう愛妻家として売ってきたのに。
That's not possible. I did all the work to make this company famous by selling him as a devoted husband.
今までの努力が全部水の泡ですよ。責任取ってくれるんでしょうね。
You just ruined all my work until now. How are you going to take responsibility for this? You take responsibility. Duff. It's Anthony Duff of the advertising agency. He took advantage of a live broadcast and advertised Mr. Snail as a devoted husband. He is Mr. Snell's upperclassman from college, and he is with the advertising agency the company uses. He was the one who told Mr. Snell to lie. There are things I don't agree with, but now is not the time to be fighting. Mr. Duff, excuse me, I'm sorry, but we really were not told of the current issue. We're as surprised as you are for the press conference. We'll contact Mr. Snail as soon as he returns, so for today, please leave. I tried to tactfully tell him that. Duff glared at me with a look of irritation, but he realized that it was useless to keep talking to Owen.
わかりました。また明日、改めて来ますので、スネイル君にはちゃんと説明してもらいますからね。
I understand. I will come again tomorrow. I will have Snail explain himself. Duff then glared at Owen and left.
すみません。ありがとうございました。
I'm sorry. Thank you for that. It's alright, but you really weren't told about it?
はい。ちょうど出ていたので。
I was out at the time. Owen then frowned and put his head between his hands. Are you alright?
はい。最近寝不足で、ちょっと頭痛がしただけです。
Are you being, possessed? I've been lacking in sleep recently, so I've been having these headaches.
これは怒られるな。では、私は用があるので、失礼いたします。
Hello, Jay. I'm gonna get yelled at again. I have some business to tend to, so I must excuse myself. How are you? Are you done with work? At work? Yelled at? I was about to ask by who, but Owen had this glassy look in his eyes as he walked away. His footsteps appeared unstable. Owen must really be shocked at the press conference. Anyone would be shocked if they saw that all of a sudden. I felt like I was being crushed under the weight of my worries as I looked towards the section still dealing with customers. There is nothing I can do here, but I still racked my brain to think about what I can. I'm home. In the end, there was nothing I could do. I quietly left when my shift was over. At work, it's lunchtime for me. Nice. I ate a cookie earlier, but I am hungry. I ate the cookie so I wouldn't be so hungry, though. And then I tried to eat a cracker and it broke in a billion pieces, and so that just ruined my life, too. There was no one at home. Mr. Snell still was not back yet. What about Chi? Is Chi here? After that press conference, I'm sure he's dealing with stuff related to that. Shelby. I call out his name just to be sure and look around the house. He is not here. Where could he have gone? I thought about the press conference in the evening and it made me worried. Let me try to call him. Right at that time, my phone rang, but it wasn't from Mr. Snell, it was from Owen. Hello, this is Mir.
すみません。社長がどこへ行ったか知りませんか?
I'm sorry for calling. Do you happen to know where Mr. Snell went? Huh? Did something happen?
それが、実はあの会見の後から社長と連絡が取れないんです。
I can't seem to contact him after that press conference. Maybe he went home. He's at his apartment. And then, Owen and I decided to split up and look for Mr. Snell all around Lost York. He's not here either. There's a diner, cafe, welcome cafe. I don't know if I've seen this one before. It's confusing. Their scenes are very bright. Not here either. Owen is looking through all the floors of the office. I'm going around town where Mr. Snell might be as I head towards the office. I can't seem to find Mr. Snell anywhere. What's up with that statue? Is that Hercule? What's that guy doing there? I don't even know much about him. Where would he want to go alone? The more I thought, the more I realized I know nothing. We've lived together for so long. We're nothing but a fake couple after all, a fake marriage. We lived together, but we're still strangers, even though the life there was fun. It was nothing more than a business relationship, just like in Full House, the Korean manhwa that was turned into a Korean drama. But Mr. Snail, Shelby, was by my side when I needed someone. When I couldn't cry by myself, he created a place where I could cry. I thought I shouldn't cry, but he told me I should. He affirmed to me what others had denied. That's why I wanted to go to his side. He could be suffering all alone right now. I want to tell him that it's not his fault. It may be empty words, but I still want to be by his side. Shelby, please tell me, where could you be? Did you try calling him?
飲むのは大抵バーでだ。
Bars? We're going to a bar. I remember those words he said in a conversation. That's right. He said he drinks at a bar when he wants to relax alone. I've researched the bars of Lost York and started looking through them. Shabby. I managed to find Shelby drinking alone at a certain bar. It's a bar called Loneliness. Shelby! I contacted Owen, telling him that I found him. I then ran to Mr. Snail at the counter. When I approached him, I could tell that he had been drinking for a while. He smelled of alcohol and was in a state I'd never seen before. I've been looking all over for you, Shelby. Are you all right? I sat next to him and ordered a drink as I peered into his face. He finally looked up after a while.
Oh my god.
Leah. He seemed drunk as his gaze was slow, but for some reason he smiled.
こんなところに来て
What brings you
どう
here?
したんだ?
He shakes his glass and laughs in a troubled way as if it were nothing. He's putting on a facade, I could tell that, so I placed my hand over his. I did that to share my warmth with him. I'm the only one here. You don't have to force yourself to smile. His gaze wavered. Ooh. Mr. Snail looked down at his glass with whiskey in it and laughed timidly.
すまない。
I'm sorry. He only said that as he takes another sip of alcohol. The drink I ordered arrived then, so I took that in hand. I did previously offer to drink with you if you wanted someone to keep you company.
そうだったな。
That's right. We clinked our glasses lightly and started drinking together. We drank in silence for a little while before Mr. Snail started to mumble.
会見を見たのか?
Did you see the press conference? Yes. I saw it at the office with everyone.
そうか。
Right.
今日のはさすがに答えたな。
Today was a long day. He whispered that very, very softly. Mr. Snail then placed his hand on mine as if to ask for help. In times like this, anyone would desire human warmth. That's why I quietly held his hand back.
お前に相談せずに公表して。
It's not something friends do, just to be clear.
だが、一刻を争う事態だったからな。あの写真が出回る前に独身だと伝える必要があった。
I'm sorry for announcing that without talking to you about it, but time was of the essence then. I had to announce it before the photo went public.
私の会見であの記事自体の価値がなくなった。奴らの目論見を未然に防ぐことができたんだ。
With that press
代わり
conference,
に会見のことが記事になるだろうがな。
that article is now worthless. Their plot has been stopped, but in exchange, my press conference will be written about. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, it's because I let them take a photo of me.
いや、あれはきっかけに過ぎない。
No, that was just the trigger.
いつか公開しようと準備は進めていたん
I'd
だ。
prepared for this announcement for a while.
むしろ私の方こそすまなかった。
I should be the one to apologize.
あれだけ協力してもらったのに。
You did all that to help me. Mr. Snail sounds so weak, it's much different from his usual self. Right. It's a little unfortunate. It's alright. I had a lot of fun. We'll have to redo the contract. We'll have to redo the contract. I say that jokingly. I wanted to get Mr. Snell to laugh, but...
ああ、そうだな。帰ったら取り掛かろう。
I'll get right on it after returning. His response, weakly making me regret my choice of words. He's not getting the joke. He's truly depressed right now because I found that out. I turned to Mr. Snell once more. Shelby, you told me the other day it's better to cry rather than holding it in. You told me I can cry because you're by my side. I was saved by those words. It's my turn to help you. We're still sitting at the counter. I turn to Mr. Snell. I open my arms to urge him to come to me. I'll lend you my shoulder or my arm. You've fought together all this time. Please don't put on a facade in front of me. It's okay to cry. Please show me more of your emotions. Mr. Snell's gaze wavers. Right. He closes his eyes and takes a few deep breaths. After a while, he looks towards me while still filled with sadness.
じゃあ、お前の肩を借りていいか?
We're gonna go back. Yeah, we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. Wait, hang on, Mr. Snail. We're gonna go back. I feel like I should try again. He didn't seem to like that. I had a lot of fun. It's alright. It may be strange for me to say this, but I had a lot of fun playing the role of your wife. How are you liking Cupid Para? Okay. I enjoy the fact that it's more... She is Cupid and there is Greek mythology. We're fine with that. It's more realistic in story tones. However, it feels a little slow and I think it kind of makes it feel like it's... The pacing is kind of slow. Where's the braid you planned? I tried it one day and my hair was so flat. The other thing is I got these earbuds because I have a desk mic. Hang on, I can show it all. I have a desk mic. Ooh, it's a siren. I was going to try using that going forward. And so we bought these cute earbuds so I can do my hair. But the cord was too short for me to feel comfortable because I can feel it pulling the entire time it's plugged in, which means if I move too fast, I'm going to regret my life choices. So we got an extender recently. And once next week, we're going to see if I can get it to work. I might have a Friday stream, but I don't think I'm going to have it set up by Friday. But next week, we'll see if I can get the braid in my hair for my next streams. But when I did it, it looked bad. I kept redoing it, and I'm like, man, I did it when my sister had already left for work. I should have had her do it because she does French braids, so she probably could have done it just fine. I failed. I failed miserably. Hello, Sleazy. Yeah, I did not do a good job. It'll come. It's gonna come together. I got the pink hair. I got that far. And because my hair has been dyed so many times and bleached so many times, the tips are a little bit lighter and the tip of her hair is blue. So it's like I did it intentionally, even though it's not intentional. I'll be alright. It may be strange for me to say this, but I had a lot of fun playing the role as your wife.
本当か?
Really? Love your pink hair. Love pink, black, and gold. I'll never do black hair because it's so hard to get out. Gold could be fun though. Really? Yes. I replied with energy and Mr. Snell smiled slightly at me. I hear the ice in his glass circling about. He takes another sip of whiskey and faces forward again, looking far out into the distance. You already have the bangs, you look like her. Honestly, I think it's the bangs that maybe go, I could do this. And my hair is a little like, it matches my chair, but her hair is more like a babe. My hair is too light when I bleach it now, that when you put in the colors, it comes a little weird. So I thought I picked one that matched hers, but this is not the first time I bleached my hair and then dyed it and it turned out the wrong shade. When I buy pastels, they turn out very vibrant. I hear the ice in his glass circle about. He takes another sip of his whiskey and faces forward, looking far into the distance.
そうか。私も楽しかった。
I enjoyed it too. I got the right answer.
妻が言う生活はこんなものなのかと知れて。
This is just my pride cardigan. I don't know. I have a blue cardigan, which I was going to wear for the blue that his colors are matching. But it had a bunch of stains on the sleeves. I don't even know what I was doing that caused the stains, but I know they were soaked into the fabric. So sadly, I don't have a blue cardigan anymore. I want to get a bunch of shrugs because I always fidget in here, and it's because like my cardigan gets caught underneath me when I'm sitting. So I want to get shrugs so they're not all the way down on my bodies. And I want to do it in rainbow colors because I like to match the colors of the vibes of the boys. So we're going to get it. It allowed me to learn what life is like with a wife. Thinking about and learning things together was fun.
お前と共にいて一つのことと戦って一人でないことはこんなに心強いのかと思った。
We would fight alongside one another to achieve a goal together. I never knew that it would feel so reassuring when you're not alone. I was really planning to play along, but I can't seem to get into the mood to play the game right now. I'm only thinking about Sympathy Kiss. I'm pretty excited for Sympathy Kiss, so I feel that. I'm gearing up for it. There are so many characters in Sympathy Kiss. We could just go gush about Sympathy's Kiss again, but I probably shouldn't. I'm très excited for Sympathy Kiss. I know there's not really a face for the MC in that one, but I'm going to figure something out. We're gonna do some cute looks. Actually, oh gosh, hang on. Just a Cutie. It says Floof on her Discord. Posted a 2024 Switchitomi release that was created in a different Discord. And now I have a list of all the coming soon things, and it hurts my feelings. But for this month, we've got Sympathy Kiss on the 27th and Matsuri-ka no Kei on the 29th. March says Haku o Uki Yuji Roku. I don't know what that is. And then April, Tenkoku Struggle. And then Urakara no Yukururo no Nia. I'm gonna butcher names. Get ready. I'm good at butchering names. But yeah, this is a lovely list to help me plan my year. Autumn, Verce Evermore. And then it just says 2024 with no actual dates. There's so many in that list. It's hurting me. There's gonna be a Steam Prison Part 2. And then Haku Oki is coming to the Switch. I still don't know if the one I have that I bought for a PS3 that I don't own is a different version than the one coming to the Switch. If it's different, great. If it's not, oh no. I need to look up Vampire Hunter. That sounds exciting. But yeah, I'm pretty stoked about this lovely list. It's a mix of Japanese and English releases, which is fine. Sometimes they do the English ports, which makes it nice. Like the Fairy Tale one that I want, that one never had a physical release in the US, but they just did like an English thing. And that's okay. I think the way this is written is anything that is white, because it's a post, the picture has different colors. Anything highlighted in white is English, and anything highlighted in kind of like a grayish pink means it's not English, based on what I can tell from the little things I know. From the things I understand. And then we have Cupid Parasite the fan disc coming out, which is why we're playing this one this month. I'm hoping for the best. My goal is to finish this by the 27th, by the way, because I want to be ready for Sympathy Kiss. Yay! Sympathy Kiss. Let's go. I might do a 12-hour stream for that one. Let me double check. What day is that? That is Friday, right? Or is it Tuesday? If it's Tuesday, my life is good. Because I'm usually off on a Tuesday. Let's see. Yeah, that's a Tuesday. So I'll probably be off, which is great. For the streaming. Haha, I could do a whole day of Sympathy Kiss. I'll go get it ASAP and then play it forever. We would fight alongside one. I'm distracted by Sympathy Kiss. Look what you've done to me, she said in tears. We would fight alongside one another to achieve a goal together. I never knew that would feel so reassuring when you're not alone.
お前がそばにいてくれたから決心がついたんだ。
Having you by my side allowed me to make my decision, to tell everyone.
嘘などに頼って
Blame yourself.
私は上を目指したくなどない。そんなものに頼っていてはいつまでも一人前になれない。
You have 3 weeks to try to finish it before March. Well, if my goal is to finish it by the 27th, I have another calendar actually on my computer. I don't know why I didn't think of this one. Because it's not loading. That's why. Please, calendar on my desktop, load. I would have, since I usually just stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I would have 6 streams to finish this. All right, I might do some Friday streams just to get it there. Call in sick for a day. You know, we'll get it there. I don't want to continue aiming for the top while living a lie. Relying on that would never allow me to be a man.
だから今回の件を
I mean, I could do
私は後悔はしていない。
a 12-hour Sympathy Kiss stream on its launch day, even if I'm not done with Cupid Parasite, and then finish Cupid Parasite. We'll see. We'll see. Or I could turn Cupid Parasite into Friday streams if it doesn't get... We'll see. We'll see. I want to play Sympathy Kiss. That's why I don't regret my decision. I'll be fine. He said he's fine, but he doesn't sound it. He's putting on a front again because I knew that. I gripped Mr. Snail's hand tightly. Shelby, you told me the other day it's better to cry rather than holding it in. We've already read this. I was saved by those words. We read this, but we picked a different choice. I open my arms. I'll lend you my shoulder. It's okay. Mr. Snell's gaze wavers.
そうだな。
Right. He closes his eyes and takes a few deep breaths. After a while, he looks towards me while still filled with sadness.
じゃあお前の肩を借りていいか。
Then I may need a shoulder to lean on. Do you
寄り
mind?
かかりたい。
Do you think you'll receive the game on release day to play it? That's a lovely question. I ordered mine from a game store. And sometimes they don't come on time. I hope so, though. It wouldn't be the first time it didn't come on release day. Just the sad news. So I'm hoping. I have my fingers crossed. I may need your shoulder to lean on. Do you mind? Not at all. I'm hoping. I'm so hopeful. I mean, I don't want to buy a bunch of digital games. The thing is, I like physical. I like holding it in my hands. I like having it. I also enjoy having it because if I decide to get rid of it later, I get something back, and I don't do that with digital. There is exceptions. I bought Cupid Parasite for $17 on sale. That was half the price it sells physically. Wait, maybe even more. And there's no way I would get that much if I traded it in, like $17. So I'm fine with that exchange. Same with Bushida Hana. I got that one as well for $17 when it went on sale. Because again, the physical version is about $40. So it's about half off. Makes me feel better. Didn't spend as much money. Don't have the physical case. Can't reference it whenever I want to like I usually do. But I'm gonna make it work. Not at all. Does yours guarantee to arrive on the release date since you pre-ordered it from the website? I'm actually curious about that. I nod and Mr. Snail puts his head on my shoulder. Here's my CG I've been waiting for. Oh. I'm not sure. My logic is if I'm buying it at full price, why not get the physical to have something to hold? Exactly. Which is why, like I said, I bought this one because it was on sale. Perfect. I'm still on the fence about Radiant Tail. I really want to play Radiant Tail, and then they announced the fan disc, which hurts my soul. Because I think everybody in Radiant Tail looks gorgeous. But I'm hoping I can get it on sale and play it. The warmth of my shoulder made my heart jump, but I felt happier that he was relying on me. I patted him on the shoulder. He gave me a place where I could cry. This time, I want to be the person he can rely on.
なあ、私は間違って
Leah, was I wrong? I also plan on having a long stream on Valentine's Day. I have to work that day, but I don't have to go until later than usual, so plan on starting early and staying up late. I got free shipping, so I don't think it'll be early. Sometimes, for certain games, they'll ship it the day before release to give it a head start, like so, because they know it's not going to arrive on fast. I don't know what the right word is.
ずっと地位を守ることだけを考えて
We can check the website. I don't mind checking websites. Let's find out. What does it say?
人としての道を外してまで地位を守りたいとは思えなかった。
As he finally realized his title chasing is not a good thing. I've lived my life defending my prestige, but I would never do that at the expense of others.
だが、それで人に見放されるのが怖い。地位のない私になど、誰も興味を持たないのではないかと。
That web browser was big. I love how I have my computer, how you have your lovely is set to night mode. But when it first loads up, it's full screen and I'm upset with them. Limited edition. It's like I've searched it before. But I'm afraid of being forsaken by people. I keep thinking that no one would be interested in me without my prestige. That's a problem. Release date is 2/27. Usually it has something listed about. Did you order it directly from their website? Or a different website? We're Googling things. We're gonna find an answer. Let's see, does it say anything about pre-orders? I can pretend to add it to a cart. Do I want to add something? Like a cute keychain? No, thank you. You're distracting me. It says I have 3 things on my shopping cart. I just got here. Sympathy Fit Kiss trading cards. Oh my god, do I want to buy from here? What's happening? I want trading cards. Did you get trading cards with yours? Calculate, ground. Oh, that doesn't help. I'm trying just to pretend to order it just to see what it says, like for shipping, but I literally don't see anything about the shipping details. It just says standard is free, and then ground is 3 business days, but it doesn't say anything about their shipping policy. Because I'm used to certain places where when you're pre-ordering something, it gives you, it ships it before it releases, and that way it has a higher chance of arriving before release date. So like for an example, it'd ship on Monday, and that way if it's like a few days shipping, then you'll get it by like Friday, even if it's out on Tuesday. Things like that. Or they might ship it on Friday, and that way it's in transit like for 2 days. So that happens sometimes. I never heard him speak with such a weak tone before. I was getting an update, sorry. He had never leaned on anyone before, but now he's doing it in front of me. Yeah, so I don't know if some of these gifts are gonna arrive early or not. There's no notes about their shipping on here. Which hurts my feelings, I might add. But I can look at the boys again. It's great. I enjoy that she has a full character bio, but no face. He was never leaned on anyone before, but now he's doing that in front of me. The prestige parasite Shelby Snail. He's a parasite of status, making me realize how big of a decision it was this time. Despite that, he still chose to announce it. This is probably to protect me. I wrap my arm behind him to embrace his head. That's not true. Even without your prestige, at the very least, I still want to be of help to you, Shelby. I know that you're always sincere and earnest towards work. That makes me want to help you.
So, なのか?
Is that true? This feels like the end, doesn't it? Yes. Even if it's for the company, had it not been you, I wouldn't have accepted the offer. I knew that you wouldn't do something I hated, and that we can do this for the company. That made me willing to cooperate. You did this not just for prestige, but for employees. I could believe that you cared deeply for us. That's why I believed in you. Mr. Snail's throat seemed to quiver. The weight he placed on my shoulder became heavier. President, you've misunderstood one thing. You may not have noticed, but there are many people who respect your whole being. During the incident with the stolen product idea, everyone was moved by your words. That wouldn't have been possible unless they trusted you. At the press conference, some were surprised, but no one complained. Everyone worked hard to protect the company. I feel the same way. You always do what was just. This is why all of the employees want to be of help to you. We're not afraid. We're not after your prestige. Please believe in us. Thank you. It was a whimper that came from the deep within. Even now, he is holding back tears because I knew that I caressed his hair. You won't cry for me?
男が女の前で泣けるか?
A man can't cry in front of a woman. How rude. I wouldn't mind.
私が気にするんだ.
I mind. He's so stubborn. He's protected his status all alone, so he may have forgotten how to cry in front of people. I hope that he will cry in front of me someday. I continue to caress his hair while thinking that. I heard a message arrive on Mr. Snail's phone that was on the counter. I look at his phone and see the first line of the message on the lock screen. I couldn't help but smile. I patted Mr. Snail on the back after that. Shelby, take a look. You have an email from everyone.
メール?
Email? He sluggishly looks up at me. I held his phone in front of his face. On the lock screen, there were many words of encouragement. They were all from the company presidents I've met before. See? Everyone's worried about you. They're thanking you for being honest about it. He takes the phone and opens the message. His mailbox is filled with many other emails. Thank you for telling us. I'm sorry for cornering you like that. I hope to continue our business relationship. Messages of those kinds were overflowing from his mailbox. Only in fiction. It seemed that he had sent the details of the press conference to the other presidents beforehand. It's just like Mr. Snail to be so dutiful about it. That's probably why everyone was willing to help him. It's thanks to your good character, President. He closed his lips tightly and tried to hold back tears again. Mr. Snail looked through his phone screen while drinking down the rest of his whiskey. Oh, whiskey. Nice, nice. I just drink vodka. We're on another chapter. The sun always rises. And from there, I couldn't leave Mr. Snail here drunk. I returned with him to Parasite House. Shelby, I brought you some water. I'm coming inside. I entered the room and Mr. Snail was already asleep. He was completely out of balance while drunk earlier, but he's already changed out of his clothes. He's so proper even in times like this. Mr. Snail had lived alone all along, so he must be used to not relying on others. I sit next to Mr. Snail on his bed and stare at his sleeping face. He appears much more cherubic than when he's sleeping. Speaking of which, what's going to happen now? Now that he announced he's single, there's no need for me to pretend to be his wife, meaning I don't have to be in this house anymore. But for some reason, it was difficult for me to call it over from my end. I don't know why. Because I didn't want to leave Mr. Snail alone. Is he going to pull you into bed and snuggle with you while he's asleep and it's okay because he's asleep and it's just snuggles? Or because I've grown fond of his life? This life? I don't really know, but if I still want to be here, I could remain silent about it for now. If something were to happen, Mr. Snail would say something. I left a cup of water by the bed. Good night, Shelby. Right now, I want him to sleep and get some rest. Starting tomorrow would surely be another day of hard work. I combed through his disheveled bangs and kissed his forehead like how a mother would to her child in the movies. I went to my own room so that I could sleep early too.
今のは反則だろう。
That was not fair. I put my hand on my forehead where she kissed me inside. I woke up to the sound of her saying goodnight to me. Right when she kisses me on the forehead, I froze up in surprise, but she left the room without realizing I had woken up. What she did cannot be ignored. I remained confused while allowing my body to sink further into my bed. After returning from the bar, I couldn't maintain my balance. I remember her helping me along the way. I didn't have the intention to drink that much, but I felt at ease when I was with her, and I ended up drinking more than I should. This was the first time it had happened. There never was a time I would drink until I lost my memory. Now that my drunkenness had somewhat subdued, I started to feel embarrassed. It's the first time I complained so much to someone, and yet she stayed by my side without changing her attitude. I looked at the side of my bed and see a cup with water that she brought that wouldn't be here if I were not living with someone. An agitated sigh comes out of me. I'm irritated because my emotions have gone to a place I couldn't control. It's gotten past the point of no return. Oh, all right. We're quoting Phantom of the Opera. Let's go. I either have to give up or just bite the bullet. Those are the only two choices. I get up and drink the water she brought me. Tomorrow I will return back to a truly single state. I wonder if she realizes that. But I couldn't be the one to tell her to end this life. What to do? In any case, I should go to sleep for today. I finish the water and put down the cup on the side of the bed, then I remember the letter.
そうだ。これを何とかしないとな。
That's right, I have to do something about this letter. Ah! This was a personal letter sent to me. It was an invitation to my middle school reunion.
ミドルスクールの人間には卒業してから会っていないが。
I haven't met my classmates of middle school since graduating. I thought about whether to attend or not. After a while, I heard the sounds of a shower running downstairs. She must be taking a bath. Right when I realized that my cheeks become heated, I told myself it was the alcohol doing that.
何を想像しているんだ
What
私
am
は
I imagining? Oh my stars. It's probably better that I go to sleep. I can't think clearly enough to make decisions because of alcohol. I put the letter at the side of my bed and lay down. I close my eyes and try my best to sleep. We're just here confusing boys. The next morning, I get up and went to the living room and see Mr. Snail already there. Good morning, Shelby.
ああおはようよく眠れたか
Good morning. Did you sleep well? Yes. I see that Mr. Snail's making breakfast again. The bacon smells nice, causing me to feel hungry. Something about this is making me happy. He's not playing the devoted husband role, but he's still making breakfast for us. Or is he? He didn't go back to his jelly drink life. That by itself made me happy. When I noticed that the TV was on, he usually keeps it off. I'm sure he turned it on to watch the news. Could it be that he's still worried about the press conference from last night? I hope there aren't any bad comments. I look at the TV and they were just starting to report on the press conference yesterday.
One night has passed since Shelby Snail, the president of Cupid Corporation, announced that he is actually single. The announcement by Mr. Snail, who was famous for being a great husband, has caused widespread repercussions, and this just in. Mr. James, a commentator for a program that once fueled the hot topic of Mr. Snail being a great husband, has begun an emergency press conference. Well, it seems we have a live relay. We now bring you the broadcast from Mr. James' press conference.
Why?
はい。こちら、ジェームズ氏の緊急会見です。今、ちょうど登場されました。
Yes, we're at the emergency press conference for Mr. James. He has just appeared.
こんにちは、ジェームズです。昨日のスネイル氏の会見を受けまして、私も事実をお伝えしたく会見を開くことにしました。
Hello, my name is James. After seeing Mr. Snail's press conference, I would also like to hold this announcement.
まず、一番にお話ししたいことなんですが、あの4年前の会見は自分の早とちりで進んだものだったんです。
The first thing I must say is that press conference from 4 years ago was caused by my own misunderstanding that took a life of its own.
昨日の会見を見た後、慌てて4年前の放送の録画を見直したのですが、彼は一言も結婚してるとは言っていませんでした。
After that press conference, I rewatched the recording of broadcast from 4 years ago and he never said a word about being married.
CC の社長だから結婚しているに違いないと私が勘違いしていたせいで真実を言い出しづらかったのだと思います。
I assumed and jumped to conclusions that Mr. Snail of Cupid Corps was married. I believe because I made that mistake, it was difficult to say the truth.
ですので、世間の皆様はどうか彼を責めずにいただきたい。私のせいで嘘をつかせてしまったのですから。
I hope everyone will not place the blame on him. I was the one who forced him to lie.
昨日の会見もそうでしたが、スネイルさんはすごく誠実でまっすぐな人です。
The same applies for the press conference yesterday. Snell is very sincere and an earnest person.
嘘をつき続けていたことも、会員の皆様の幸せを優先にしてきたからだと思います。
I was going to scoot back. He continued this lie for the sake of for the happiness of his members.
彼は自分の幸せよりも社員や会員様の幸せを願っている人です。一度仕事でご一緒しただけですが、よくわかります。
He is the kind that wishes for the happiness of his employees and members over his own. I've worked with him only once, but I can tell that much.
ですから、そんな彼が独身だと分かったのはチャンスかもしれませんよ。
So now that you know he's single, now's your chance.
婚活中の女性はぜひアタックしてはどうでしょう。私は
He really
彼
wasn't
の
looking.
婚
He just
活を
wanted to make the lie
応
true.
援したいと思っております。
For women who are looking for a husband, now's your time. I would like to support his goal in finding love. We stopped eating breakfast with our eyes glued on the TV. We then looked towards each other.
こんなことがあるんだな。
I guess these things really do happen. I guess it's thanks to all your good character. I smiled, and Mr. Snell gaze seemed to waver. I think there were some tears welling up in his eyes. But he shook his head and then made a dignified expression.
いや、彼の人柄のおかげだ。だが、彼にもらったチャンスを無駄にしないよう、今日も誠意を持って仕事をするとしよう。
No, it's all thanks to him. Let's not waste this chance he provided us. I will continue my work with sincerity. Yes. We rile ourselves up and also picked up our forks to resume eating breakfast. Our movements are in unison, so we looked at each other and laughed. Aw, what a cute couple. This feels very like the end, and it's not. We're nowhere near the end. Upon arriving at the office, the interview room was full despite being early morning. The customer support section still has phones ringing off the hook. I thought they would be complaints, but...
来てくれてよかった。新規会員受付の対応をお願い。もうパンクしそうよ。
Oh, thank goodness you're here. Please help with the reception of new members. I'm about to get overloaded. New members?
そう。昨日と今日の会見を見て、新規入会希望と見学希望のお客様がたくさんいらしたの。
Okay. I understand. Right. He's hot. He's got a lot of money. He's a CEO. Doesn't mean he's gonna date you. After seeing the press conference yesterday and today, we have a lot of new applications and requests for trials. What? What are their trials like? 7 days?
入会希望者の予約もネットにいっぱい入ってるわ。しかも女性ばっかり。こっちも順次対応していかないと。
Because they deal with a lot if they say, I want the boy. Especially if they're on trials. You don't get paid for trials. That's not how trials work. My class. The online membership application requests are also full. They also are mostly women. We have to deal with them as they come along.
あと、マスコミの取材依頼なども殺到しているので、どなたか後ほどインタビューに付き合ってください。スタッフからの意見も欲しいそうです。
Owen, calm down. There's also interview requests from the media, so I hope someone can deal with them. They want comments from staff members too. Sure. It seems that the announcement has become good promotion for the company. I'm relieved to see that it didn't negatively affect the business. For now, let's deal with the new applicants for memberships. It's good news that we have lots of customers. I'll cooperate with the reception and other advisors and dealt with each customer in order. But I want to marry your company's president. I want to marry your company's president.
社長、未婚だったんですよね。イケメンだし、お金ありそうだし。私、彼とのお見合い希望です。
So your president wasn't married. He's so handsome and he looks rich. I'd like to have a meeting with him. Most of the new members were after Mr. Snell. Please wait. I'm sorry, but regarding our president's status, he currently has 30 customers lined up to meet him.
手遅れた。でもまあ、予約入れといてください。
I'm too late? Well, please schedule me too. Understood.
じゃあ、順番が来たら連絡してください。
Please contact me once my turn comes. Understood. While you're waiting, perhaps I can recommend other members to you?
他にも年収良さげな人っている？
Do you have any others with a good income level? Yes, we do have numerous registered members that may fit your criteria. We do similar things to try to throw in recommendations for other members while also arranging meetings with Mr. Snell. We spend all of our time dealing with the customers who arrived. By the time I realized it, I had skipped lunch and it was night already. I'm so tired. I sat at my desk and fell over. Wait, now's not the time to stop. I have to check my emails too. Remnants of the Parasite 5. I'm still the advisor from Once Year S. Yes, Mr. Snell, in other words. There were lots of applicants just for meetings today, so I'm sure the web system would also send some arrangements to Mr. Snell too. I started up my computer to check the system. I was tempted to immediately close the window. There was just so many applicant emails. I wonder if Owen would be willing to help. Just checking each email and sending the member information to Mr. Snell will be a lot of work. But I have to do this. This is Mr. Snell's chance to become a real devoted husband. Something in my heart hurt at that moment. It was a sharp pain that made me blink twice. Huh? That stinging pain continued. It's like my body was telling me it doesn't want to work. But this is my job. As Cupid, I have to. My heart stings again. What should I do? I really don't want to do this. I have a slight idea of why this is, but I shake my head to rid myself of those thoughts. I It can't be. I'm Cupid. I support people in love, so I shouldn't be jealous. Anyways, there are dozens of applications just for today. I have to report that to Mr. Snail. I send a simple email to Mr. Snail. He immediately replies. He said he wants to meet and talk. I'd like to talk to you in person. I have some time right now. Come to my office. Another sting. My heart hurts again, but this one is more of happy kind of pain. A happy kind of pain. Okay. I put together a file with information of a few members and head to the elevator to Mr. Snail's office. I have documents of members' information in my hand, which felt heavy. I get on the elevator, headed to the top floor where Mr. Snell's office is, but someone was already there.
スネイル君、いやーすごい反響だね。聞いたよ。君へのお見合い申し込みが殺到してるんだって。
Snell, did you see the reaction? I heard that you got a load of applications for arranged meetings with you. Anthony. Mr. Snell looked at Duff with a frown, both of them finally noticing that I was there.
おや、君はいつぞやの。どうだい？社長にお見合いの申し込み殺到してるんだろう？
So you're the one lady, so how is it? I'm sure there are tons of applications dying to meet Mr. Snell, right? Yes, I've brought the data of the members right here.
へえ、すごい束だ。やっぱりこれからは婚活社長として売り出そうじゃないか。きっと会員も増えてウハウハだよ。
Wow, that's a huge stack you got there. Now let's start selling you as the president looking for love this time. We'll have more members than some. Mr. Snell goes quiet. He then stood up from his chair.
すみません、アンソニー先輩。
I'm sorry, Anthony.
そちらはお断りさせてください。
I have to reject that.
は？
Huh?
この会社は私ではなく社員の力で成り立っています。もっと社員にクローズアップした広告の仕方を模索したいんです。
This company functions thanks to the employees and not me. I'd like for you to find an ad putting focus on the employees.
おいおい、冗談だろスネイル君。そんなやり方誰も望んじゃいないよ。
Gotta be kidding me, Snell. No one wants to see that.
世間はたった一人の英雄を求めてるんだ。一人のカリスマ性を打ち出した方が客は食いつくものだよ。
The general public wants to see a hero. More customers will jump on the idea of a charismatic leader.
それでも今までのようなやり方はもう嫌なんです。先輩のことは尊敬してはいますが。
Even so, I don't want to take this method
先輩
anymore.
のやり方には
I respect
賛
you,
同できません。
but I can't agree with your methods.
誰か一人をカリスマに仕立て上げれば、その裏で誰かが苦労をします。
If we set a single person as a leader, the back scenes will have to work extra to support them. That method isn't sustainable.
私の会社で一番大切なのは、我が社の理念に賛同してくれるスタッフたちです。
What is most important for our company is our staff that agrees with our mission statement. Please reconsider. Duff is dumbfounded at Mr. Snail's words. He sighs and shook his head.
スネイル君、君はいつか後悔するよ。僕のやり方が正しかったんだって。
Snail, you'll regret this. You will figure out that my way was right all along.
はい。たとえ後悔したとしても、私は自分の信条を貫きたいんです。
Yes, even if I may come to regret it, I want to maintain my conviction.
若すぎるよ。そんな綺麗事だけで回るほどこの世の中は甘くないんだよ。
You are much too immature. The world doesn't go around from ideals alone.
君がそんなにくじなしだと思わなかったよ。こんなんじゃCCもたかが知れている。僕は担当を降りさせてもらうからね。
I never thought you would be so cowardly. Cupid Corp isn't going to last with this. I'll be off as the managing person for your company. Duff storms out of Mr. Snell's office. The elevator door closes, and Duff is now completely gone. The room is eerily silent, with Mr. Snell smiles wearily at me.
怒られてしまったな。だが、これでよかったんだ。
He got mad at me, but this is for the best. His eyes look so clear, it seems that he wants to do this all along. There wasn't a speck of regret. We look at each other and smile. I agree. It's more like the president to be this way. I like Mr. Snell's philosophy. It's sincere and earnest. But is it just his philosophy? I wonder about that while still gripping the stack of member information. I have to go and show him now because I am Cupid of love after all. Yet I still couldn't bring myself to talk about it. Just like,
なに ?CC の会員急増か？なぜだ？計画は完璧だったはずなのに。
Cupid Corp sees a surge of new memberships. Why? The plan was perfect.
どうやら今回の逆境を利用してイメージアップにつなげたようですね。
It seems that he took advantage of it to boost their relationship. Reputation. How annoying.
我がロミジュリウェディングに会員を引き抜いてキューピッドコーポレーションを潰す最大のチャンスだったというのに。
It was our chance as Rome and Julie wedding to steal their memberships to crush them.
あの青二歳め。だがこれで諦めるような我が社ではない。まだまだ頑張ってもらうぞ MQ。
That youngster. For we're not giving up yet. Your job is not done yet, MQ. Final lesson. Every time. I accept. I want one of the pods. I don't care too much about the little benchies. I want a pod. Sorry, I want a pod. Where are we on our flowchart? Let's check our flowchart out. All right, we're here. Potential for another bad ending. Potential for another bad ending. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more chapters. However, this chapter was pretty short. So I don't know. A few days after that incident, I was swimming in the pool alone for the first time in a while. Thanks to things settling down, I'm back to my daily workout. After all the commotion, I wasn't able to come here. The exercise that I've been putting off, so I feel out of shape already. What do I do? Does he have pants on? While resting for a bit, I worry about something. After the business meal with a client last night, I was given tickets to the amusement park. They say good luck finding love. My client that I've always had dealings with treats me the same even after that press conference. Many of them actually apologize for thinking that I was forced to lie. I'm thankful for such a group of people. But I was surprised that their usual statements just switched to, I want to meet your wife, to good luck finding love. Everyone gives me all sorts of advice. While it makes me happy, it's rather embarrassing. They care for me so much, but I was worrying about it all by myself. I felt ashamed about it. But after this pair of tickets, there is only one person I want to invite with this.
誘ったところで彼女は練習ですかなんて言うんだろうな。
But if I invite her, she'll just assume it was practice. Just the other day, she showed me the name list of members who have applied to meet with me. She's completely working as my advisor. It's obvious that I have no chance with her. Just tell her you like her. What is with everybody? But I didn't think I could give up without saying anything to her. My life with her is still enjoyable. Even after announcing that I was single, she still is willing to live in that house. That's suspicious, but if she hated living together, she would have packed up things and left long ago. Since she hasn't done that, I may still have a chance. In that case, I want to turn this nebulous thing into something more sure. I think about the tickets I tucked away in my wallet as I continue to swim. If I can't give her up, there's only one choice. I will use that ticket and ask her out on a date. I will clearly tell her that this isn't practice and that I want to go on a date with her personally. I have then decided to tell her my feelings for her. Oh. He's gonna have dinner with her first that night. After dinner, Mr. Snell asked me to go to the amusement park with him for some reason. The amusement park?
その取引先にチケットをもらってな。お前さえよければ一緒に行きたいんだが。
He's being so assertive. Yeah, a client gave me tickets. If you'd like, I want to go with you. Are you sure it's okay for me to go? You have many applicants for meetings. I'm happy for the invitation, but I was surprised since he was so busy. To be honest, Mr. Snell has ignored the long list of applicants even now. I thought it was because he was busy with work.
前回のデート研修の時はオーウェンに行かせてしまったからな。婚活の極意を実践で教えてほしい。
I had Owen go to the training dates previously. I want to put it to practice, the essence of courtship. Speaking of which, when I was still the advisor for the Parasite 5, I did go on dates with them in order. I didn't know Monsieur S was Mr. Snell back then, so I went on an amusement pool date with Owen as his representative. I remember that I fell into the pool after seeing Mr. Snell there. It almost feels nostalgic that he refused to admit that his hair was wet then. Right, Mr. Snell doesn't know how to go on dates, so he's worried about the applicants. Then I should try to instruct him. I am the advisor and Cupid after all. My heart stings again. I put my hand over my heart, still wondering the reason for this pain. I noticed Mr. Snell covering his face with both his hands. President, is something wrong?
己の不甲斐なさを悔いている。
I'm regretting about how shiftless I am. Excuse me?
いや、なんでもない。なんでもない。だが、もう一度言わせてくれ。
Nothing at all, but let me say it one more time. Mr. Snell takes a few deep breaths. He then makes a serious expression and holds out the amusement park tickets.
では、私と、個人的な指導に付き合ってもらいたい。
All right. I want to personally have you instruct me. Sure, understood. I will definitely join you in the training date as your advisor. I put my fist over my chest proudly. Mr. Snell covers his face with both hands. President?
練習すればよかった。
I should have practiced this.
いや、では、当日よろしく頼む。詳細は
メッセージで連絡する。
It's nothing. I'll be in your care for the care on the day. I'll message you the details later. Mr. Snail hobbles off. I was wondering if I had said something strange. Sorry, I'm double checking when my sister comes home so that we can do the things. I was wondering if I had said something strange. No, he just cowered. He just lost his motivation. He's like, "I'm gonna ask her on a date. I need practice." A few days later, today is the training date with Mr. Snail. Ice cream. She did her hair. Thanks for waiting.
ああ、時
Oh
間
my
ぴったりだ。
gosh. You're right on time. Mr. Snell was waiting at the planned spot, and he appears much different from usual. Mr. Snell was waiting at the planned spot, and he appeared much different from usual. Yeah, he's not wearing a normal suit, and his hair is down. Have I forgotten how his hair normally looks? Is this also doing that fun thing where does his hair change in this? It does. Hit the wrong button. His hair looks the same. Why does it look different to me? No, it is down. See that wisp? It's got down. I stare at him and I realize that it's the first time I've seen him wear anything besides a suit. It's still a suit. He's wearing a casual shirt and jacket. Unlike his usual clothes, he's much more approachable and fitting for a date.
どうした?
What's wrong? No, it's just that I've never seen you wear anything besides a suit.
変か?
Does it look strange? No, you look wonderful. I smile, and Mr. Snell makes a bashful look. We better get a CG out of this.
なら、行こうか。
I see. Well, shall we go? Yeah. He turns to the side to hide his blushed cheeks as he walks off. But his stride was wide, so he walked far ahead of me in no time. I noticed one thing. Although we've gone to a cafe together, it's the first time we've walked outside together in a relaxed manner. He drives me by car whenever we commute to the office, and I don't know his walk speed when at home. It feels like he's hurrying off somewhere as he trots off. I tried to run after him.
それで今日はそんなところで立ち止まってどうした?
So for day, Leah, why are you just standing there? I'm not standing here. Women can't normally walk that fast.
そうなのか?
Oh, really? His eyes widen as if he were surprised. It looks like he really didn't notice. Yes.
そうか。気が利かなくて悪かった。
I see. I'm sorry for being so inconsiderate. He stops and stares at me. After hesitating for a while, he holds out his hand.
なら、手をつなごう。それなら同じミスはしないはずだ。
Then let's hold hands so I don't make the same mistake. It just sounds like a business message. But this is a solution that Mr. Snail thought long about. Holding hands is the right answer for a date. Understood. I respond with a smile and put my hand on Mr. Snail's. We hold hands like a real couple as we enter the amusement park. I'm looking forward to the amusement park. Wow. Every time. If I had screenshot it before I spoke, it would have been fine. We rode the roller coaster and teacup ride. We thoroughly enjoyed this date together.
実に興味深いな。 わざわざ恐怖を覚えるなんて何の意味があるのかと思って乗ったことがなかったが、
This is interesting. I was wondering what was the purpose of experiencing fear intentionally, so I never wrote it. Mr. Snell looked so happy right after we got off the roller coaster. We're still holding hands while we walk.
なかなかに楽しいな。ジェットコースターとやらは。
This roller coaster thing is rather fun. Yeah, totally. Yep.
で、なんでお前はそんなにフラフラなんだ？
Why are you completely off balance? Anyone would be like this if you ride the roller coaster 5 times in a row. I'd like to say you're strange for not being affected at all.
そうなのか。すまない。
Oh, really? Sorry. Jeez, why are you laughing?
いや、お前のそんな顔を見たのが初めてでな。悪い。なんだか楽しいんだ。
No, I've never seen you make that expression. Sorry, I'm just genuinely enjoying this. Mr. Snail laughs loudly, seeing me tired out. I've never seen him laugh like this casually. Seeing his smile made me forget how he dragged me on a roller coaster multiple times. I started to smile too. This is like an innocent date between college students. It's a bit out of character for Mr. Snail, but that's what makes it fun. I'd forgotten that I was the advisor and just enjoyed spending time with Mr. Snail. Oops, I totally forgot how to read for a second. We hold hands and he pulls me ahead. We found out more about what we were both interested in. At that moment, I see an attraction where you would use a bow and arrow. Look at that! Can we try that? It seems like an attraction where you test your skills. You got a special badge if you shoot all 10 targets with the bow.
弓か。大学院の頃にアーチェリーと弓道をやって以来触っていないな。
A bow? I did do some archery and Kyudo when I was in graduate school, but I haven't done it since. Oh, really? You really do everything, don't you?
自分にできないことがあるのが許せなかったんだ。
I couldn't allow myself to be unable to. You're such a perfectionist, but I won't lose when it comes to a bow and arrow.
ほう。なら勝負をしようか。私が負けたら好きなものをおごろう。
Okay, then let's compete. The loser has to treat the winner to something. Yeah, then let's bet on that pistachio ice cream sold over there. Gross.
そんなものでいいのか。
Is that all you want? That's what I feel like right now. We decided to take turns shooting the bow. I was first. All right, here goes. As the professional Cupid, the bow and arrow is my forte. I take a stance, like when I used the Cupid bow and aimed, and took a breath and shot the arrow. Oh, the arrow hits right at the target I aimed at. Seeing that, I struck a victory pose. All right.
ほう、器用だな。
Oh, you're skilled.
へえ、やるじゃん。
Not bad at all. Rookie!
すごい。本物のキューピッドみたいだね。
Wow, you're like the real Cupid. Huh. I heard a pair of familiar voices and turned around. For some reason, Raul and Rookie were standing right here.
ふーん、射的か。僕もやってみようかな。
A target practice game, huh? Maybe I should give it a shot.
あ、俺もやる。次いい？
Oh, I want to try too. Can I be up next?
ならば、この4人で誰が一番うまいか勝負だ。
Let's compete to see which one of the 4 of us can do it best. Why isn't anyone pointing out why the 2 of them are here? While I was thinking that, I saw the president roll up his sleeves and started warming up. I missed my chance to say it out loud. Oh well, it's more exciting with a bigger group in times like these. I'm happy to see that the president seems to enjoy it. I've never seen him purely enjoy doing something. Whatever he does, President Shelby's actions are always related to work in some way. If he's enjoying this, I want to cherish this moment. I won't lose to anyone. I shake free from the 3 and aimed with my bow. But the match was at a stalemate for the whole time. The president and I both got full points until the end. I mean, you could both win, I guess.
いやー、白熱したね。
That was a heated battle. After the bow and arrow game, I was happily licking my pistachio ice cream, although the bet was off because it was a stalemate. The president still bought it for me. I look at the badge I got as a prize while eating the ice cream. It's the badge you get if you hit all 10 targets. The president also was looking at the badge in his hand. Both of us got full points, so we both got it. That was so fun, wasn't it?
まさかお前がここまで弓が得意だとはな。驚いた。
I didn't think you'd be that good with a bow. I'm surprised. I'm good with a bow and arrow if nothing else. You said you haven't shot it since grade school, but you were very good.
コツさえ覚えていればな。
It's easy once you learn the hang of it.
いやー、でも本当に上手でびっくりしたよ。本物のキューピッドと戦ったらどっちが勝つかな？
I'm really surprised too. I wonder who would win if you were competing with the real Cupid.
それはもちろん私が勝つだろう。キューピッドなどこの世にいるわけないのだからな。
They don't seem to be straight arrows. I don't know what that means. Of course I will win because Cupid doesn't exist in this world.
いるよ。
Ah, but he does exist.
いるわけないだろ。
He doesn't. You're the president of Cupid Corporation, but you don't believe in Cupid?
当然だろ。神というのは人間が救われたくて作り出したものだ。私もそのイメージを利用しているだけに過ぎない。
Of course, gods are created by humanity for their own salvation. I'm only taking advantage of that image.
人が信じるならいると言ってもいいのかもしれない。
They may be necessary.
ユーマだの神だの実証されていない存在のことは信じない。考えるだけ時間の無駄だ。
They may be necessary, whether it's a Sasquatch or gods. I don't believe in things that aren't proven to exist. A waste of time. I felt a sharp pain in my heart. It's sad to see that he refuses to believe in gods. I don't think I would ever reveal it to him, so I don't really need him to believe.
はあ、僕は疲れたからもう帰るよ。ラールの服もイメージ決まったし。
I'm tired, so I'm going home. I already got the right image for Raoul's outfit. Outfit? I've been wondering, but why are you two together here?
ああ、実はパラサイトハウス以来、ケイサイン君に専属スタイリストになってもらったんだよね。
Ah, after Parasite House, Ruki's my personal stylist.
そう。姉もよくシリウッド俳優のコーデを手伝ったりするらしいからね。一流のデザイナーには必要な仕事だよ。
Yep, my sister also often goes to help with outfit coordinations for Sillywood actors. It's a necessary job for the first-rate designers. Oh, really?
今日は遊園地にぴったりの服を見立ててほしいって言われたから調査しに来ただけ。だからすぐ帰るつもりだったんだけど。
He said he wanted an outfit perfect for the amusement park, so I came to investigate. I was planning on going home right after. It's like he's trying to say he didn't want to stay for less long.
それより、あんたたちはなんでここにいんの？どういう関係？
You two doing here? What's your relationship?
あ、それ気になってたんだよね。結構仲いい感じだったけど。二人ってもしかして恋人同士？
You seem close, but are you two dating?
それは。
I was surprised since they changed the subject to us so suddenly. I'm curious. Try it. Oh, we're actually lovers. Just kidding. I say that jokingly in the president's eyes.
冗談だ。
It's a joke.
わかってるよ。嘘を見抜くのもシリウッド俳優には必要スキルだからね。
I know. Knowing how to detect lies is a necessary skill for Sillywood actors. After saying that, Raul winks at me. Detect lies? Did something bad happen in the past? While I was thinking that, Raul took out a thick book from his pocket.
それより弓矢を扱う神について君と語り合いたいんだけど。
That was bad. Say you're lovers, but she said, I'm just kidding so fast. She didn't even wait. Change the subject, say it's a practice date? I don't know. For a moment, I look at the president's face. I remember that it's no longer a secret that he's out looking for someone to marry. I could have said that it was for practice, but seeing how much fun the president was having stopped me from doing that. Even I wouldn't have wanted to call it a practice when it was so fun. So I decided to change the subject. I put my fingers over my lips. It's a secret.
秘密?
Secret?
そういうこと。
Uh-huh, so that's how it is. That's not changing the subject. Rookie seemed to read between the lines and nodded. He grabbed the back of Raul's neck.
じゃ、僕たちはもう行くから。ごゆっくり。
Well, we'll be going now. Enjoy.
またね
See you later. Seeing the tiny Rookie drag the tall Raul was a strange sight. The misunderstanding caused the president to look at me with an awkward expression.
なんで秘密だなんて言ったんだ？
Why did you say it was a secret? No reason. What did you want me to tell them, Shelby? I teasingly said his name and the president blushes.
別に特にない。
Nothing at all.
次に行くぞ。
Alright, let's move on to the next. The president puts the badge in his pocket and walks off, but he's not walking so fast that I couldn't catch up. He matches his stride with mine. He's embarrassed, but doesn't forget about me. That makes me happy. I follow behind him and start walking alongside him. We continued going on to various attractions and also went shopping. Ooh. By the time I realized it was already night, this looks different. It looks like the same, but it's nighttime. We look at the darkened sky and walk around the town. Ew, this is a fun day. I'm getting hungry, so how about we get something to eat? What would you like, President?
ああ、それだが、ホテルのディナーを予約してある。
About that, I've already made a dinner reservation at a hotel. Oh, really?
ああ、こういうものは男が準備しておくものだと本に書いてあったからな。
A man should be prepared in this case. That's what it said in the book. Book? Did you review before coming today?
ああ。
Yes. He's so earnest as usual, but the old president wouldn't have been bothered to review. As always, you're such a perfectionist. You get full marks.
すべて SS だからな。
I am SS with everything after all. He mumbles that while making a wary smile. It's almost as if he's saying it's not good to be SS.
じゃあ、行こう。こっちだ。
Let's go, it's this way. Is it the Queen's building? I know there was a place that said Abercrombie. The president resumes walking again with a hurried stride. For some reason, he looked nervous. He's forgotten about his walking speed because he was preoccupied with something. Speaking of which, the president has been acting strange all day. It was the same at the amusement park. Right when I thought he was smiling innocently, he frowned while brooding over something. It's like there's something worrying him. I still don't know what that may be about. I jog after him in hopes that he'll talk about it. Check our love meter. 65. That's not the greatest. She's just jogging. She's covered in sweat by the time they get to the hotel. Oh. What are those shadows at the top? Are those gods? What is that? Why? What are those? Why are there green flowers? The dinner at the high-class restaurant went rather awkwardly. We quietly finished the full-course meal without saying a word. We didn't have that innocent joy we shared earlier. The president has a deep wrinkle between his brow. He's deep in thought for something. President,
なんだ
what is it? I was just wondering what may be wrong since you haven't said anything.
そうか。すまない。気を使わせたな。
Really? Sorry for making you feel uncomfortable. Not at all. Something is definitely wrong. He's been glancing at his phone the whole time and checking the inside of his suit. Could it be that he has some work email he's wanting to check? He might want to reply to them, but he's holding back because we're on a date. President, you don't have to mind me.
遠慮何を
Mind you? What do you mean? You look like you want to reply to work emails. I point at his phone and he gasps before putting it in his pocket.
ああ、いや、そういうわけではない。そもそも、今日はメールの通知をオフにしてある。
That's not the case. I've turned all email notifications off for today. Really? That's not like his usual workaholic self, but I felt my heart pound a little harder knowing that he's focused on today's date. Wasn't today's date supposed to be training for his matchmaking, or is it?
なあ、
Leah. The president called my name with a stilted expression. I sat up straight, sensing that it was something serious. I quietly waited for him to speak, but he opened and closed his mouth repeatedly in search of the right words. Then he looked resolute.
その、実は今日はお前に
Today,
伝えたいことがあって。
there is something I'd like to tell you. He said that hesitantly while he reached for his suit pocket, but then somebody called out to him in the next moment.
おお、スネール君ではないですか。この間の会見見ましたよ。
If it isn't Mr. Snell, I saw your press conference from the other day.
あ、これはお世話になっております。
Ah, it's nice to see you here. Hey, isn't this person? I've seen him in a magazine somewhere. I think it's the chairman of a major car company that has business dealings with us.
まさか愛妻家と噂されているスネイル君が独身だったとは驚きましたよ。
Who would have thought that you would be single when you were well known to be such a devoted husband? I was truly surprised.
は、恐縮です。
Sorry about that.
だがおかげで世の独身女性に君の妻になるチャンスが巡ってきたというわけだ。
Technically only one. The chance, there's only one, yeah. But thanks to that, there are so many women who now have a chance to be your wife.
実はうちの娘も君を狙っていてな。失礼、そちらの女性は？
To be honest, even my own daughter is attracted to you. But who's this lovely young lady with you?
彼女は私の担当アドバイザーです。我が社のブライダルアドバイザーでして、優秀なので婚活の指導をしてもらっているんです。
You didn't call me your girlfriend or say that I'm special. Stupid. She's my managing advisor. She's a bridal advisor of my company. She's a great employee, so she provides me insight on matchmaking. That was a smooth explanation. It's the correct thing to say, but I felt heavy-hearted for some reason. I see. That's right. His date was for giving him pointers on his search for a marriage partner. I thought I already knew this, but there was a slight hope that maybe it was something different. Because I was hoping for it, it made me sad, but this is an emotion that was based on an assumption. To matchmake someone else is my job and life. Being described as such should be something I'm happy about. Pleased to meet you. I'm a bridal advisor for Cupid Corporation. My name is Leah Mir.
どうも、はじめまして。確かに優秀そうな女性だ。ぜひうちの娘が困った時には頼みます。
Pleased to meet you. You sure do look like an excellent advisor. Should my daughter require your services, I hope you may be able to help. Yes, you can count on us. I responded with a business smile. The chairman then exchanged a few more words with President Shelby before returning to his table. And I'm like, I want to go now. We're now alone again, but he appears to be a bit more distant than earlier. Because there was some work-related talk in between, the illusion of a date had dissipated. The president finally took his hand out of his chest pocket inside his suit.
ワインのおかわりはどうだ?
Would you like another glass of wine? No, I'd like to go home. No. Then can I have red? Sure. The president glanced over to beckon a waiter and choose a wine. I still don't know what the president was going to say before the person came over. We quietly finish our dinner and return home. I wonder why, but both the president and I didn't want to go home yet. We naturally walked in the opposite direction of home. You could have just went to your actual home. By the time we realized it, we were at the top of a hill where we could see the landscape. Nightscape, even. Oh. Wow. That's beautiful. Scenery below us glittered like a jewelry box. I didn't know Lost York had a place like this.
ここも私が一人になりたい時によく来る場所だ。
I often come here when I want to be alone. Then it's not just the bar. Yes. We glance at each other and smile. I'm happy that I know 2 of his secret hideouts. So he brought me over to a place where he wants to be alone. And I realize that my cheeks suddenly turn hot and my heart starts to beat faster. My hair is wavering in the wind, and I started getting restless at the fact that we're alone together. I suddenly was unable to look at his face. I looked under me instead. What? The cold night breeze gushes past my shoulders. I shiver due to the cold.
寒いか?
Are you cold? A little bit.
ならこれを着ていろ.
Then wear this. They probably should have saved the CG for this moment. I felt something warm fall on my shoulders. I look and see that the president put his jacket over me. He's wearing a shirt. Are you sure?
な、私は寒くないからな.
Yeah, I don't feel cold at all. He smiles with only his shirt on. Implications. He smoothly places his arm around my shoulder as if to warm me up. He pulls me closer and I can feel his heart. The scent of his cologne brushes under my nose. Oh, this fragrance. I think I've smelled this before in his room, but it seems a little bit different this time. I think it's because the smell has mixed with the president's own scent. It's the scent of a man. When I realized that made my heart pound faster. What do I do? Why? I'm Cupid, the god of matchmaking, and I'm supposed to be the president's advisor. Today was supposed to be a practice date. That's what the president said when he invited me. But it doesn't feel that way right now. The president is escorting me around so naturally. He holds me firmly around my shoulder as if he doesn't want to let me go.
今日はありがとう。楽しかった。
Thank you for today. I had a lot of fun. Really?
ああ。誰かとのデートでこんなに楽しかったのは初めてだ。
I've never had this much fun on a date with anyone. Thanks. You made a slightly troubled
お前
smile.
はどうだった?
What about you? I mean, it's a practice date, so let me tell you how you did. Me? I thought about the day when he asked me that. We rode on an amusement park attraction, shot some arrows, and ate pistachio ice cream. both got matching badges. I remembered the badge in my pocket and touched it over my skirt. This is the first thing I have that matches with the president. Matching pair. Just thinking about that brings me joy. I think there's something odd about me today. It's different from usual. I look up and see the president with a serious expression. His gaze makes me at a loss for words. This is my own premonition. Even if I didn't shoot my Cupid's bow, or even with Lady Juno not around, that time will come. At the same time, I remember the president's words.
前回のデート研修の時は彼女は
That's right, I'm the advisor. The president will likely seek my opinion on the matter. I can't forget that my role is to be his advisor. Setting that aside, I'm Cupid. This is my own misunderstanding. It's a fake premonition that my own desires showed me. I look away from his gaze and smile at the night scenery. Yeah, I also had a lot of fun. As your advisor, I can say with confidence that today's date gets full marks. You can be proud of it. There was an awkward pause. The president then cleared his throat and shuffles his weight.
そうか。楽しめたならよかった。
I see. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
では、そろそろ帰るか。長居すると風邪をひきそうだしな。
And shall we return? Someone might catch a cold if we stay out here too long. Sure. I nod and take one last look at the scenery. This was the first date with the president, and that ended the practice date. A few days later, parasite infection. Sounds dangerous. The next morning, the two of us ate breakfast together as usual. Can you pass the salt, please? Sure. I've become used to this lifestyle, a lifestyle that shouldn't even be happening anymore. In the end, I never found out what the president was going to say last night. For a moment, I had a premonition about a certain future, but nothing has changed. I'm sure it's just my imagination. The only other thing would be ending our cohabiting life here. This is the president's vacation home. He might want to return to his regular home soon. I'm quite fond of this life here, but I shouldn't take advantage of his kindness. Besides, being here was not required for the job. The contract that we signed came to mind. Then there were the payments. Those were coming out of the president's personal funds. This home and the bills were all paid by him. We're not a real couple. I think it's about time I pack my things. I think I should go and find Cheese since he's gone missing again. I continue to eat while feeling a little sad at this. After finishing, I hear a familiar voice on the news.
Hi, good morning. It's the Los Angeles TV 7 o'clock news. Today, we will broadcast live from 6th Avenue about Gil Lovecraft, a writer living in Los Angeles who won the literary prize. Just recently, Gil Lovecraft won the Golden Los Angeles Literary Prize for his book, I Can See Nothing But You.
That's terrible.
I'm going to interview his neighbors about what he's really like.
No way, he won the Golden Lost York Literary Prize.
ゴールデンロサンヨーク文学賞か。すごい賞を受賞したものだな。
The Golden Lost York Literary Prize? That's quite an award he got. The Golden Lost York Literary Prize is a highly respected award. The winner is reportedly heavily on the news every year. And Gil won that. That's amazing. Seeing Gil's face on the news made me open my eyes wide with surprise.
そういえば彼は婚活の方は順調なのか。
Speaking of which, how is his search for a marriage partner? I don't know. He didn't say much about the new project plan presentation. He's not a member anymore, so I don't know his situation. When he quit, I do remember him saying that he wants to go face to face with his lovelorn self.
ああ、そうか。彼は失恋と向き合うのか。
I see, so he's going to do that. That's what he said. Maybe he's able to complete that and be rid of the love-born parasite name. If he was able to forget about his lost love, there's a chance that he can find someone new. But Gil's book being titled I Can See Nothing But You made me feel uneasy.
私も早く抜けないとな。
I should try to rid myself of that too, but the president looked at the TV with a bit of sadness in his eyes. He shakes his head and then stands up.
悪いが今日は打ち合わせがあるから先に出る。遅れなくてすまないな。
I'm sorry, but there's a meeting I need to get to, so I'll be leaving first. I'm sorry I can't drive you. No, it's alright. Have a nice day.
Ah.
Yeah. The president puts on his suit jacket and leaves. His dish was cleaned off, but it's only been about 10 minutes since he started eating. He must have wolfed it down. I hope things are okay. Eating slowly should be better for your health, but the president eats awfully fast, as if he wants to get to work faster. He started the breakfast routine to appear more like a couple. Prior to that, the president only takes his jelly drinks for food. He puts his effort into work at every waking hour. That was for the company and for his own prestige. If possible, I wish he would eat a bit slower. There doesn't seem to be any sign of him letting up as the prestige parasite. He was quite nice during yesterday's date, but it's back to work mode this morning. It sure is difficult. I chew on my toast as I look at the door the president just walked out of. The news on TV is still talking about Gil.
Ne, 朝のギルのニュース見た?
Good morning. Did you see the news this morning? Just kidding. I sure did. That was amazing for Gil.
ギルもやるわよね。それでちょっと提案なんだけど、あなた今日19時退社よね?
Good going, Gil. So anyways, I have a suggestion. You're off at 7 p.m., right? Yeah, I am.
じゃあさ、今晩一緒にギルのお祝いしない?
How about we go celebrate with Gil? Oh, great idea. Gil should have feelings for Clarice, so if she's celebrating with him, he would love it.
OK? じゃあ私からギルに連絡しとくから。決まったらメッセージ送るね。
Alright then. I'll contact Gil. I'll message you once we hash out the details. Sure, thanks. Clarice walks away while waving. I'm sure Gil would be overjoyed. Clarice is being considerate for Gil. That would give Gil courage. Gil is still suffering from that lost love from Clarice. Then I better work hard as their Cupid. Alright, let's think of a plan to try and make them. I started getting to work while filled with excitement. I started to say file. I want to say file so hard. It's the first time in a while that I really felt I was taking the role of Cupid. And you're gonna be so wrong about it. I was on the subway looking at work documents on my phone as usual.
しかし、地下鉄に乗るのは随分と久しぶりだな。
It's like it's been a while since I've gotten on a subway. Today's business lunch will have alcohol served because it's close to the station. I took the subway instead of the car. I was also interested in the subway since she normally takes it for her commute.
私が車で送れないときはこうして移動しているのか。
So this is how she commutes when I don't drive her. One second. Okay, I'm back. I had documents handed to me that I had to look at. So this is how she commutes when I don't drive her. I imagine how she would look usually. And I couldn't help but frown. That's because it reminds me of the amusement park date. In the end, I couldn't say it. I've prepared so many words for that, but it wouldn't come out of my mouth. But what if I said it and she rejected me? Wouldn't be able to keep going on with that, going with what we have. I was afraid of that. It's so pitiful of me. If I hadn't faced anyone head on forever a decade, I haven't faced anyone head on for over a decade. I can't help but feel that she's treating me this nicely only because I'm the president. He needs to work with his issues. She said herself that she was uninterested in status. Even if that were true at the time, something couldn't initiate a change of heart. If I didn't believe how she expressed herself in disinterested in status, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I thought that without my prestige, I would be worthless. I was desperate to defend my status. But if that were the case, I shouldn't be preoccupied with romance right now. I should be better. I should have better things to do. But looking from that perspective, I shouldn't be looking for marriage in the first place. I opened the email sent to me by her yesterday. There was data of Cupid Corp members. They requested to meet me. I want to live like a president's wife. What life is a president life's wife? Like, I want to go to parties. Most of the applicants had written down their reasons for applying. It's true. They all desire the title of a president's wife and a life of glamour, which is exactly what you should be looking for in a couple, since that's what you care about so much. So maybe you should leave the cute pink-haired girl alone, or admit that you like her. Your choice, sir. In a suit and tie. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Almost all of them expressed yearning for prestige. It made me realize that it didn't have to be me at all. What's important isn't my personality, but my prestige. I had told myself to never forget the world is made this way. That's why I continue to build upon my prestige. But why does it feel so empty? I've built upon my prestige so that more people would rely on me like this.
嘘。あなたも社長狙いでキューピッドコーポレーションに入ったの?
No way! You joined the Cupid Corporation because you were after the president too? I heard some woman sitting nearby mentioning the company's name. I jumped in surprise. I turn away so that they don't see my face while I eavesdrop on them.
だってこないだテレビで婚活中の女性は狙い目ってやってたじゃない。うまくいけばこれで社長夫人やばくない?
They said that on the TV that it's a great timing for women looking to get married. If it goes great, then you get to be the president's wife. Isn't that great?
甘い甘い。どうせあんたみたいなのがいっぱい入会してるわよ。競争率高いに決まってるじゃない。
That's too naive. There's probably tons of people like you joining for the same reason. There's going to be lots of competition.
でも社長夫人になれるチャンスだよ。玉残しだよ、玉残し。そんなのめったになくない?
It's my chance to become a president's wife. I'll be totally marrying up. You don't get a chance like that every day.
まあそりゃ、私だって玉残しは狙いたいけど。
That's true. I'm planning on marrying up too. Marrying up, president's wife. Even here, I hear the same words that I read in the profile documents.
本当に皆地位が大切なんだな。
Everyone really cares about prestige. Okay, so if someone wrote in one of your applications, I think you have a nice butt. Would you be like, oh, they don't care about my prestige, they noticed me? I need to know the answer because honestly, what do you want? What do you want? All they know about you is that you have money. What do you expect? Nothing has changed since middle school. I realized that this is what humanity is all about. What happened to Shelby?
今日はクラブ行こうぜ。
Drinks are on me, yo, 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 yo. I remember some bitter memories that causes a shooting pain in my heart. I'm not that same kid anymore. I've worked hard to obtain the prestige with the title of president of Cupid Corporation. All right, so his official prognosis, that's not the right word. He, as a child, was not very prestigious. And he, what's the right word here? He was jealous of other people who got things very easily just by having prestige. But because he decided to go up in the world specifically because he felt that if he had more, people would desire him more. And it's turned into an obsession. He's like, I have to keep obtaining more because people won't appreciate me as I am. And so even though he's already got a title, he doesn't even see the title as his. He feels like a fraud in that title. So he sees president, and hears people say president, and he's all like, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve to be called a president. So people wanting a president are going to be disappointed with me anyways because I'm not that, even though I am. And so even though he built up this level, he got to this level because he wanted someone to see him for who he was in a prestigious way. But now he doesn't believe he deserves it, and now he thinks people are just after the title. It's just a cycle. It's not the same kid anymore. I've worked hard to obtain prestige with the title of president of Cupid Corporation, but what if I lost that prestige by chance? What if I'm no longer the president? I'd become a worthless human being in the eyes of others.
そうだ。忘れるな、シェルビー・スネイル。SS でいること。
I
それが
just realized that SS is his initials. That's right, never forget that Shelby Snail, to remain as SS, that is my worth in life. To be SS, I must have prestige. That is the only reason my life is going so smoothly. She is helping me thanks to that. But if there is someone else that has more worth than me, everyone will go to them. That is what humans do. I look at my phone screen, I see the list of applicants for marriage. I didn't even have the slightest desire to marry anyone right now. I looked through the list of members while groaning. Among the members that I manage, I had 3 couples marrying since the start of the month. Others have changed their status to dating or are actively participating in matchmaking parties hosted by Cupid Corp. But there is one member that still suspended his activities in matchmaking, and that is Shelby Snail, our president. I sent him the list, but he doesn't respond. I find it doubtful if he's even reading it. Besides, when Owen acted on his behalf, it had been years since he had been on match date. This is where his managing advisors should come in, but I just don't feel like moving forward with it. I get the feeling that ordinary methods aren't going to work. There are a lot of applicants, so maybe I should follow up with him regardless of whether he'll actually accept or reject. Thema information, point info, staff info. System, hang on, trash, staff, PDF, point. I can't read the other one. I'm too nearsighted. It's rude to the members who applied in the first place.
何悩んでるの?
What are you mulling over? Ah, you scared me. It's just you, Clarice.
そうよ、クラリスです。
Yes,
とこ
I'm
ろで、
Clarice.
ギルの件なんだけど、ギルからぜひ行きたいって返事が来たわ。
Alright, oh, about Gil, he responded saying that he would love to come.
ってことで、今日の19時半にダイナーキューティー待ち合わせでいい?
We'll be meeting at Cutie Diner at 7:30. Okay with that? Sure, thanks, Clarice.
どういたしまして。それで、 何悩んでるの？
You're
社長の
welcome.
件？
So what's on your mind? Is it about the president? Clarice points at my screen. There was a list of applications for the president.
へえ、面会待ち120名か。すごい申し込み数ね。
There are 100 people in line, huh? That's quite a number. Yeah, a lot happened since the press conference, but the president could be too busy. I was wondering what to do about it. I handed him the list the other day. Some members joined just to meet the president, so I thought he should respond even if it's to turn them down.
へえ、なるほどね。でも、うちの会員が増えるならいいんじゃない？
I see, but if that increases our membership, that's fine.
だいたい、この人たちだって別に社長にしか申し込んでないわけじゃないでしょ？
These people didn't apply only to be the president, right? To meet the president. I think you would say to meet the president. Yeah, I did introduce other members to them, so some are making progress in dating, but they're wondering if they'll receive a formal rejection. Maybe I should go and poke the president about it.
そういえばさっき、そろそろ打ち合わせから戻るはずってオーウェンさんが言ってたわよ。
Speaking of which, Owen said he should be back soon from the meeting. Really? And it should be faster to ask him directly. I typed an email. I hit a button. No, I know. What did I do? I typed an email to the president to confirm and managed to secure a meeting time. And with the increase of memberships due to you, I was hoping you would provide some sort of response. After I finished my explanation, the president remained in his chair with his elbows on his desk, motionless. His hands are folded, and he made a serious expression while desperately thinking of something. President, are you alright?
何がだ？
What is... You seem tired. Have you been eating right?
なあ、今日の昼は会食だったしな。きちんと食べている。大丈夫だ。
Ah, yes. I was at a business lunch earlier, and I'm eating right, so don't worry. That's good. If you do not want the applications to continue increasing, I can temporarily suspend all new applications. You could also suspend all matchmaking activities and your active membership too. What would you like to do? The president continues to make a serious expression while groaning. He looks down with a worried look and then looks at me.
少しお前に相談したいことがあるんだ。
I'd like to
今晩
discuss something
一緒
with you.
に夕食を食べられないか？
Can we have dinner tonight? Tonight?
先約でもあったか？
Do you have prior plans? I do. I was going to celebrate with Clarice and Cleo. I'm sorry, I do have plans with Clarice and a friend.
そうか。忙しいのにすまなかった。では、明日の朝にでも話させてくれ。
I see. I'm sorry for asking while you were busy. Then let's talk tomorrow morning. Right.
では、すまない。これから通話会議が入っているんだ。
I'm sorry, I need to start a phone meeting now. I understand. I'll excuse myself now.
ああ、
Yes. I bow and go to the elevator. Before the elevator doors shut, I saw the president with an extremely tired expression. He blinked right when I hit the button.
やはり、全くの脈なしのようだな。
I suppose there wasn't a chance to begin with. I felt quietly dejected the whole time she was talking about the other members. The eloquent yet emotionless way she was describing the other applicants was so proper that it made me feel pitiful. Normally, when a woman introduces other women to a man she has feelings for, there would be some awkwardness, but there wasn't a speck. In other words, she thinks nothing of me. Because we just go by assumptions. We're just assuming left and right. During the date, she seemed to have enjoyed it, but now I'm second-guessing myself if that was just my own misunderstanding.
大会か休会してしまいたい気もするが。
I'm starting to want to quit the membership or even suspend it for now. But considering it's after that press conference, that would betray the current CC members. I should wait a little longer.
それにきっと会員でなくなったら彼女はもう私のことなどどうで
If
も
I'm
よくなるに違いない。
no longer a member, she would definitely not care about me anymore. She has a high sense of professionalism as an advisor. I'm sure she cares about me at least partially because I'm a member. Those thoughts made me feel further dejected. I couldn't say anything to the woman I like, and I feared losing our last bit of connection. I'm just a coward after all.
所詮私なんてこんなものだ。きっと地位がなければ誰にも振り向いてなどもらえない。
In the end, that's all I am. Without prestige, no one would bat an eye at me. That's why I will continue to work. I will make the company bigger and establish my status further. But a part of me wants to move forward with these feelings. That's why I was planning on revealing my true feelings to her tonight.
まさか戦略があったとはな。
I didn't think she would have prior plans. My stomach just growled.
確か彼女の同僚でうちのシステムエンジニアだったな。
Clarice was her name, was it? I think she's an employee and she works as a system engineer, and she's gorgeous. She's just not dateable. It's unfortunate, but I can't tell her tonight. But there will be another chance. I'll tell her tomorrow morning. I swore that to myself as I look at my watch. I decided to get ready for the phone meeting. I believe in you, guy. As soon as I was finished with my work for the day, I headed to Cutie Diner as planned. Clarice ran into some trouble, so she's going to be a little late. Where's Gil? I look around the restaurant and see someone waving at the back.
おーい、こっちこっち。
Hey, over here! Gil, sorry to keep you waiting.
いや、全然待ってないよ。で、あれ、クラリスは？
I didn't wait at all. Where's Clarice? She ran into some trouble at work, but she said she won't be that late, so don't worry.
うん。まあ、俺としてはこっちの方が好都合だけど。
Well, that's perfect for me then. It's not, Gil. Get over her.
とにかく座って適当につまめるもの頼んでおいたんだ。
Anyways, go ahead and sit down. I already ordered a few appetizers. Wow, thanks. I'm starving. There was a plate of olives, deep-fried pasta, and other small dishes. I think this should last until Clarice arrives, and I'm impressed at Gil. He's so sincere as usual. Anyways, congratulations. That's amazing you won a Golden Lost York Literary Prize.
うん、ありがとう。
Yeah, thanks. You're welcome. He puts his hand over his forehead and laughs bashfully. He eats a little as we chatted while we waited for Clarice. Is he gonna show up? Where are you? It's now about 7:30. I was driving alone. I suddenly had another meeting in my schedule. It was getting great timing. If I work, I wouldn't have to worry about not eating dinner with her. You see us through the window?
まだ早いな。
It's still too early for the meeting time. The meeting won't be a business meal or anything, so maybe I should grab something to eat first. When has he ever cared about food? Ever since I started living with her, eating real food was becoming a habit of mine. I love it. I have a habit of like eating food.
こんなにも人を変えるものなんだな。
People do change. I was sitting in my quiet car while I laughed at myself. I changed my destination and turned the wheel. I found a place to park the car. Misunderstanding
手
highway.
軽に食べられるものは
What's something I can eat quickly? There's a coffee shop. Go to the coffee shop. I look around and see a familiar hairstyle inside a shop. That surprised me. It's Leah. She's in there. I knew I shouldn't be doing this, but I went closer to take a look. I then gasped. She was there, all right, but she was with a man.
今日の約束はクラリスという女とじゃなかったのか。
I thought she was going with another woman called Clarice today. But the one in front of her definitely is not a woman.
嘘をついていたのか。
She was lying to me. I felt a dull shock as if someone hit me on the head. I never thought she would lie to me. And it was Gil Lovecraft that she was with, the one who won the Golden Lost York Literary Prize.
そうか。
I see. So she is the same as the rest of them.
やはりステータスか。
It's all about the status. She prefers a man who won a famous award rather than some president of a random company. She prioritized this invitation over mine, and she lied to me for it. Ugh, why did she lie? Did she think she was trying to keep me as a side man? Did she just want me on the side? I saw her laughing through the window with lots of emotion. Only a panel of glass separates us, but she felt so far away. Ah, nice. Misunderstanding alleyway. Go on, new chapter. What's it called? No? Not a new chapter? Okay, thought so. A Cupid's First Love. He's gonna tell her to leave. He's gonna tell her to leave now instead of tell her that he likes her. I wake up to the sunlight shining through as I stretched in bed. Today is a day off, so I got to sleep in for the first time in a while, but you were gonna have breakfast with the CEO, so that's kind of rude. Still, Gil and Clarice really didn't seem like there was a chance between the two. Last night I tried to stick those two together as Cupid. But Clarice kept her guard up too firmly. There was no opening for Gil to get in there, too. On top of that, Clarice asked me about my relationship with the president on the way back. Because she found out that the president is single, she's wondering about why I'm so close with him.
指導に行ってデートに誘われたの？それ絶対照れ隠しじゃない。
What?
どう考えてもあなたに惚れてるわ。
You were asked out on a date as practice? He's just pretending. I know for sure he's got the hots for you. What? But when we met a client, he introduced me as his managing advisor.
それも私には照れ隠しに思えるけど。って
I think
い
it
う
was
か
just.
もしかして
I just think he was trying to cover it up. Maybe.
あなたも社長のこと好きなんでしょ
You also like the president, don't you?
う。だってそうじゃな
Oh,
き
what
ゃ
just happened?
そんなに寂しそうな顔しないでしょ。
It's the flashback. Okay. I almost thought my screen just messed up. I was like, why are the sides cut? Otherwise, he wouldn't look that sad about it. Thought I broke my game screen. That's what Clarice said to me. The president Shelby likes me. I told Clarice it wasn't true at the time, but I'm not confident about the answer. To be honest, I don't understand my own feelings. I've never been this confused since I came down to the human realm. When I think about the president, my heart feels fluffy and prickly at the same time. I don't know the name of this emotion. Speaking of, I wonder when the president is returning. I was wondering that as I looked towards the door. Yesterday he said he wanted to talk in the morning. I didn't confirm what time, but when I came back from celebrating with Gil, the president still wasn't back yet. By the time I went to bed, he still wasn't back. I was worried, so I sent him a message, but he still hasn't replied. But it says that he did read the message. I'm still worried. I should go to the living room to see if there's any sign he's back. I quickly get dressed and open the door. Is there like a message that says get out? I went to the living room and actually saw the president there. The wrinkles between his brow had deeper grooves than usual, and he looks at me. Good morning. Sorry I overslept. Did you wait long?
いや、大丈夫だ。今日は私も休みを取った。話をしていいか？
No, it's all right. I'm taking the day off today. Can you talk right now? A day off? The president took a day off? He's such a workaholic and he took a day off. This must be serious. I was nervous from the serious tone of his voice, and that made me stand up straight. Sure. I gulped, thinking about what he would be talking about. The president held up a piece of paper that was on the table so that I could see it. That was the contract for my role to play as his wife. Oh, that.
これはもう必要ない。
This isn't necessary anymore. He said that coldly and rips it down the middle. I didn't even have a chance to stop him. Huh?
これでお前は自由だ。偽装結婚は解消だ。
You're now free to go. The marriage fraud is over. The torn contract falls to his feet. I was looking at it, still shocked. I didn't think it would end in such a one-sided way. I enjoyed this life, and I liked it a lot. The president was the busy, prestige parasite, and I enjoyed watching him change little by little. I assumed that the president was also fond of this life, but that was my misunderstanding. The president thought nothing of this life together. I realized for the first time that I was feeling shock. Shock? But why? I thought I knew. Even from yesterday's breakfast, I thought that I shouldn't reply on him. I see. So I was the only one that liked this life and wanted to stay here. But I shouldn't think of this so selfishly. The president doesn't need me anymore. I understand. I'll leave within the day. I looked down as I returned to my room. Aw. Luckily, I didn't bring much things with me, so the packing will go quickly. But I felt so down that I couldn't bring myself to start packing. After she left this house, I was frozen where I was. By the time I realized it, night had already fallen. Doing nothing is a waste of time. I knew that, but I still couldn't bring myself to do anything. None of her belongings are left here. It's completely gone and back to the way it was. Because of that, it feels cold here.
これで良かったはずだ。
This is for the best. I'll keep taking advantage of her because of the existence of that contract. I'll turn everything into a clean slate, push her away, and go back to living alone. That is the best choice. To be honest, I did want to keep her tied to me with that contract. But that was still choices from here, and I can't allow that contract to stop her from choosing that man. Because of that contract, I will continue to be fixated on her, and seeing her with another man will bring me no greater pain. I'm sick of all this pain.
彼女がそばからいなくなれば、もう期待することもなくなる。地位をなくすことに怯えもしない。これで。
If she is gone from my side, I won't be hopeful anymore. I won't be afraid of losing my prestige. Yes, this is for the best. I don't want to experience the fear of being abandoned by your loved one. I want to eliminate that possibility by pushing her away. This is again why he needs counseling, so that he can work through this fear. But I still regret it. I wish I didn't say that. I wish I could have continued that contract.
だが、そんなわがまま
Could
言え
have
る
just
か。
told her you liked her. But that'd be selfish of me. That is nothing but a work contract. Using that to take advantage of her should not be allowed. I want to tell her my feelings for her and become a real husband and wife with her, but it's too late for that. While I'm mulling over it, she chose another man, all because my prestige was insufficient. No, I'm nothing but a coward that couldn't muster the courage to tell her my feelings. Even with prestige, she would pay me no heed. But if I had the prestige that I could be proud of, even a little, I could maybe have the courage to say it. I then heard a message arrive from someone. I sluggishly take out my phone from my pocket and look at the screen. It says, regarding tomorrow's reunion.
そういえば、参加することにしていたんだったな。
Speaking of which, I did tell them that I was going to join. In the end, I had put off my responding to whether or not to cancel. I didn't have the courage to contact them. But while I was doing that, I received a message from the organization they wanted to use to the party hall of Cupid Corp. While I was exchanging messages, I ended up having to join. The day of the reunion is quickly approaching.
少し顔を出すぐらいならいいか。
I suppose it'd be fine to show up for a little. It's going to be going to happen at the office so I can just show up. If I don't like it there, I can go back to work. But joining in this reunion can put my mind off things a bit. Now that she's not here, it's going to be difficult to get used to living alone again. It's fair. But will you still eat dinner? Conveniently. The next morning, I was eating breakfast at home for the first time in a while with a sulking expression. Ah, I didn't feel motivated to do anything while I continued to chew on my breakfast. While my stomach started getting full, I felt calmer after a night had passed. Now I'm starting to grow increasingly angry at the president. Isn't that kind of mean? He just canceled it, all without discussing it with me first. The president is always like that. He thinks about everything on his own and never relies on others. Geez, now I'm even more annoyed.
さっきからすごい勢いで食べてるけど大丈夫？何かあった？
Been scarfing down your food for a while. You okay? Did something happen? Nothing.
でもひどい顔よ。
But you look terrible. I was born this way.
かわいい顔でな。何言ってんのよ。
You've got a lot of nerve saying that with such a cute
そろそろ
face.
出ないと遅刻するわよ。
Whatever. Anyways, we should get ready to leave or we'll be late. I don't care about the company.
どういう理屈よ。ほらほら、拗ねてないの。夜に詳しく聞いてあげるから。
What kind of logic is that? Now stop sulking. We'll talk it over in detail tonight. I don't have anything to say. Yes, there was nothing. There was no trust or friendship or love. It was just a business relationship. It was just cut off with a single piece of paper. I don't care anymore. That president can go and look for love on his own and get married to whoever he wants. I'm done with the food. I'll be going now.
うん。いってらっしゃい。
Sure, I'll see you later. I grabbed my bag and headed towards the door with a big strides. Once I get to the office, I plan on giving the president a piece of my mind as his advisor just to relieve some stress. But... What? He suspended his membership? When I get to the office and checked his status, it now set to suspended. The reason he gives was he was busy. What am I supposed to do with all these applicants? I shouted that out without thinking, and my coworker on the next desk leaned over to look at my computer.
ああ、それ？社長、今日の朝一に全員分の返事を打ったからって休会手続きにしたみたいよ。
That the president already responded to everyone and then said his status is suspended. Huh? Did he just double down on his prestige parasite thing and now doesn't care about marriage? I frantically checked the emails the president sent to all the female members who applied. This is my privilege as their advisor. I confirmed that his prestige parasite side has worsened. All reasons for rejections he gave was he wanted to concentrate on work. What should I do? My anger from earlier started getting deflated. Now I felt guilt. I felt disqualified as Cupid. The president trusted me to be his advisor in finding a partner. But ultimately, he suspended his membership. I felt shocked at it all. But my coworker next to me looked confused.
そんなにショックを受けること？
Why are you so confused? Shocked? I really wanted the president to find a wonderful relationship, but I failed him. Now I feel so sorry.
真面目ね。うん。でもこれはただの建前って可能性もあるわよ。
You're so earnest with work, but there's a chance he's only saying that as a public position. Public position?
そう。例えば、実際は彼女ができたから。
Maybe he has a girlfriend behind the scenes? Huh. Because he got a girlfriend. I had not considered that at all. My eyes went wide with surprise. I highly doubt that, though. There wasn't a hint of other women around the president. If there was, I would have noticed as Cupid and as his advisor. But of course, the possibility of that isn't at zero. Actually, that does make more sense for him to suddenly cancel the cohabitation deal. What if he really did find a girlfriend? Whatever. He's already suspended his own membership. That's right, my job is to be a bridal advisor. I have to match make for people who want to get married. I have no duty to look after people who have ended their search. But I'm curious as to the rejection messages that the president sent, so I looked through all of them. All 126 of them. By the time I realized it was already nighttime. Done. I stretched at my seat and looked back at the work I did today. I received 5 new members today and also interviewed 3 current members. I also sent recommendations to people who have stopped being active. That was the kind of matchmaking work I did. As Cupid, I'm doing the right thing, but I couldn't feel happy about it for some reason. Usually I would feel energized whenever I did help matchmake some people, but I have this murky feeling inside of my heart right now. Whatever. I should just get ready to go home. I turn off my computer and got my bag ready. I stand up and my coworker at the next desk pats me on the shoulder.
ねえねえ、聞いた？社長が婚活パーティーに出席してるらしいよ。
Did you hear? The president is joining in some matchmaker party.
さっき1階のパーティールームに入っていくところ、見た人がいるんだって。きっと参加するのよ。
Some people saw him go into the party room on the first floor. He's probably going to join. The president at a matchmaking party? But he just suspended his membership earlier. And was there a matchmaking party scheduled for today? I thought I had kept tabs on the matchmaking party schedule, so something about it seemed odd to me. Or maybe that's just part of his work too. Although that's what I thought, it got me curious. If that's really what's matchmaking party, I need to know as his former advisor. Yeah. Yeah, I need to know because I'm his advisor. At least I used to be before he quit today. And he quit suddenly and without notice, and I'm just a really good advisor. You know, that's why I like to advise people. I guess I could take a peek on the way home. It's just on the way. There's no special meaning behind it. I think nothing of the president's search for marriage, I think. Even so, I'm restless as I head to the elevator. I'm walking faster than I usually do. Where's Chi? Where's Peter? When I entered the party room, I saw many men and women dressed up. Wow, this seems different from the usual parties. The matchmaking parties often have different outfits, and the people today seem to have be very friendly with each other. Wait, Wishington Middle School reunion? I saw the sign at the entrance and it got me confused. I looked for a fellow employee to ask a question. Hey there, I'm Leah Muir of the advisor department. What party is this?
ああ、これは社長の通っていたミドルスクールの同窓会だそうです。特別に会場をお貸しすることになったんですよ。
It's a reunion party of the middle school that the president attended. So that's why. No wonder why it doesn't look like a matchmaking party. This is a middle school that the president went to. In other words, it's a gathering of his old friends. Something about this caused a stir in my heart. What kind of child was the president? What caused him to become the prestige parasite that he is now? Before I knew it, I had stepped into the middle of the hall looking for the president. I saw the president standing in the corner of the room. There's the president. I was about to approach him when I realized he was talking with someone. The president is talking to a beautiful woman. I couldn't tell what they were talking about from far away, but the two appeared to be very close. The president then made a gentle smile like a flower blooming gracefully. The moment he smiled, I froze in place. I couldn't approach further or leave. It felt painful to me. That was a smile he never gave me, and yet he's showing it to someone else. It's probably his what do you call it? Kind smile, like a smile you give when you're like, it was a nostalgic, troubled, and kind gaze all at once. I can tell without asking that the woman was someone special to the president. I see. pushed me away so that he would be reunited with her at the school's reunion. I was wondering why the president would chase me out without a prior conversation. But now it all makes sense because of miscommunication. It was to approach someone special to him. She could be an old girlfriend. She could be his first love, or perhaps...
So,
it could be a new girlfriend. Huh. I felt something hot streaming down my cheeks. Why am I crying? I quickly wipe it off with my fingertips and then turn away from the president. Even when he's out of sight, this pain in my heart won't go away. It hurts. I feel sad. The pain is real. The pain is real. I understand now. It finally hit me. I came to a realization. The reason why I wanted to be with the president, the reason I was so shocked when he tore the contract, it's all because I liked the president. Tears streamed again down my cheek. Why did I have to realize this now? If only I realized it while we were living together, I could have told him my feelings. It's so weird. Cupid falls in love, and I wasn't able to realize my own feelings of love. My lips twist out of shape in my efforts to hold back tears. But I had no way of holding them anymore. My tears overflowed the moment I realized my first love was the moment I lost it. I never imagined heartbreak would be so painful. I helped so many people fall in love, but I never experienced it for myself. I've been such a lazy Cupid. This is my punishment, I'm sure of it. I'm the reason marriage rates have been falling. I, as Cupid, didn't even know what love was. That's why everything went wrong. I realized it too late. I hate myself. I wiped my tears and left the hall. I don't think my mood will return to normal anytime soon. Call in sick for the next 3 days. Do it, do it, do it. A little bit earlier, about 15 minutes before Leah entered the hall. I'm here at the Wishington Middle School reunion. I exchanged pleasantries with the organizers and then leaned against the wall for a drink. I look at my old classmates and it brought back memories. I felt a twitch in my heart and I knew that I didn't want to be here. I shouldn't have come. I better return to work. I put down the glass and try to leave the hall, but then I bump into someone.
すみません。
Excuse me.
あれシェルビーシェルビー・スネイルくんだよね。
Shelby? Aren't you Shelby Snail?
君は
And you are... I don't remember her at all. It can't be helped. Because I did everything I could to forget about what happened in middle school.
嘘、覚えてない？シェルビーくんにまた会ったら謝りたいって思ってたのに。
No way! You don't remember me? I always wanted to apologize to you.
謝る。なぜ？
Apologize? Why?
ほら、そのシェルビーくんが初めて学年主席を落とした時に私、
You
あなたの
know,
ことをからかっちゃったから。
because when you were no longer valedictorian for our grade, I teased you about it. When I was no longer valedictorian, I remember it like it was yesterday. That sort of thing only happens to me once. Yeah, valedictorian's kind of a one-time thing. Shelby, your name spells out SS, but you couldn't become first place in our grade. That's what the girl told me.
まさか君が
You are the one.
そう、ごめん。私があんなこと言ったせいでみんな言い出しちゃって。
I'm sorry I said that.
思ってたのよ。
And it led everyone else to say the same. I'm really sorry about that.
シェルビー君、卒業した日にすぐロサンヨークに旅立っちゃったから言えなくて。
After graduating,
謝りたいって思っていたの。
you left for Los York, so I never got a chance to apologize to you. That's right. I thought at the time that I would become the real SS and show all of them. That's why I entered high school at Los York. I then entered the first-rate Harvard University and wanted to strike it big at Los York. There are many things that happened. All the memories started coming back to me. That's the reason I became the prestige parasite. Ah, core memory unlocked. It was due to my life back in middle school. "18 years ago at Wishington Middle School."
今回のテストも1位はシェルビー・スネイル君です。
Shelby Snail has gotten the first place for exam again. Wow, Shelby!
かっけえよな、シェルビーって。運動もできるし勉強もできて。ほんと名前の通り全部 SS じゃん。
Shelby is so awesome. He's great at sports and grades too. Just like his initials, he is totally SS.
皆さん、シェルビー君によく学ぶように。では今日の授業はここまでです。
Everyone, you can learn a thing or two from Shelby. Anyways, that concludes today's class. The teacher's announcement, followed by the bell, caused all the students to run out of the classroom.
まあな、シェルビー。また勉強教えてくれよ。今日の放課後とか空いてるだろ？
Hey Shelby, you gotta tutor me in this class. You free after school?
はあ？シェルビーと俺は今日一緒に買い物する約束してるんだよ。
What? Shelby's going shopping with me today.
その買い物、じゃあ私もついていっていい？
Can I join?
帰りにみんなでカフェで勉強しようよ。
Let's study together at the cafe after that.
わ、それ最高！私も行く！ねえ、シェルビーくん、いいよね？
That sounds great. I'm going too. Is that okay, Shelby?
ああ、俺が先約だったのに。
Hey, I was here first.
いいじゃん、いいじゃん。独り占めすんなよ。シェルビー、それでいいか？
Who cares? Don't keep them to yourself. You okay with that, Shelby?
ああ、私は構わない。
Yeah, I don't mind. Yay! And they all went to school. Or sorry, not college. They all went to the mall. They all went to the mall. I was always the center of attention. Whenever someone wanted tutoring or someone needed help with sports, they always came to me. Shelby Snail, the all SS, that was my nickname, but I didn't mind that one bit. I came from an ordinary countryside school. I was happy that I gained so much respect just because I knew the school's subject better than most. But that all changed after a transfer student came.
はい、皆さん。今日は転校生を紹介します。
CC, I
クリス・
see.
クライム君です。
Okay, everyone, let me introduce you all to the transfer student. This is Chris Crime.
はじめまして。ロサンヨークから来まし
Good
た。
corpse, Chris Crime.
クライムバーガーの支店をワラントンに作るので、社長をやってる両親と一緒に引っ越してきました。
Hello, I'm from Lost York. I'm here in Wishington with my parents who own Crime Burger since they want to open a branch here.
ああ、クライムバーガーってあのロサンヨークで大人気のハンバーガーショップの
Crime Burger, that super popular Lost York burger shop?
ロサンヨークから来たの？ああ、素敵！服のセンスもいいよね。さすがシティボーイ。
You come from Lost York? Wow, that's so wonderful. You got a great fashion sense too. You're totally a city boy. You look so cool.
しかも今、社長やってる両親って言わなかった？社長の息子？
And you said you're a
超お金持ちじゃん！
You said your parents own it? You're the president's son? No way. That means you're super rich. Shelby is instantly intimidated. Chris Crime created a storm at Wishington Middle School. He was a fashionable city boy that came from Lost York, the son of a famous burger shop. That was enough to cause a commotion in the countryside. Yes, that was supposed to be all.
はい。今回のテストも1位はシェルビー・スネイル君です。みんなよく見習うように。
Shelby Snail got first place on the exam again. Everyone could learn a thing or two.
それでクリス・クライム、お前はもうちょっと授業をよく聞くように。今回も赤点だったぞ。
You should listen in class more. You got failing grades again.
さあせん。
Sorry.
もう、クライムくん、全然反省してない。
Crime, you're not sorry at all.
でもクリスくんはそれでよくない？ガリ弁よりいいじゃん。
Chris is fine the way he is, better than being some nerd.
そうそう。俺別に勉強だけが人生だと思ってないんで。だからみんな、今日は一緒にクライムバーガーの新店舗に遊びに行こうぜ。
Yeah,
全
grades
部お
aren't
ごってやるよ。
everything in life. Let's all go to Crime Burger's new branch today. My treat. Crime, you're so awesome.
行く行くクリスくん最高
I'm going. Crime is the best. That's not.
あ、シェルビーも一緒に来てくれよ。それでこのバカな俺に勉強教えてくんない？
Shelby, you should come with. I'm dumb, so you can teach me a few things.
悪いが遠慮しておく。勉強の予定があるんだ。
I'm sorry, but I'll pass. I need to go and study.
さすがガリ弁。俺にはできねえよ。
You're such a nerd. I could never do that. I had intended on maintaining the same life, but why did it change so much? But I'm sure it will all cool down eventually. Everyone is just interested in what's new. But it all goes back to normal. That's what I thought.
嘘あなたクライム君と付き合うのめっちゃ勝ち組じゃん
No way, you're dating Crime? You're such a winner.
羨ましい私も狙ってたのに
I'm so jealous. I was going for him too. The girls had gathered and are talking up a storm. I stopped walking when I saw the girl in the center of the conversation. She was the one I wanted to ask out. She was the most popular girl in school, and now she was dating Chris Crime. Damn. Had your chance and you blew it. Everything went downhill from there. I couldn't concentrate on my studies from the shock. I finally fell from my throne of first place in academics.
今回の主席は、ボブ君です。
Top place is held by Bob. I don't know. He doesn't have a last name.
嘘シェルビー君じゃない
No
の
way, it's not Shelby.
どういうこと？
What's going on?
スネイル、どうしたんだ？お前のテスト散々じゃないか。クリスよりも下だったぞ。何があった？
What happened, Snell? Your test scores were terrible. You're even lower than Chris. What happened to you, buddy?
え、マジ？やった！
No
俺
way.
頭良くなった！
I'm suddenly smarter?
言っておくが、クリス。スネイルの順位が落ちただけで、お前は全然良くなってないからな。
Chris, I'll have you know that Snell's rank dropped, but you're not better at all.
厳しい。でもシェルビー君が1位じゃないなんて意外だな。そう思わない？
Yeah, you're so strict, Teach, but Shelby not being first place is so rare, don't you think?
確かにシェルビー君って名前 SS なのに学年1位取れなかったんだ
Yeah, Shelby's initials are SS, but he didn't get first place. Huh.
SS なのに SS じゃないってウケる
SS, but he's not SS. That's so funny. It's just not really.
やっぱ大切なのは遊びだよな。ってことで、シェルビーも一緒に遊ぼうぜ。
All work and no play makes you a dull boy. Anyways, let's play together next time, Shelby.
今日なら特別に SS でなくて残念会ってことで何でも食い物おごってやるよ。
We'll throw a party to comfort you today, and I'll treat you to anything you want. Come on, man.
シェルビー君ばっかずるい私もおごってよ
No fair. Shelby gets all the good stuff. Treat me too.
私も
Me too.
もうしょうがねえな。じゃあ今日は俺がシェルビーに勝った記念ってことで全員におごってやるよ。
Fine. I'll treat everyone to free food today to commemorate me beating Shelby.
これだからクリス君好き
This is why we love you, Chris.
最高私街に新しくできたアイスショップ行きたい
You're so awesome. I want to go to the new ice cream shop in town. I failed my exams from the shock of a broken heart. I was instantly turned into the glass clown. So this is how it was. I realized it then. I am Shelby Snail. I must be SS. He was loved, and just because he was rich, unlike him, I must always be SS. All the girls only look at one status. Chris Crime was a rich man from the big city. Everyone chose him over me. Prestige, money, brains, status, that's everything in this world. No one cares about a performance in academics or sports. Prestige is everything. Without that, no one will pay me any attention. I thought he was going to be better than him. Instead, he was worse, and it ruined his life.
そうか。あの時の。
It's from that point on. After that, I stopped chasing after love and continued to build up my prestige. I hated the atmosphere of the slow countryside. I hated how my parents had no intention of bettering themselves. I then entered high school in Lost York. After that, I discarded everything that wouldn't benefit my prestige. I did everything that was necessary to gain status, including my studies. I did archery, skiing, cooking, and even marksmanship. I mastered everything that was said to have value in Lost York. I had a few friends who would take me to meet potential dates, but I thought romance was a waste of time. I tried developing a dating app instead. With that, I started my own business. I did it all while attending college and graduate school, where I learned how to run a business. I started my business to make finding love as effective as possible, but I didn't think I would have so much difficulty myself.
シェルビーくん？わあ、久しぶり。来てたんだね。
Oh, are you Shelby? Wow, it's been a while. We're here too. Huh? I look up and gasp. Another woman ran up to me. It's her. It was the female student that was most popular in my grade. She was the one who was dating Chris Crime, the girl who broke my heart.
久しぶりだな。
It's been a while. Those words came out smoothly. It seems that the pain of the broken heart had vanished. That was to be expected because I had fallen for another woman, Leah, and also had my heart broken by her.
ニュース見たよ。すごいね。相変わらずシェルビーくんって誠実で、やっぱりさすがクラス一の人気者って感じだった。
I saw you on the news. As usual, you're so sincere. You were the most popular boy in class after all.
クラス一の人気者はクリス・クライムだっただろ。
I thought Chris Crime was the most popular.
ああ、そっか。シェルビー君はロサンヨークに進学したから知らないんだっけ？
Oh, right.
実はあの後、結構大変でさ。
You went onto a school in Lost York, so you don't know what happened after that. It was pretty hectic.
そうそう。クリス君って実家が金持ちじゃない？だからだんだん態度が横柄になってて、金払えば何でも許されるって感じでさ。
You know how Chris's family was rich. He started getting more arrogant, like he thought he would be forgiven as long as he paid money.
それであなたも1年付き合っただけですぐ別れたのよね。
You dated him for a year and broke up right away. That's not, no.
その話はもういいから。
Hey, no need to bring that up.
クリス・クライムと別れたのか？
You broke up with Chris Grime? Yeah, when I was 14.
もう十何年も前の話よ。あの頃はほら子供だったからさ。新鮮なのが珍しくて飛びついちゃったのよ。
It's over 10 years ago. We were kids back then. I couldn't help but jump on the new thing on the block, you know.
でもやっぱダメね。金持ちのボンボンって傲慢で。とっくに別れて、今はワラントン大学で出会った人と結婚して、のんびり3児の母をやってるわ。
That's a lot. That's a lot. That is a lot. But it was no good. The rich kids were arrogant. I broke up with him and married someone I met in Washington University. Now I'm a mother of 3.
今じゃすっかりワラントン子よね。うちも全然地元出られないもん。だから同窓会がここでびっくりしちゃった。
You're totally a Washington native after all. You never leave there. I'm surprised you even made it to the reunion.
そうか。
All right.
そうそう。だから私たちからしてみたらクラス一の人気者は今でもシェルビー君よ。
So to us, you're still the most popular boy in class, Shelby, even though we treated you terribly and caused you trauma. Yeah. The girls were talking while in high spirits and a welcoming mood, but all I could do was be surprised and dumbfounded. So this is what transpired. Despite having status, Chris Crime was not popular. Even with status, it didn't work out for him, and
私は彼らの中でずっとクラス一の人気者だったのか。
in their eyes, I was still the most popular boy in class. I was going to show them up. I was to obtain prestige and defeat Chris Crime once and for all. But there was no need to fight in the first place.
あれ？そこにいるのはシェルビー。久しぶり。会いたかったよ。
Is that you, Shelby? I haven't seen you in a while. I missed you.
シェルビーじゃん。会えて嬉しいよ。
Shelby, glad to see you here. How you been? Everyone had gathered here knowing that I would be here. Everyone was relaxed, smiles everywhere. For my years as a president, I can tell that those smiles are genuine. They aren't made as part of a calculative intent, old friend smiles.
そうか。
I see. Like ice melting, all of the fixation I had inside of me started to unravel. I don't believe you. What was I fighting all these years? My old classmates didn't care about prestige after all. It'd given me the affirmation that I wanted through my memories. I won't say that prestige isn't needed. Prestige is important as it will greatly affect how people see you. But I found out for the first time that it's not the only thing that matters. But did he see her? Did he see her? A chocolate love song. One day after my heart was broken. Ah, there could have been a bad ending here. Was there a choice here? Maybe that's if you just have low love here. Fiercely focused on my work.
今日もすごい勢いで仕事してるのね。
You sure are going all out on work today. Yes, work never betrays you.
はあ。
Huh. Yes, work doesn't betray you as long as you achieve the results that's yours and yours alone. After experiencing heartbreak, I decided only to live for work. She's in denial. That's right, I came to the human realm to show up Dad anyways. I need to get to work.
大丈夫？すごく鬼の形相だけど。
Are you okay? You have this fierce, ferocious expression going on with you. I'm fine. I love to work.
好きって顔には見えないけれど。
You don't look like you love it. Chi. Clarice gets worried about me when she comes home every day. Chi also does the same, but I have to continue working more. I take care of interviewing members who need help getting married. When I find people who's struggling and finding love, I gather them and hold them a romance seminar. The cook matchmaking picture book cuisine is starting to get more popular. I improved it by observing the event take place. I do nothing but work for days on end. For some reason, Auntie decided to pay me a visit.
Hi, cute ちゃん。元気？
Hey, Cupid. How you doing? I'm totally great.
全然そんな風に見えないんだけど。
You don't look that way, though. Auntie tilted her head in confusion while smiling. That sight of hers feels so nostalgic that it makes me want to cry. Soon after, I hear her voices in the seat next to me. That made me want to cry for other reasons.
あそこの人、すごい格好してるね。
Wow, look at her.
コスプレ？なんかイベントあったっけ？
Is that some kind of costume? Was there some event going on? Auntie really stands out. What should I do? What's going to happen if someone calls the police on her? When gods descend down here, they can take human form or be invisible to humans. Auntie came to speak with me, so she took on a human form, but her clothes are the same as when she was a god. Everyone definitely thinks this is some weird gathering. I compare the outfit of Auntie and everyone in the area, but the other people seem rather interested in Auntie.
でもハロウィンっぽくて可愛いよね。どこでああいうの売ってるんだろう。
That's kind of cute because it looks like it's for Halloween. I wonder where they sell that.
私もああいうの着てみたい。
I want to wear something like that too. It seems that people sort of see it as a fashion. I'm relieved at how open people are in Los York. I turned my attention to Auntie and forced out a smile. I ran away from home to do this, so I can't complain. I'm totally fine, Lady Minerva. What brings you here?
そりゃもちろん Q ちゃんが心配だったのよ。だって私ちょくちょく Q ちゃんの様子を深海から見てたもの。
Well, because I'm worried about you, Cupid. I've been observing you from Celestia from time to time. Huh. Meaning she knows what had happened. I'm starting to feel a bit awkward about it. Auntie just waved her hand.
ああ、と言ってもずっと見てるわけじゃないわ。私も暇じゃないもの。ちょっとちらっと見たら Q ちゃんがすごい顔してたから様子見に来ただけ。
Oh goodness. Okay. I'm not always looking. I'm too busy for that. I just happened to glance and you made this really serious face, so I decided to visit.
それで何があったの？このレディ・ミネルヴァにドーンと相談してごらんなさい。
So, did something happen? We can talk about it. I'm the great Lady Minerva after all. There really isn't anything to talk about. I just reaffirmed how much I like to work.
そう。まあ話したくないならいいわ。でも私になら解決できることもあるかもしれないから、その気になったら言ってちょうだい。
If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I might be able to help, so we can talk when you feel like it.
ほら、あなたも知ってるでしょ？ D コンセンテスの十二神だけは人間を操る能力があるんだってこと。
Which means that he could be possessed by her dad. You remember, right? Only the 12 Olympians of D Conset have the ability to manipulate humans. Huh? Manipulate humans? You can do that?
あら、知らなかったの？でもそれぐらいできるわよ。神様だもの。と言っても完全にじゃないけどね。
Oh, you didn't know. Of course we can. We're gods after all, although it's not always done completely.
ある程度心に隙があったり弱ってたり、そんな人のことは結構簡単に操れるの。洗脳っていう方が正しいかもしれないわね。
When there's an opening in their minds, or when they are weakened, humans are easy to control, or even easily controlled. Brainwashed might be a better word for it.
その人の正義に反することはできないけれど、
That was the only
ちょっと
thing
で
I
も
wasn't
そうい
sure
う気持
about.
ちがあれば、その背中を押してあげることができるの。
Because she said she was human, so I was like, well, maybe that dad can't. We can't go against their sense of justice, but if they're already leaning towards something, we could easily push them to do it.
だからもしちょっと洗脳したいなって人間がいたら、このレディ・ミネルヴァに相談してちょうだい。
If there's someone you want brainwashed, leave that to Lady Minerva here. Auntie winks at me. I shook my head upon hearing such an ominous suggestion. I won't need to do something that dangerous like that. I don't want to go to such lengths to be with the president. Besides, Lady Minerva mentioned that the president must have that desire to begin with. The president thinks nothing of me, so brainwashing won't work on him.
あらそう？結構便利なのだけど。
Well, really, I think it's rather convenient. Lady Minerva, you've done it before?
神のたしなみ程度にはね。
It's just something I've dabbled with in the past as a god. What does that even mean? Even though we're both gods, the 12 Olympians are on a different level. Their way of thinking is incomprehensible, even scary. The way Dad thinks is no different. It's just out of this world to me.
まあ、Q ちゃんのその矢の力に比べれば可愛いもんよ。下手したらその矢、深海で最強かもしれないもの。
Yuppie, compared to your arrow power, it's really nothing to worry about. In some ways, your arrows may be the strongest in Celestia. Really?
そうよ。あのジュピターだって恐れてるって話よ。
Yep, some say even Jupiter fears your power. I didn't know that. At that moment, a message arrived on my phone and I jumped on the screen. It said Parasite 5.
あら、お仕事のメール？
A work email? Yeah, do you mind if I read it?
どうぞ。
Go right ahead. Although I felt bad towards Auntie, I checked my phone, I opened my email, and held my hand open over my mouth. It was an email from the producer of Parasite House. He said that he and the planning stages of making another program with the Parasite 5. After saying goodbye to Auntie, I was back at the office reading the project plan sheet of the program called Parasite 5's Future. On it, it was asking for President Shelby himself to appear instead of Owen as his representative. So I have to talk to the president, but the other four already agreed to appear. Gil, Raul, Ruki, and Alan have all given permission. I've confirmed with the company and sent them messages, and they instantly replied with their agreements. I didn't know this, but they had all still been meeting with each other to maintain a friendship. But the president, if I send him a message on the phone, he would reply immediately. This is work after all. I open up the message app on my phone, but seeing the president's name hurts my heart. This is serious for me. Fine, I should just go through Owen and have him ask it for me. I relented and contacted Owen instead. A few minutes later, he responded with he said it was fine. Well, that means that all of Parasite 5 will be joining. For some reason, my name was in the credits as a member of the that will appear too. Although it's part of my work, I will have to see the president for the first time in a while. It made me happy, but it also weighed heavily on my heart. Dun 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 dun. And after a few days of preparation, the TV program Parasite House had been revived for the first time in months. Months?
はい、ロサンヨークの君たち、チャンネルはそのままパラサイトハウスの時間だよ。
Hello, hello to everyone out there in Los York. Don't you dare touch that dial because it's time for Parasite House.
大歓声だね。みんな、パラサイト5に会えなくて寂しかっただろ？
I hear loud cheers. I'm sure everyone missed the Parasite 5 so much.
実は僕もさ。ということで、番組の司会は前回に引き続き僕。みんなのババーチョリソー
I'm Bomber Chorizo, coming at you live and in color.
今回はパラサイト5のその後にクローズアップした番組だよ。ということで、パラサイト5を早速読んでみよう。
Our program today is about Parasite 5's future. Let's have the Parasite 5 come on down for now.
おーい、パラサイト5! 元気かい？
Parasite 5, have y'all been doing good?
Hi!
Yes.
元気だよ。
Doing fine.
わお！相変わらずの人気だね、ラウル・アコニット。とんかつの調子はどうだい？
Wow, Raul Aconite's popular as always, so how's your search for love going?
それが全然なんだよね。監督にももっと恋を知ってこいって言われちゃってて。
Not great. The director keeps telling me to experience more love and stuff.
でも最近は神隠しについて調べているんだ。これがまた面白くて、かの有名なボッタチェリの描いた絵の中にあるあの水母が実は異世界への。
I've been researching stuff on being spirited away. It's real interesting. Botticelli's famous painting of a bull was actually a portal to another world.
その話聞いてたらこの番組終わっちゃうからまた後でな。ファッションボーイ、ケサイン君は
If we let you finish, though, we'll run out of time, so maybe later. And what about you, our fashion boy, Rookie?
まあ、おばあ様にはもっと経験を積めってまだ言われてるけど。
Grandmother is still telling me to gain more experience.
別にそれが恋愛である必要ないって思うし。だから最近はラールの現場に行っていろんな俳優のスタイリングしてる。
I don't think I need to look for love, so recently, I go to the film sets where I will to coordinate styles for the actors.
お、すごいね。俳優ならみんな美形揃いだから、外見パラサイト的にも問題ない職場ってわけか？
That's amazing. Actors are all handsome, so it's perfect for a glamour parasite.
それではお次、アラン・メルベル。火遊びは卒業したか？
Next up, we have Alan Melville. Have you grown out of your dangerous desires?
もちろんだよ。ちゃんと合意の上で一緒にシェアさせてもらってるさ。
Of course, I'm sharing women completely with their permission now.
それは男性側の合意ってことか
い？ You mean you get permission from the men's side too?
さあ。
I don't know.
オッケーオッケー。怖いから突っ込まないでおけよ。
Okay.
Gil Lovecraft.
I'm afraid to ask, so I'll leave it at that. Next up is Gil Lovecraft.
なんと彼はあの有名なゴールデンロサンヨーク文学賞を取ったばかり。超人気な作家に大変身したんだ。
He was just awarded the Groden Lost York Literary Prize. He's now a super popular
ということ
author.
でギル、どうだい？失恋パラサイトの方は卒業した？
How's it going? Grown out of your status as the lovelorn parasite?
それが実はまだ全然相変わらず好きな子には気づいてもらえなくて。
Not yet. The girl I like still never notices my feelings for her.
え？
おお、なるほどなるほど。でも賞を取ったってことでモテモテになったりしないのかい？
Oh, I see, I see. So women aren't clawing at you for attention even after getting awards.
まあ前よりいろんな女の子に声かけられるようになったけど、俺はやっぱ彼女一筋だから。
I do get more women's interacting with me, but there's only one girl I truly love.
賞を取った後もお祝いしてもらったんだけど、全然俺の気持ち気づいてなくて。きちんと伝えられるよう頑張ります。
She did celebrate with me when I was awarded the prize, but she doesn't realize my feelings for her. I'll do my best to let her know. Clarice totally didn't show any interest after all. Gosh, Clarice, how could you be so oblivious to this man's feelings?
苦労するね、失恋パラサイト。それでは最後は前回は代理を立てての参加だったチーパラサイトシェルビー・スネイル氏だ。
The lovelorn parasite sure has to go through a lot. Lastly, we have the prestige parasite who had a rep last time, Shelby Snail.
シェルビー・スネイルだ。
Hello, I'm Shelby Snail.
彼も今話題だからみんな知ってるだろう。あの誠実な会見は僕も見てて胸が熱くなったものだよ。
You're the talk of the town right now. That sincere press conference got me all hot and bothered too.
キューピッドコーポレーションは今激アツだということでパラサイトハウスみんなの日々の暮らしを見ていこう。
Cupid Corporation is hot right now, so let's check out life at Parasite House. And that's how Parasite House got started. It all seemed pretty relaxed at the beginning. Video replay of everyone's lives were being shown while they all talked about their own opinions, much like a school reunion. I wish I was just there as the bridal advisor to give them advice. We're still in the middle of the program, so the president talked normally, although his answers were so plain that it almost seemed forced. But we still managed to complete the revival show, Parasite House.
Kanpai!
Cheers! After the program ended, we were holding an after party with catering that the president prepared. We were also having a toast over some alcohol.
いやー、楽しかったね。
Wow, that was fun.
ほんと。でも、今回女子スタッフいないんだね。
But you sure there was no female staff this time around? I kept them out because I knew you would be here today.
残念。でも君も前に比べて随分美味しそうな雰囲気になったけど。
Too bad, but you seem to look a lot more delicious than the last time I remembered you. Alan licks his lips while wrapping his arm around my waist. I smack his hand. It's just your imagination. I'm not in love or anything.
そんな嘘ダメだよ。俺には分かってるんだから。
You know that I can tell.
あのさ、何食べたい？俺料理取ってくるよ。
Hey Leah, anything you want to eat, I can grab it for you. I can get it myself, thanks, Gil.
ひっどい顔。手入れしてる？
You look terrible. Are you keeping up with your maintenance?
私か？
Me?
あんたもあっちも。前回会った時と比べて肌色くすみすぎ。ストレスかかってんじゃないの？
You and that one too. Compared to the last time I met you, your complexion is duller. Maybe you have too much stress in your life. Huh? Me too?
肌の手入れは最低限の仕事でしょ。ちゃんとやって。
Taking care of your skin is the bare minimum you should do. Do it properly. I'm trying. Honestly, I need to get something for my face. I have combination skin, and my forehead, it gets oily and my cheeks get really dry, so I need something for that. I want to do face mask again. I have so many. I have so many face masks. I'm sorry. With my face covered in mist, I looked at the president. My eyes started to feel hot again. I can't do it. Looking at the president causes me to feel pain. There's no way I can talk to him. I'm glad there's mist on my face right now, because my face is wet. No one can tell if I let out some tears. I cry a little in secret and went to the corner so that no one can see me. I don't want to eat anymore. I just stay in the corner. I sit down on the sofa inside. I then notice some cute desserts on the table. What's that? There were cute red heart-shaped ones, some silver orb-shaped ones, and also colorful bars. I bet it's soap, if I'm being honest. Aconite, do you know what kind of food this is? I asked Aconite since he was nearby. He took a bite and smiled.
これはアムリタの原料だよ。アムリタっていうのは神々の飲料で飲むと不死になると言われていて。
This is made with a divine drink called Rita. Drinking it can make you immortal. Okay, thanks. It'll probably go on forever, so I cut the conversation short. I look at this thing said to be made with Rita. I don't know what it is, but it's probably something really tasty according to Aconite. Aconite seemed to enjoy it earlier, so I should try one. I take it in my hand and take a bite, my eyes widen with joy. It's so delicious. What is this? It's so good. Felt so impressed that I couldn't stop eating. I wanted to buy some for myself, so I looked at the back of the box. It said chocolate on it. Huh? Chocolate? This is that? Previously, Auntie told me that I'm not supposed to eat chocolate. She did say previously that it was the demon's food. After hearing that, I avoided it until now, but I ate it without knowing. Oh well, it's this delicious. I crave delicious things most when I'm feeling down. But why was I always forbidden from eating it? I thought about that as I continued to nibble. I feel lightheaded. While I continued eating, my body felt hotter, like it was getting drunk. I never am able to get drunk from alcohol, so I thought I just held my alcohol well. Looks like I get drunk from chocolate instead. Chocolate wasted. My cheeks felt hotter and my vision started to spin. My consciousness faded like someone pulled the plug. I'll see you later.
お邪魔しました。バイ。
Thank you for hosting. Bye now. Are they not going to stay here like last time? After everyone left the party, I was left alone in a cluttered living room. I have to now clean all of this up on my own. I felt irritated at it, but started picking up the trash anyways.
しかし、途中から彼女の姿が見えなかったな。
She seemed to have vanished half midway through. Where did she go? She must have went home. Gil also left midway, so they might have gone together. So it seems that she belongs to him. But Gil said that she didn't notice his feelings, that he's still in love-lorn parasite. What does that mean? I continue cleaning the house while worrying about the current problem, and I thought I heard something fall on the sofa on the other side.
誰かまだいるのか?
Is someone still there? You just didn't notice her on the couch? I walk over and was surprised she was there, drunk and asleep.
お前、まだ帰っていなかったのか?
You didn't go home yet?
みんなもう帰ったぞ。
Everyone is already gone. I run up to her to help her up. The sweet fragrance of her body made me twitch. This is not good. She's drunk and we're alone. Don't say sentences like that. It seems... she seems so defenseless as she so slowly opened her eyes. Looking at me, she started to cry.
おい、どうした?
What's the matter? Her sudden crying made me confused. She then made an angered sort of expression at me. Don't be kind to me. You probably think nothing of me. She's still drunk. She doesn't seem to be speaking properly. As she continues to glare at me. I'm so dumb. I liked you so much. Liked? Liked who? I was frozen in place as she started to hit me on the chest while crying. You jerk, I hate you. I thought we were finally closer. It was fun living with you. But you canceled the cohabitating so suddenly and you called me as just another advisor in front of that old man. I'm just nothing but an employee to you. At that school reunion, I saw you acting friendly with those beautiful women. I'm sure you felt so lucky then. Well, aren't you happy you found love? My feelings were just one side. I feel dumb. I don't like me at all. I felt like her consciousness suddenly snapped then. She started bawling in my arms. Oh, that seems wrong. Don't kiss a girl when she's crying. Don't play this music like it's romantic. I had stolen her lips. Her sweet and soft lips touched mine. I'm not listening to that. With our lips together, our tongues intertwined, I taste the sweet flavor of chocolate that makes me dizzy. She has never been closer to me physically, clearly. We kiss as I pat her on the hair in my arms. I was completely focused on this kiss. Why are you patting her in a kiss? I thought she chose another man. That she thought nothing of me. I thought that she saw the date only as part of her job. But it was just a misunderstanding. A miscommunication, if you will. Both of us misunderstood and went in such a roundabout way. I don't like this situation. I was so foolish. If only we talked, I would have found out that we shared these feelings.
誤解だ。私が好きなのはお前だ。
Leah, it's a misunderstanding. You're the only one I have feelings for. Huh?
好きだ。私にはお前しかいない。だから。
I like you. You're the only one for me, that's why. I take out the thing that I had kept in my pocket all this time in my attempt to throw the question. I also like you. She smiled at me gently before slowly drifting off to sleep. Was he about to give her a ring? She's drunk, you said it. Snoozes. There are traces of tears on her cheeks as she sleeps with a gentle expression. She's still in my arms.
まったく。言いたいことだけ言って寝るな。
She just said what she wanted and passed out. Yeah, that's what drunk people do. This is leaving me really frustrated. But I found out that we both have feelings for each other. That in itself was enough to turn my world on its head. Her room was left the way it was since the day she left. I can just have her spend the night there. That's what I thought as I picked her up.
今晩はうちに泊まってもらうぞ。両思いになったのだから家に帰さなくてもいいだろう。
I don't like that sentence either. Today I'll have you stay the night. We have feelings for each other, so I don't need to send you home. I whisper that in her ear, and she mumbles something happily as she rubs her face on my chest. This is too cute. This isn't good. I hate that we know we have feelings for each other, but we can't do anything about it. Why not? Even so, I don't want to be the kind of man that would take advantage of a drunk woman. Oh! Okay. I sigh a little and took her to her room. No. Thank you. We can talk about it in the next morning. This time I won't lie about my feelings and tell her everything. This misunderstanding started because I couldn't ask her out on a date like a normal person. Oh my stars. Uh, I wake up on the soft bed and stretch widely. This bed feels good. Was the bed at home this good? I thought about that while getting up, and to my surprise, I find out that this wasn't home. But the ceiling looks familiar. So do the bedding, and next to me was the president. Why? I jump up in surprise and look at the president while sitting on the bed. I can't remember what happened last night at all. Why was I sleeping with him? I think. Yeah, that's it. My memory went hazy after eating the chocolate. Auntie told me to not eat it because it was the demon's food. Could it be that it was something that gods shouldn't eat? But all that happened was that I lost a bit of memory from last night. I'm glad I didn't die from it. What else? After eating the chocolate, my memory got wiped, and when I came to, I was here. What happened in between? I was frozen up. But in the meanwhile, the president woke up.
起きたか。よかった。具合は大丈夫か。どうやら私もすぐ寝てしまったようだ。
Oh, you're awake. That's good. Are you alright? It seems that I fell asleep too. Yes. I nod and turn to the side. The president seems so kind right now. He's like a completely different person from the time he ripped the contract. He lazily got up and sat up in bed to face me.
昨日、お前が途中で寝てしまったからな。続きを言わせてくれ。
Leah, you slept midway through yesterday, so let me finish what I wanted to say.
まず、あの同窓会で話していた女性は、別に彼女でも何でもない。ただの同級生だ。しかも向こうは既婚者で子供もいる。
First, the woman you saw at the reunion was nothing to me. She's just a classmate. She's already married with children.
そして、勝手に同居を解除したことについては、お前があんな風に思っているとは思わなかった。すまなかった。
And I had no idea that you thought that way about canceling our cohabitation. I'm sorry about that.
お前が
クラリスと会うと言っていた日にギルと会っているところをたまたま見てしまってな。彼と付き合うことにしたと勘違いしたんだ。
I happened to see you meeting with Gil on that day. You said you were meeting with Clarice, and I took that as you two were dating. What?
彼氏がいるのに私と同棲しているなどバレたら問題だろう。そう思って勝手に契約を破棄した。一方的で悪かった。
He's changing things. He's also lying. He was angry. It had nothing to do with the consideration of the boyfriend. He was mad. Just say it. I was jealous and I was upset and I tore up the thing. But then it's admitting that you knew it was going to hurt her feelings. And you can't admit that you knew it was going to hurt her feelings because you suck. You suck. Knowing you had a boyfriend, it would be a problem if he found out we were living together. That's why I canceled the contract. So that's why. I'm sorry. That is not why. He's lying. He thought you were using him. He just doesn't want to say that. I broke out into a cold sweat while responding to him. The president knew about my feelings. What should I do? That means that I told him everything on my mind when I was drunk. What's most important is how much exactly did I tell him? I had no recollection of it, so I have no idea. But the best thing to happen is for the misunderstanding to clear up. I decided to tread carefully. I'm not dating Gil. On that day, Clarice was working overtime, so she was a little late. The three of us ate dinner together. I wasn't seeing Gil alone. I take out my phone and showed the photo the three of us took to celebrate. Seeing that, the president smiled with relief in his eyes.
そうだったのか。勘違いして悪かったな。
So it was my misunderstanding. I'm sorry. Yeah, you could have asked. Not at all. Shut up, Leah.
それと、前にお前をデートに誘った時もすまなかった。取引先の手前、妙なことを言いたくなくてな。
About when I asked you out on a date, I'm sorry about that. I didn't want to say anything strange in front of a client.
それがお前を傷つけることになるとは思ってなかったんだ。
I didn't
本当にすまなかった。
think it would hurt you. I'm really sorry about that. Not at all. It seems that I complained about a whole lot. It's odd to see that President wasn't mad at all. He must have noticed me getting frantic. He smiles gently and pats me on the head.
とにかくあれだけ酔っていたんだ。体も辛いだろう。朝食は私が作るから、お前はまだ休んでいろ。
In any case, you were really drunk. I'm sure it's painful right now. I'll make breakfast so you can rest some more.
それで、もう一つの続きについては、また今度、しっかり言わせてくれ。そろそろ支度をしないと会社に間に合わないしな。
Take a day off. We can continue the one thing I wanted to say another time. We have to get ready or we'll be late for work. Oh, I look at the clock and he was right, but there's still time to eat breakfast. I didn't know what happened yesterday, but I get to eat breakfast with the president again. Also, my hair is perfect, and I apparently don't need to brush my teeth or do my makeup because I'm gorgeous. This made me so happy, and I happily nodded. A Cupid's mission. I definitely screenshotted that too late. I'm like, do I want to keep going or like, do I want to like eat food? I don't know. It's hard to say. I am starvation, but we're so close. Like, I don't know if this is the end. This is our first time playing, you see. But this is a bad end with an image. And this is the good ending, and this is the after credit ending. So we are 5 chapters from that. Like, and there's an image in both of these. Like, ooh, we have 1, 2, 4 more pictures coming. Is that a reason? He did some creepy stuff in the last chapter, I won't lie. It's pretty creepy. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna keep going, yeah. Because I have a mission, you see. After finishing breakfast together, we headed to the office in the president's car. He matched my hours to get to work. I didn't think he would wait for me. Previously, he would just leave without me. It's obvious that the president is nicer. I really wonder what happened yesterday. I'm sure part of it has to do with the misunderstanding clearing up, but it's still weird. Why would the prestige parasite prioritize me over his work? In any case, I'm glad this is happening. I found out that the president doesn't have a girlfriend, and he canceled the contract because he thought I was dating Gil. Looks like we both made misunderstandings. We really do have to talk this over.
それで、今日の夕飯はどうする?
So, what do you want to do for dinner? Dinner, I think there are sales at the supermarket today, so I was planning on going grocery shopping with Clarice.
そうか。クラリスとずいぶん仲がいいんだな。
I see. With Clarice, you two seem really close. Yeah, she's not a route, but I like her. Oh, didn't I tell you? Clarice and I have been roommates since college.
そうだったのか。初耳だ。そうか。
Strange
シェアしていたのか。となると、勝手なことはできないな。
Were you roommates with her too? Ah, really? Roommates? That's quite a surprise. A very strange coincidence indeed. The president was mumbling something to himself while he approached the office. I'll excuse myself here.
No.
Yeah. I headed to the office on the 12th floor to my desk. I'm curious as to why the president was so kind, but I have to work to help the members first. I'm still glad that the misunderstanding cleared up. Also glad that the person I like didn't hate me or find a girlfriend. Guess forget him finding happiness without me. For the first time in several days, I felt good about things. I used that to get myself motivated for my upcoming work. After she excused herself, I saw her get off the elevator. I went to the president's office and leaned my head against the wall. I think he should have put I went to my office, but okay. She was acting exactly as she usually did. It's like she didn't remember that we kissed. She doesn't.
これはまさか
Could it be that
覚えて
she
いないのか
doesn't remember? No one's ever gotten drunk and not remembered something the next day. She was completely drunk, so that's more likely. But I can't ask her if she remembered our kiss. She would hate me if she thinks I did that while she was drunk. Okay.
あの時の言葉が本音だったと信じたいが
I hope what she said was from the heart. I'm slightly doubtful if I should take those drunken words at face value.
しかも今晩は普段の家に帰るつもりらしいし
But she's going to return to her usual home tonight. Now that I know she returns my feelings, I thought she'd still want to live with me. But it seems she's going back to her own place. She talked about grocery shopping in the car, so I figured she had no intentions of eating together. You didn't invite her. I was thinking of eating dinner together and proposing to her.
となるとまたデートに誘っていやだがまたうまく伝えられなかったら
In that case, how about asking her out on another date? No, if I can't tell her again. I thought I was moving forward, but there was no progress after all. I could have proposed, but now we had to start all over again.
どうやって彼女に伝えればいいんだ
How do I tell her my feelings? I don't know. Use your words. Write a card. Send an email. Teach her how to read Morse code and send her a message. First, I have to bring the conversation naturally to her so that she can talk. However, I used the practice date as an excuse last time and it caused things to go awry.
あとは
All that's left is... I buried my head in the wall as I continued to think. It'll be difficult to find the time to talk to her naturally about this. The next day. I was making breakfast while in high spirits. I actually got a message from the president saying he wants to talk, so he wants to go on a date. The president is nicer now, and he didn't say anything about it being a practice date. Could it be? Maybe this is time will affirm that we have feelings for each other. No, I'll make sure of it. This time, I'm telling him my feelings for him.
今日はすっごく上機嫌ね。
You seem to be happy. Huh, really?
ええ、昨日までの不機嫌っぷりが嘘みたい。
Yes.
いいことがあったのね。
Your bad mood from yesterday just up and vanished. Seems like something good happened. I'm happy for you. Is that what I looked like?
ええ、そうよ。親の仇みたいに仕事に打ち込んでるんだもん。心配してたんだから。
Yep, you were working like your life depended on it. I was worried about you. Oh, really? Thanks, Clarice. I was happy for her consideration and smiled at her. Back when I was shocked at my broken heart towards the president, she was always by my side. Thanks to her, I didn't get so depressed. I'm lucky to have such a great friend. Clarice and I enjoy our relaxing breakfast.
やつら完全に油断しておる。今こそ最終計画を始めるとき。
They're completely off guard. Now is the time to put the final plan into motion.
MQ! オペレーションアンタレスを開始するぞ。
MQ, it's time to initiate Operation Antares. Antares, yeah. Yeah, that's a... As usual, I was heading to the office on the subway. On the way, I saw a member that I was managing and almost doubted my eyes. The client is scheduled to have an interview today, but that way is opposite of Cupid Corpse. I was wondering why, so I decided to follow the client, and then I saw that another member was walking in that direction. That one too. That's the member managed by my colleague in the next desk. Perhaps there was some bridal fair going on? I imagined that was the fair would look like as I saw the Cupid Corpse member entering a building. Huh? I saw the building sign and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Of all places, that was the competing company that stole the 5-star challenge cooking with fire plan. It's the building of Rome and Julie wedding. No way, another one? I got back to the office to check the database and saw that the members I saw earlier had all quit Cupid Corpse. The only answer I could guess was that they switched over to Rome and Julie wedding. But why? Everyone was doing so well. I remembered when they stole the idea. The president also said that the slanderous articles were likely to be written by Rome and Julie wedding too. Then could it be that they were all headhunted? Better tell the president quick. I ran to the elevator, but there was someone already there.
そんなに慌ててどうしましたか?
What's the rush? Owen, is the president here?
確か打ち合わせ中のはずですが、どうされましたか?
Be in a meeting. Is there something the matter? A meeting?
急ぎのようですか? この後お会いするので、よければお伝えしておきますが。
Is it urgent? I'll be meeting with him after this, so I can tell him. Really? Yes, please. It seems that Rome and Julie wedding are taking our members.
ロミジュリーウェディング。
Rome and Julie wedding? Yes, haven't you heard of them? They are the competing marriage agency and are rumored to have interfered with us. They've been poaching a lot of our members. I was hoping to consult with the president about it. But he's busy, I'm sorry, but I panicked, thinking that I had to tell him immediately. I'll research it some more, but if possible, can you let the president know? Sussy boy. Owen?
ああ、すみません。なんだか頭が痛くて。
Huh. I'm sorry, I just started to get a headache. With a frown, Owen puts his hand on his forehead. His work must be tough since Peter has quit. Resigned? I'm sorry, I know you're busy too.
いえ、大丈夫です。では、社長に伝えておきますので。
I'm fine. I'll be sure to tell the president that. Yes, please. I bowed and quickly returned to my desk. I was planning on looking into Rome and Julie wedding some more. In my free time, I continued searching Rome and Julie wedding while doing my usual duties at work. But he's not coming. I look at the clock numerous times, but the member I was scheduled to meet still wasn't here. I entered the interview room first and prepared the document, but they don't seem to be arriving anytime soon. I wonder if something happened. I exited the interview room and checked my computer to see if they left a message. Huh. My eyes opened wide in surprise. The member I'd been waiting for decided to leave the company. No way, why? The member promised to meet today, and we messaged regularly until yesterday. And yet 30 minutes ago, the member quit. This is the first time it has happened. There's obviously something wrong here. I wonder if the president is back yet. In any case, I need to consult with the president as soon as possible. I headed to the elevator one more time. I got there just as the elevator heading up arrived. The elevator doors open, and I got on. I realized the person I wanted to meet was right there. President, great timing. I was going to see you.
そうか。何かあったのか?
I see. Did something happen? Oh, right. Was the issue from earlier all right?
さっきの?
What issue? You didn't hear from Owen?
いや、特に聞いていないな。何があったんだ?
You didn't tell me anything in particular. What happened? He saw how nervous I was and straightened his face. I said that I would explain at his office and got on the elevator with him.
なるほどな。会員が続々と辞めているのか。
I see. So the members are quitting one after another. After hearing my explanation, he wrinkled his brow and was deep in thought. Yes, and everyone appears to be going to Rome and Julie wedding.
そうか。つまり、顧客情報が盗まれている可能性があるということか。
I see. So there's a chance client information is being stolen. That's right. It's not a coincidence that everyone I talked to has quit and joined Rome and Julie wedding. Aiming at our members with such accuracy wouldn't be possible unless they stole the data. If they were doing recruiting in front of our building, we would notice.
誰かが私のパソコンから社内サーバーにアクセスしてデータを外部デバイスに入れた形跡があるな。
It appears that someone has been accessing the internal server from my computer and using an external device. From your computer?
ああ、セキュリティは万全のはずだが、相当詳しい人間か、パスを知っている誰かの犯行か。
I thought that it was security, but it could be done by an expert or someone who knew the password. I suspect who it would be, someone who uses to be here. What if it was Peter? No. Speaking of which, back when Peter was still here, the interference with Rome and Julie weddings was running rampant. And after Peter quit, they were quiet until today. I don't want to suspect him without proof, but could coincidences like this be possible?
とにかく、すぐに各部署に調査するよう連絡しよう。
In any case, I will contact each department to run an investigation. The president picked up the phone and contacted the legal department through the internal line.
スネイルだ。すまない。私のパソコンから顧客データが盗まれた形跡がある。すぐに調査を頼む。
Mrs. Snail, I'm sorry, but there's evidence that customer data was stolen from my computer. Please conduct an investigation.
これでひとまずは大丈夫なはずだ。次はこの部屋に出入りした人間がいないか監視カメラを確認しに行こう。
That should do it for now. Let's check the security camera footage to see who's entered this room. Yes. Oh, what about the police?
そうだな。まずカメラを確認したい。できれば大ごとにはしたくないからな。
I'd like to see the camera first. If possible, I don't want to escalate any further. Right. I nodded and we headed to this control center of the second floor of the elevator. The elevator was on the first floor, but it went straight to the president's office, opening its doors. It was at that moment it happened. Right when the doors opened, smoke spread out. Beyond the smoke were some suspicious men wearing masks. Get back. The men rushed forward while the president stood between them and me. But he was too late. I felt my vision blur and my body felt weak. What is this? I couldn't remain standing and squatted on the floor. I saw the president get on his knees too.
まさか睡眠ガスか一体誰が
I don't know. Someone wants to kidnap you? Is this sleeping gas? Who would do such a thing? My vision completely blurred. I thought I saw someone come in, so I desperately tried to keep my eyes open, but that was futile. I soon lost consciousness. My head is pounding. What happened again? I ate some chocolate and no, that's not it. My head was still in a haze as I opened my eyes. I looked around at an unfamiliar setting and blinked a few times. What is this? My eyes darted around. Once I saw the president sleeping next to me, I finally woke up. That's right. I was at the president's office, at Cupid Corporation, and some suspicious people rushed in. Where am I? I tried to get up, but then I realized that there was something there. I quickly took a defensive stance.
いやー、楽勝だったっすね。これならきっと007に褒めてもらえるっす。
That was too easy. I'm sure 007 would give us a huge compliment.
バカ、まだ気を抜くんじゃねえよ。俺たちはことが終わるまでここに待機するのが仕事だ。
Don't let your guard down just yet. We're tasked to be on standby until it's all done.
MQ と007が全部やり終えた後に MQ にこの2人を引き渡して初めて報酬がもらえるんだからな。
MQ and 007 will finish the job, and then we'll hand over these two to MQ and we'll finally get paid. MQ? 007? I tried to listen to what they were saying, but then I realized my wrists were tied up. No way, what is this? I tried to break out of it. Then the men started having a toast and drinking while in high spirits.
いやー、でもほんとうまくいってよかったっす。これでロミジュリーウェディングがデータを盗んでた証拠は消えたっすね。
I'm so glad it went well. Now the evidence showing that Rome and Julie wedding were stealing members list is gone.
Yeah. これでもうキューピッドコーポレーションは終わりだな。
Yep, Cupid Corporation is done for. We rule the world now.
無事にキューピッドコーポレーションが潰れたらさらに金もらえるんすよね。いやー、何買おうか今からワクワクっす。
Once Cupid Corporation has run into the ground, we get a bonus payment, right? Man, I can't decide what to buy. What? In other words, they were the goons of Rome and Julie wedding and are trying to ruin Cupid Corp. They brought us here because we realized something was stolen. Could it be from that internal line? No, the first priority is to get out of here. The members would all be stolen from under us, but the time we return to Cupid Corp, I can't let that happen. President, are you awake? President! Tried to whisper to him, but but the president isn't waking up. He must have taken in more of the sleeping gas than me. Even though I'm in the human realm and have a body similar to humans, I'm still Cupid. Gods don't get drunk from alcohol, and we might be resistant to sleeping gas. We do get drunk from chocolate, though. What should I do? I better do something about this. I tried to break free from the rope tied around my wrist. I then heard my necklace make a noise. It's my Cupid's bow. That's it. It's my greatest weapon, the arrow of love, and even Lord Jupiter's fears. Gods and humans alike cannot resist the power of this arrow. Using this arrow will allow me to escape. I can do it, even with my hands tied. I'm a god, after all. The president is still sleeping, right? I don't want the president to find out that I'm Cupid. He said himself that he doesn't believe in the gods. I looked at his face and confirmed that he is fast asleep. I then touched the Cupid bow with my fingertips. The Cupid bow made a noise and materializes for the first time in the human realm. The rope tying my wrist seemed to burn right off. This feels so right in my hands. My instincts as Cupid start to burn up. I took a stance and aimed my bow and arrow. Prepare yourself. Are you standing up? I thought I tied you up.
この時代に弓やこの文明の利器と張り合うつもりか
A bow and arrow in this day and age? You think you can defeat modern weaponry? They laugh at me insultingly, and they took out firearms, but I smiled. Guns are slower than the Cupid's bow. You two will submit to me. Before the men could pull the trigger, I shot the arrow. The arrow divided into two as it pierced the air, and then... This is... My Cupid bow pierced through both of their hearts. Normally, the Cupid bow will cause two people who are compatible to fall in love, but I set it so that they will fall for me. Come on, you two. Take me to the mastermind.
了解っす。愛する我らが女神を
Got it, our beloved goddess.
何でも命令してください。女王様
Order us to do anything, my queen. Let's go. Ship started to move by my order. We managed to return to dry land this way. She put her bow away. All SS ring. Sounds lovely. I just wanna know where I want to be sure of it. Okay. I can hear the waves. I was oddly calm, but also felt a strange sense of doubt. I opened my eyes to find myself aboard an unfamiliar ship. President, are you awake? They never really show her like this. Leah, where are we? We're on a ship. On the ship of the people who kidnapped us. You know, classy. What? Upon hearing her words, I get up frantically. You're the ones that... Oh, it's okay now. Those two seem to have fallen in love with me at first sight. Huh? So they're on our side now. They're taking us to their mastermind. That sounds way too convenient. But it's true, right, you two?
はい、私はもう彼女に首ったけなんで
We are totally heads over heels. Wait, which one is her Cupid's bow? I thought it was the top one. We're totally heads over heels for her.
信じられないって言うなら武器も全部渡すっす
If you don't believe us, you can have all of our weapons. They both nod vigorously as they put down their guns. They're completely obedient.
一体何がどうなっているんだ
What's going on here? I don't understand, but I can take their weapons. That's good. I put away the guns. They left and I take a look at our surroundings.
それで、この船はどこへ向かっている?
Where is this ship heading? Right Skirt Beach. Apparently, the clients from Rome and Julie Weddings are waiting there.
ロミジュリウェディング。
Rome and Julie Wedding?
やはり、彼らが犯人なのか。
So they are the culprit then? Yes. She nodded meekly as she told me the information she found out from those two. All of the interference was all conspired by Rome and Julie Wedding. The photo of her, the slanderous articles, the intrusion into my home were all done by them. Their aim was to push Cupid Corporation into bankruptcy. They used all these dirty tricks to interfere with our business.
そうか。だが、彼らが裏切ってくれたおかげで、風向きが我々に向いたというわけか。
I see. So because of their betrayal,
どんな人間が黒幕なんだろうな。
luck is on our side. Let's see who this mastermind is. Let's catch them.
ああ。
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Oh. How dare you?
黒幕は、お前だったのか。
You were the mastermind? Upon arriving at the coast, the person waiting for us was someone I knew very well. Owen, right? It wasn't Peter. It was the president's most trusted person who was there long before Peter was. Owen Harriet. He was the president's secretary and most trusted person.
それはこっちのセリフですよ。なんでお前たちそっちについているんだ。
That's my line. Why are you two on their side?
MQ すいません。俺たち彼女に忠誠を誓ったんす。
MQ, we're sorry. We swore allegiance to her.
悪いな。もうあんたの指示には従えないんだ。
Sorry, we can't take your orders anymore.
なんであのバカそうなカメラマンを雇って私だとバレないように細工までしたのに。
I hired that idiot cameraman and played tricks so that I wouldn't have been found out. You were very obvious. Cameraman? You mean you're trying to frame Peter into taking the fall for you? So you were conspiring so that all the suspicion would fall on Peter?
彼が辞める時も言っていたな。彼が来てから不審なことが起こるようになったと。そのために秘書を増やしたかったのか。
You also mentioned this on the day he quit. Many odd things had happened since he came. You wanted more securities for that purpose.
違う、そうじゃない。忙しかったのは本当で、あの男は、私は、ただ、
I didn't hear him growl. No, that's not it. It was true that I was busy, but that man was just, ugh. Owen put his hands over his head and started to convulse in pain. He grabbed his hair from both sides while he glared at the president with bloodshot eyes.
大体社長が悪いんですよ。私を代理になんて使って、そのせいでテレビに映るし、親戚には笑われるし。
It's your fault, President. Why did you use me as your representative? Because of that, I was on TV and my relatives laughed at me.
その上、代理婚活なんてさせて、私だって婚活したかったのに。
You forced me to be your representative in matchmaking, but I wanted to look for someone to marry too.
そうだったのか。
Really?
そうですよ。この僕年人、当変僕、アンポンタン、お前の母ちゃん、でべそう。
Yes, you jerk, dummy. Your mom is fat. Oh my god, what is this? He doesn't have much of a vocabulary.
仕事ばっかで私の気持ちなんか全然気づかなくて、いつだってこき使って、おかげで私を入れてパラサイト6だなんて言われるし。
You were always about work, never considered me, and drove me like a slave. Because of you, they included me and started calling me Parasite 6.
私はパラサイトなんてしてない。社長と違う。まともなのに。あんたばっか世間に認められて。
I'm not a parasite. I'm not like you, President. I'm a normal and proper, but society always gives you all the attention.
だから、憎くて、憎て、
That's why I hated. Hated? Ooh, he got deeper. Hated. With tears in his eyes, Owen starts smacking his own head in a scary way. It's like there was something in his head breaking out. What's gotten into him?
私は違う。強い。一人でもやり遂げた。やり遂げ。キューピッド。潰す。
I'm different, strong. Even alone, I can finish. Crush Cupid.
Owen.
Owen. Owen.
うるさい。うるさい。うるさい。うるさい。うるさい。
Other favorite. うるさい。うるさい。うるさい。
私の名前を呼ぶな。
Shut up. Don't call my name. Udasai sounds cooler than just screaming shut up over and over and over again. He shouted out and pulled something from his inner pocket and pointed it at the sky. I heard a loud bang and realized that there was a gun in Owen's hand. He pointed at the sky and fired. Right after that, he aimed the gun at us. We didn't have it in our budget to animate that though. It's all your fault. You did this. I will use this. This.
Owen, 落ち着く。
Owen, calm down, my boy. Don't move. Owen shouted while spitting. He's usually so calm and polite, but now he's making a fierce face I never thought he would make. His eyes are bloodshot, and his hands are shaking. His words are filled with confusion, and there's obviously something wrong. I better stop him. I have to use the Cupid bows again. I reach for my chest, but then I froze up for some reason. This is my divine power. Using the Cupid's bow will reveal to the president that I'm Cupid. He'll find out I'm not human. I don't want to have someone I like to know I'm not human. The president doesn't believe in gods. He would say that Cupid doesn't exist. No, Leah, there's no time for that. You have to use it. There's danger right in front of your eyes.
消える。消えるを。もう嫌だ。あんたたちみたいなのがいる
What's
から。
happening?
俺は
Are you home from work now?
負け組になるんだ。
I'm still I was gonna stop earlier, but my plans got canceled, so I figured I'd just stick around longer. So I'm still here, and we're close to the end of this. I don't know. I can't tell. Because some of their chapters are like 30 minutes, and then some of the chapters are like a couple hours. But we're 2 away from either getting a bad or good ending. So I figured I'd try. If it gets to be like 9 o'clock, I'll probably stop. But we're getting really close. This is the climax for sure. He's got a gun. You just can't see it because they didn't animate it. Be gone, vanish. I can't take it anymore. Because you continue to exist, I will always be a loser.
惨めなのはもう嫌だ。勝つのは私だ。私だ。私だ。消えろ。
The rock music, background music really excites things. Yeah. It's pretty intense. I've turned the background music down twice now too because it seems so loud. Still, I think it has really good music. This game has really, really good music. I didn't like the music that much in Cafe Enchanté. I had to think really hard for a second. But I like the music in this one. It's very poppy. It matches the backgrounds really well. I don't want to be a loser anymore. I'm a winner. A winner, damn it. I'm a winner and I want you to disappear. Owen pulled the trigger. Oh no, I can't make it in time. And in that next moment, the gunshot echoed with the sunset in the backdrop. But I don't feel pain anywhere. It wasn't me that Owen shot. Oh, Wait, when did Shelby get a gun? Shelby! It was President Shelby that fired a gun. Is he secretly a police officer? What's happening? This is supposed to be Lost York. I would imagine everyone has a gun. You're right. There is smoke coming out of the barrel he held. The gun must have been taken from the goons earlier. Did he shoot Owen? I gasp and see where he pointed his gun, and I follow my gaze in that direction and see Owen still standing there. But he doesn't appear hurt, but the gun was gone from his hand.
バカな。私の手にある銃を一発で
forgot.
撃ち飛ばすなんて。
Shelby Snail is SS. Impossible. How did you shoot my gun out of my hand? Huh? I look carefully and see another gun far away from where Owen is. And now we were wet from the waves. This means that the president actually shot the gun out of Owen's hand. From this distance, without hurrying Owen?
すべて SS だ。
I am all SS, baby. Oh. The president continued to aim at Owen while reloading with a cold stare. Why would he be reloading? It's a automatic. It's just got...
投降しろ。次は足を撃つ。
Owen, surrender now. I will shoot you in the leg next. Owen goes pale and takes a step back. The president continues to aim at him.
私は違うんです、社長。
It's not what it looks like, President. His face becomes even paler and his eyes redder. His breathing is stressed and Owen's body starts to shake violently.
ただ羨ましくて、そうしたら黒いもやがかかって体が軽くなって全て何もかも全部がうまくいくって言うから。
Or Owen. Should we look up his voice actor? He's doing great. He's giving the hot vibes. Not because he's evil, but like his range. Let's see. I don't think I bothered with Owen. I might have. But... Owen, where are you? Dachi Kanbara. Anything we... Oh, he's in Bad Apple Wars. I want to play Bad Apple Wars. He doesn't have a lot. He's in Akaba's trip. He only does games? No, it says both. I still want to play Bad Apple Wars. Interesting. In a jealous rage, this black haze came over my mind. It made my body feel lighter. And then it told me that everything will get better.
あの人が助けてくれるって言ったんだ。
I was told
惨めな私じゃなくつって。
that I would be saved. That I won't be pitiful any longer. Owen started screaming. He held his head between his hands as he collapsed.
Owen.
Owen? And I don't...
MQ! どうしたんすか?
MQ, what's the matter? He's foaming at the mouth. Let's call an ambulance. Ambulance is fast. Man, their response time instant. Oh gosh. Right then, a patrol car came through and lots of police officers rushed out of the vehicle.
Hey,
Freeze! What? Police, bro!
こちらだ。私が通報したスネイルだ。彼らが私を誘拐した犯人だ。
Over here, I'm Snell, and I'm the one who reported them. They're the kidnappers.
通報いつの間に
When did you call the cops?
さっき呼んでおいた。船の上からな。
I called while on the ship. I didn't see him do that. As usual, he's always prepared. He was getting kidnapped, but he took their guns to make usable, and he also called the police. He's all SS. It's something only the president could do. Calm down. But it's true that he saved me. In any case, Owen needs to be taken to the hospital. We saw the Rome and Julie wedding people get taken away by the police, and we headed to the police station for questioning. What about Owen? After receiving the questioning, the legal department of Cupid Corporation arrived, so we left the rest of them. We decided to return to the office for now. Ooh, it's nighttime. Upon exiting the police station, it was already pitch black outside. The starry skies and the lights from the buildings are glittering. The office isn't that far from the police station that we needed to take the subway or a taxi. We decided to walk back. What a day. Getting kidnapped, being held up by gunpoint, having to use my Cupid bow to get out of a sticky situation. Yeah. The president stops walking suddenly. I wonder what was the matter and turned around. He looked straight at me.
No.
Leah. He called my name in a gentle voice as he takes my hand. He embraces me gently as if holding a delicate baby.
よかった。無事で。
I'm so glad you're safe. Oh. His arms wrap around me as he clung to me desperately. I can hear the beating of his heart through my skin.
応援に銃を向けられて、ゾッとしたんだ。もし、お前が撃たれたらと。
When Owen pointed his gun at you, I almost panicked. I couldn't bear to think about what would have happened if you were shot. His raspy voice with that serious tone whispered into my ear. The fragrance of the president fills my heart up. I see. I almost got shot. I was desperate at that time and didn't really process what had happened. Looking back, what could have happened scares me. If I was shot, or if the president was shot, we wouldn't be hearing right now. Or here, even. We wouldn't be here right now. I was told that a god descending upon the human realm will make your body like that of a human. If I did get shot, I probably would have died. But I'm alive. That feeling seemed to shake my worldview. That felt real to me for the first time since I came to the human realm. It was the first time I experienced danger, and also the feeling that I was alive. The sense of not wanting to die is there only because there was someone I'd fallen for. I don't know if that's true. Sometimes you just don't want to die. Shelby.
お前に伝えたいことがあるんだ。
Leah, there's something I need to tell you. Did you bring the ring? The president let go of me so that we can see each other's faces. His icy blue eyes are so clear. His looks are cool, but his gaze is warm. He only has eyes for me right now.
私は
I
お前のことが
You You can answer your phone. Right. The president looked so disappointed as he reached for his phone to answer.
私だ。ん？ああ、そうか。ご苦労だった。なあ、わかった。すぐ戻る。
It's me? Huh? Right. Thank you. I'll be right back.
すまない。すぐに会社に戻る必要がありそうだ。だが、今回の件については、すでに大方調べがついたらしい。
I'm sorry, but I have to return to the office immediately. It seems that investigation was complete. And even though we just experienced a near-death thing, and I just talked about how scared I was that I might lose you, and I was about to propose to you, I'm going to put this on hold. We're going to pause this. What investigation?
ロミジュリウェディングに捜査が入るとのことだ。
There's going to be a police investigation at Rome and Julie wedding. We both returned to the office of Cupid Corporation. Everyone must have heard about the incident because there was quite an uproar. Police and many other people were coming in and out of the office.
では私は社長室に戻る。誰かに家まで送らせるから、お前は一旦自分のデスクに戻ってくれ。
I'll be in my office. I'll have someone escort you back home, so return to your desk for now. I can take care of myself. I can go home on my own. Don't you worry. I almost died tonight, but that person is in custody. We're fine.
あんなことがあった後にお前を一人にできるか。いいから自分のデスクから動くな。いいな。
After what happened, I can't do that. Just stay at your desk, understand? He points right at me as he enters the office. I was left behind by myself there. I could just turn on my heel and he would never know. I have to get on the same elevator, you know? I got left behind, so I'll just get on the next one. After getting kidnapped, a lot of my work for the day was left undone. And I'm a workaholic. I try to remember my schedule for the day, wondering if I had any interviews. I then got on the elevator that finally arrived. And no one's here. The robot vacuum cleaner that runs after business hours ended up going around the floor. I look at the whiteboard and it seems there was an urgent order to send everyone home. It's probably because of the ongoing investigation. Seems like it's really serious. The president told me to wait here, but I wonder if if that was right. As I looked at the time, I then realized that there was someone by the cabinet.
失敗している。まずい。M キューラの場所がわからなくなった。こうなったら、直に私が。
It failed. This isn't good. I don't know where MQ and the others are. Now I have to take care of things. Dad, come on, say it. There's someone in the shadows. I thought it was an intruder, but I recognize that silhouette. He's gigantic, and his donning fashion that is unusual for the human realm. No matter how I look at it, it's Dad.
おお、キューピッド。よかったよかった。ここにいたか。
Cupid, thank goodness you're here. Don't give me that. What are you doing here? It's rare for the gods to come to the human realm. Auntie is the exception because she likes it here. Dad has stated his dislike for humans many times. I suspected that he found my location because I used my bow and arrow, but from how nervous he was, I knew that wasn't the case.
なんでもいいだろう。とにかくこんな潰れそうな会社辞めて深海に戻ってくるんだ。キューピッド。
Who cares why I'm here? Just quit this sinking ship of a company and return to Celestia with me, Cupid. Why do you mean it's a sinking ship? It's doing totally fine.
そんなはずないだろう。顧客データが流れてどんどん会員が減っているのだ。潰れるのも時間の問題。
That's not true. All the customer data is leaked and you're losing members. It's only a matter of time until it's out of business. Dad, why do you know that? That shouldn't be public information. It was just discovered recently because it was an investigation.
Oh.
Did you do this, Dad? Were you the one leaking the customer information? I close in on Dad, and he turns away with puckered lips like a child.
仕方ないだろう。お前は家出して帰ってこないし。
I couldn't help it. You ran away from home and refused to come back.
それに神の真似事を人間がするなど許せん。こんな会社があるからお前も神の自覚を失う。だからこんな会社なくした方がいいんだ。
I couldn't allow humans to play God. You are losing sight of your responsibilities as a god because of this company. It's better gone. No. What kind of logic is that? Don't destroy our company because of that?
うちのではない。人間のだ。まったく、お前は相変わらず神としての自覚が足りん。だから未熟なのだ。
Are? It's not yours. It belongs to the humans. You lack the awareness as a god as usual. This is why you are immature.
とにかく、この会社はもう終わる。師匠を私が洗脳したからな。
In any case, this company is over. I brainwashed the secretary.
今は不都合が起きて倒れているが、戻ってくればまた私の命令通り動くはずだ。 その時こそこの会社の息の根を止めてやる。
There was an issue that caused him to collapse, but he'll follow orders once back here. Then I'll finish it once and for all. Huh? Brainwash the secretary? I need a flashback. I know that was the whole reason we had the mom or the aunt show up. Owen was obviously acting strange. I thought he just went insane from the stress. Could it be that?
ほら、あなたも知ってるでしょ
Can manipulate minds. I know. Dad, you brainwashed Owen.
ん？オーエン？ああ、MQ のことか。そうだな。あやつにはわしの助手をさせていた。
Owen? Oh, you mean MQ. I made him my assistant.
せっかく CC を潰すためにロミジュリウェディングを作ったのに、最初は全然うまくいかなくてな。
I created Rome and Julie wedding to destroy Cupid Corpse, but it's not going well.
メディアを使ってネガキャンをしても効果なし。記事を作っても誰も見向きやしない。
I used the media to slander you guys, but none of that worked. No one looked at those articles.
会社というのはやはり経営が難しい。それであのオーウェンとかいう男に声をかけたんだ。
Running a company is quite hard. That's why I recruited that man called Owen.
だが、あやつの心にもともとそういう気持ちがあったから、そこを利用しただけだ。わしが悪いのではない。
Feelings in his heart, so I just took advantage of it. It's not my fault. Yes, it is your fault. I slam my hands on a nearby desk. Now I'm angry. All the negative coverage on TV and the stealing of the project plan and all the slander was all you?
ああ、そうだ。それが一番いいからな。
That's right. That was the best way. No, it's not. That's the worst thing you could have done. You don't care about the humans' lives here. Gods can't just have their way with humans.
何を言っている？人間は神が作った生き物だ。あやつらをどうするも神の勝手だろう。
What are you talking about? Humans are creatures created by the gods. The gods decide what we do with them. No, the humans think on their own and live their own lives. The gods do not have the right to take that away from them. Dad, you're here in the human realm and you don't understand how great humans are?
わかるわけないだろう。嫉妬で他人を引きずり落とそうとする生き物だ。神が導かなければならないんだ。
How would I? They are creatures that drag down others with envy. The gods must be the one to guide them. That's not true. Humans worry and make mistakes, but they are still able to move forward. You've had misunderstood standings of all kinds, but the president and I still can face each other. I will be the one. I will be on the side of the humans. I'm not returning to Celestia.
キューピッド。そうか。お前がそこまで言うならば、力ずくもやむを得まい。
Cupid, I see. If you insist on that, I must utilize force.
この軍神マーズを怒らせたツケを払ってもらうぞ。
You will pay for angering Mars, the god of war. Dad charges up his strength. Oh no, he's really mad now. But I won't lose. I used my divine powers earlier for the first time in a while. Due to that, my instincts have been heightened. I have the most powerful divine artifact. I'll bind Dad with something. Dad will have a taste of how scary it is to have the gods manipulate you. I then saw the robot vacuum cleaner move in the corner of my eyes. Yeah, I'll just bind those two together. I never done matchmaking for inanimate objects, but there's a first time for everything. Dad, this is what you get for being so stubborn.
No, それは
What the? Dad looks at my Cupid's bow and seems nervous. I didn't give him a chance to flee. I shot my arrow before he could move. The arrow split into two, piercing through the air, and then... Alright. I struck Dad's heart. My Cupid's bow hit the target straight into Dad's heart. And the next moment, the robot vacuum cleaner hits the wall and turns this way. Seeing the rear side of it, Dad's eyes turned into hearts. My Cupid plan worked.
なんて可憐なんだ。壁にぶつかっても掃除をするその優しさ。なんてけなげ。
That's so adorable. It continues to clean even after hitting the wall. That is true kindness.
待ってくれ。その体を守りたい。次はわしにぶつかってくれ。
I want to protect you. Hit me next. Dad chases after the robot vacuum cleaner while saying that. He's totally like a man chasing a woman, although it's a robot vacuum cleaner he's after right now. This is what happens when you make Cupid mad. In the mythologies, there is a certain story where the gods feared the Cupid's bow and ran away. This should release Owen from the brainwashing. That would release him from that suffering. Sorry, Mom. Cupid's bow is effective for 30 days. Please forgive Dad for cheating with the robot vacuum cleaner in that time. I'm sure Mom would understand. She loves fun stuff anyways. But I better ask Auntie to make sure if there's any lasting effects. I took out my phone while thinking that. Single studio apartment. Singles. A few days later.
It's time for the morning news. Today, we will broadcast live in front of Cupid Corporation. A few days ago, Owen Helliott was arrested for leaking Cupid Corporation's customer data to Roma Julie Wedding. And Mr. Mars Arles, the representative director of Roma Julie Wedding, has gone missing, but a search is underway. Also, Owen Helliott's mental state has been remarkably weakened, and it's possible that he was being threatened by Mr. Mars. Furthermore, Mr. Mars Arles is under suspicion of counterfeiting family registers and is being investigated for unfair competition, identity fraud, and blackmail.
Nice. The news are all talking about Cupid Corpse and Roman Julie Wedding. I watched the news on TV as I cleared the plate I used for breakfast.
Chi?
Chi. Why, hello, Chi. Oh, Chi, haven't seen you in a while. I picked up Chi and put him on my shoulder for the usual electric shock massage. Chi fidgets around while I get massaged as I continue watching the news. Dad's fake name on Mars Ares is so obvious. He is prideful as a god, so it's kind of typical he would use that name. Ares. Oh, Ares. I wonder if Owen is alright. He did point a gun at me, but I'm the only one that knows he was brainwashed by Dad, so I'm still worried. Especially more so after hearing about what he said the other day.
すみませんでした、社長。あんなことをしてかしてしまって。
I'm sorry, President, for doing what I did. A few days after the incident, Owen was discharged from the hospital and came to the President's offices to apologize to both of us. He's currently out on bail, and there's also a police officer outside of the room. He made himself look small as he apologized as sincerely as he could. The President looked at him with mixed emotions.
オーウェン、どうしてこんなことをしたのか理由を聞いていいか？
Owen, can I ask you why you did that?
実はずっと社長のことを恨んでいたんです。社長が年収の低い男など誰にも相手にされないってつぶやいていたから。
A grudge against you for a long time. You always said men with low income would never get any attention.
は？私がお前にそんなことを言ったのか？
When did I say that to you?
いや、独り言でしたけど、年収が低くて地位もないから相手にされないんだ。努力が足りないって言っていて。
No, you were talking to yourself. You always said low income and status will never get you any attention because you lack effort. Probably was saying that to himself.
ちょうどその時、私自身が婚活中だったので、すごくショックで。しかも私、その前日にマッチングパーティーで失敗したばかりだったので。
I was then searching for a partner, so I was shocked. I was failed. I just failed at a matching party just the other day. Failed? How?
男らしい人が好きだっていう女性がいたので、ほふ前進をしたんです。
There was a woman who said she liked manly men, so I was doing a military crawl.
そしたら、会場中の人に笑われて、女の人にはドン引きされるし、こうでも変とか言われるし。
Poor Owen. And then everyone at the hall laughed at me, and the woman was creeped out by me, and she also said my outfit coordination was terrible.
しかもその話、CC 内にも広まってて、その話を聞いた社長が言ったんですよ。こんなバカな会員がいたらしいなって。
And then everyone in Cupid Corp got word of it, and the president then mentioned that he heard of some stupid member who did that.
それは覚えがある。すまない。オーウェンのことだとは思わなかった。
I do remember that. I'm sorry, but I didn't think it was you, Owen. I don't know if that's enough.
私だったんです。それで、とどめを刺されて、社長を恨んで、こんな会社、どうにでもなれって思ってしまって。
Well, it was me. That was the last straw that got me to hold that grudge. I didn't care about the company anymore.
それで、雑誌社に持ち込んだんです。社長は、独身だって話を。
So then I went to the magazine companies with a lead about how you were actually single. Huh?
雑誌社の人は、ろくに話を聞いてくれませんでしたが、代わりに、ロミジュリウェディングの社長に声をかけられたんです。
The magazine wouldn't hear me out, but then the president of Rome and Julie Wedding came to me.
それで、言われました。一緒に CC を潰さないかって。
And he offered to destroy Cupid Corps together.
今思うと、そんな誘いに乗るなんておかしいです。でもあの時は、魔が差したみたいに、それが一番いいんだって思ってしまって。
Looking back, it was weird for me to go with that plan. I didn't know what came over me. I just thought it was the best decision. Dad must have taken advantage of his weakness. Owen had held a grudge against the president strong enough to spread bad rumors to magazine companies. His spirits had been weakened, allowing Dad to brainwash him easily. I understand that was the reason why this incident occurred.
悪い夢を見ていたような気がします。でも、あちらに着くと決めたのは私自身です。ですから、きちんと自分で自分の罪は償います。
It felt like a bad dream, but I was the one who decided to side with them. This is why I will be sure to pay my dues.
シェルビー社長、あなたの作った会社を潰そうとして、本当に
President Shelby,
申し訳ございませんでした。
I'm sorry for trying to destroy the company you built. That was the day Owen quit Cupid Corp. He said he needed to pay his debt to society. To be honest, I don't agree with all this because it's all Dad's fault.
だから言ったでしょ。本人にそのつもりがなきゃ、それにオーウェンさん本人にはちゃんと記憶も自覚もあるんでしょ。なら大半は彼自
I told you, didn't I? You can't brainwash the person unless he has the desire to begin with.
身の意思よ。
And Owen has memory of it and is aware of it all. The majority of it is still due to his free will.
D コンセンテスの洗脳の力なんてキューピッドの矢ほどの威力はないわ。だからキューちゃんが気にすることないの。
The brainwashing power of the D consentus isn't as powerful as the Cupid's bow. That's why you shouldn't have to worry about it. Classy. That was what Auntie said. The majority is still Owen's fault, and Dad just pushed him over the edge. It's somewhat similar to the Cupid bow, I think. The Cupid's bow can make someone fall in love for 30 days. What happens after is up to that person. The gods can only provide the opportunity. It is the humans who choose what lies ahead. But I hope Dad doesn't get any weird new habits because of that trigger. That was the reason I thought that. There was a reason I thought that. Every day now I see Dad at the office, he's hitting on that robot vacuum cleaner.
ああ、麗しの君よ。どうかわしの愛を受け取ってくれ。
Beautiful maiden, please accept my love. Mars Ares, you, the wanted fugitive, and my dad, is currently in love with a robot vacuum cleaner and hitting on it each day. I wanted to catch Dad and turn him in to the police, but he is in the form of a god, so I can't turn him in right now. But that serves him right, because he doesn't look human. The robot vacuum won't even detect him.
さあ、この鼻のとこに座ってくれ。そうしたら、お前の可愛い頬を撫でて、美しい耳にキスをしよう。
Please sit on this bed of flowers. Allow me to caress your adorable cheeks and kiss your beautiful ears. The robot vacuum sucks up the flowers that Dad gave it.
おお、受け取ってくれるか。なんて低粛な人なんだ。無言で花を受け取るだなんて。
You accept? You are such a virtuous one. You accept my flowers without saying anything. I think the vacuum's just sucking it in because it sees it as trash. That's what I thought, but it would be dumb to point that out.
おお、愛しい人。海の底から真珠を取り、お前にそれを捧げよう。そしてわしの真珠たちにお主の世話をさせよう。
My love, I will obtain a pearl from the bottom of the sea and present it to you. I will have my divine beast care for you.
そんなに激しくぶつかられたら。
But you bump into me so fiercely. Whoa. To be honest, I never wanted to see my parents like this. I decided to ignore Dad and just face my PC. Looks like the members I manage are back. We were doing a returnee promotion where people who quit can waiver their initial fee if they return within a month. Seeing the news on how dangerous Rome and Julie wedding was on the news, the members who quit mostly returned. We actually even got more new members. Thanks to that, advisors are constantly busy dealing with them. Let's try to say advertise. But I don't think it's tough, because I can help make people with my own hands again. Alright, let's do this. I riled myself up and got to work. Dad is still hitting on a vacuum cleaner behind me as usual. A few days later, I was waiting at the entrance of Cupid Corpse by myself. Today is the day that the president asked me out on a date. I'm kind of nervous, and I didn't change my outfit. I was busy with dealing with what happened from the incident, so I couldn't have a proper talk with the president. I don't have much to talk about, so I haven't even been exchanging messages. To be honest, we haven't talked in a while. I wonder if I can talk all right. I was waiting while feeling nervous. I then saw someone familiar walk out of the entrance.
すまない。待たせたな。
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. No, it's all right. It's the president. I haven't seen him in a while, so I couldn't help but smile. I do like him after all. Meeting him like this makes me happy. I thought to myself about how I wanted to tell him my feelings for him today. His tall and slender form is so handsome. Is he slender?
では、行こう。少しだけ歩くがいいか？
Let's go. It'll be a bit of a walk. Do you mind? Not at all. We walk through the town together. It's a date. It's not a practice date, but a real date. President looked a bit nervous as he walked ahead of me. It seems like there was a specific place he wanted to take me to. Oh. We walked past 7th and 8th Avenue. The president then stopped at a certain place.
着いたぞ。
We're here. But this is...
私が普段暮らしていた方の家だ。
It's my home that I usually live in. Your home? He took me to an apartment. I was surprised at this unexpected place. It was about to ask him how Parasite House on First Avenue was his home, but then I remembered it was his vacation home. Thank you. Meaning he spends most of his time here when he's working. Prior to living in a share house with me, this is where he lived. It's a place of privacy for him. I looked around, everything is organized, and it didn't look like someone lived here. I see business books and reference materials laying around. It was also lightly furnished. Ha! It's so like you to set it up like this. It's clean and there's not much furniture. I'm sure it would feel calming to him. I saw him take off his jacket, and he did appear to be relaxed.
物が少ない方が掃除にかける時間も減って合理的だからな。
When you have less things, you need less time to clean up. It's more effective that way. Listen, I dusted, okay? I dusted today. Some of these shelves have been dusted. Not all of them. There's a lot. Efficient, meaning if he spends less time on cleaning, he can secure more time to work. As expected of the prestige parasite, his home still prioritizes work over hobbies or relaxing. Parasite House was needed as a place of socializing, so it was decorated as such. But why did you bring me here today? Since he brought me home, should I expect to go all the way? Right when I thought that, the president embraced me from behind. President?
Shelby でいい。
Just call me Shelby, Leah. His arms are at the base of my neck, and that made my heart pound. His breath brushes against my ear, and I froze up. What should I do? Is he going to... Shelby? I nervously turn around. Something soft then touches my lips, sealing it. Ah, I see. Huh? The lips that touched me were burning hot, and it made my mind go blank. Our lips are touching. We're kissing. No, thank you. The kissing noises were loud, and that caused me to blush and my body temperature to go up. Why is he kissing me? I don't understand, but that made my heart fill with happiness. I think he likes you.
あの日のことを覚えているか?
Leah, do you remember what happened on that day? That day.
お前が酔って私に好きだと言ってくれた日だ。
When you were drunk and you told me that you had feelings for me. I was drunk and I told him I liked him? Who did me? No way. I confessed my feelings to you, Shelby?
やはり覚えていなかったのか。
So you don't remember. I don't remember at all. I was going to tell you properly.
可愛く言ってくれたぞ。私の理性が飛びそうなほどな。
No, thank you. You said it in such a adorable way, you almost made me lose control. I don't want someone that can lose control. That's a monster. President snickers and takes my lips again. His arms hold me stronger and I couldn't move at all. I can hear heartbeats from time to time. Is this mine or Shelby's?
つまりあの時の言葉はすべて嘘でも勢いでもないということだな。
In other words,
お前が私を好きだという話は。
those words you said then weren't a lie, or said in the moment. Then and you having feelings for me are yes.
なら改めて続きを言っていいか？
May I continue where you left off? I can't tell if this is a new one, unfortunately. His tone was serious. I quietly nodded. The president then stared straight at me at close range before speaking.
私もお前が好きだ。お前と共に生きていきたい。
Leah, I also have feelings for you. I want to build a life together with you. I gasped a little and he kissed me again. The president gently whispers into me.
私が誰かと共に生きたいと思ったのは初めてなんだ。誰かといて楽しかったことも。
You're the first one I desired to spend my life with. I've never enjoyed being in the company of someone this much.
お前と暮らしてこんな日々もあるのかと驚いた。食後にくつろぐなんて楽しみがあるのだと
We're getting the good ending, right?
初めて知ったんだ。
It'd be funny if this turned bad suddenly. After living with you, I was surprised at the life we had. I never knew how much fun it was to relax after a meal. Really?
ああ、ずっと私には仕事以上に夢中になれるものがなかったからな。
I've never had anything besides my work that I could look forward to.
仕事以外の時間など無駄だと思っていた。すべて非合理的で、そんなものに時間を割くより地位を築くべきだと思っていた。
Is she gonna tell him? By the way, I'm Cupid. I thought all my time outside of work was a waste. Everything was illogical, so I would rather spend my time building up my status.
地位を高めなければダメだと思って、そして地位がなければ誰からも相手にされず見放されると思っていた。
I thought that I had to build up prestige at all cost. I thought that everyone would forsake me if I had no status.
だが、お前と暮らしていくうちに、それが全てではないと気づくことができた。
But as I
お
lived
前の
with
こ
you,
とだけは信じられるようになった。
I realized that's not everything. You are the only one I could believe in.
ここに誰かを招いたのもお前が初めてだ。人を自分の家に入れるのは嫌だったんだ。呆れられるのが怖くてな。
You're also the first one I invited. I never wanted to allow strangers into my home. I was afraid they would be disgusted by me. Disgusted?
立派な家でなければ許されないと思い込んでいたからだ。
I assumed they would only recognize me if I had a lavish home. He continues showing signs of his prestigious parasite. He assumes that he can't be great without prestige and money.
だから別
But
邸
he's
を
got
買っ
it,
た。
so.
人を招く時のために。だが広い家は非合理的だ。結局はろくに使わず、必要な際にはスタッフを雇って清掃していた。
That's why I bought the vacation home. It was to entertain guests, but a big home is illogical. I don't use it.
そんな別邸を見るたびに自分を見ている気がした。虚構ばかりだと。
Every time I looked at that vacation home,
嘘偽りなく
I thought it represented
私のことを伝えたいと思った。
It was nothing but a lie. That's why I wanted to tell you the truth. Are you a monster?
あれが全てではない。普段使うこの家にこそお前を招きたいと思ったんだ。
That isn't everything. This is why I wanted to invite you to my main home. So that's why he brought me here. It was because he trusted me. He said he was afraid of people would feel disgusted at him, yet he invited me. That means he trusts me to not change how I see him. This is his real private space. It's his home that represents his being, and he wanted to bring me here. That made me happy above all else. I felt like our hearts are closer. That makes me so happy. Thank you for bringing me here.
私こそ来てくれてありがとう。
I should be thankful for you agreeing to come. He makes a serious gaze.
本気でお前が好きなんだ。お前以外に誰かを信頼できる気がしない。
I am in love with you. I can't trust anyone besides you.
だから
So please. You whispered that as the president takes my hand. I feel something cold touch my left ring finger. Huh. I see a gold ring, but I don't see a diamond. That's glittering in the light on my ring
これ
finger.
を受け取ってくれるか。
Will you accept this? A ring on the ring finger is used during a marriage proposal. This is a so-called engagement ring. When did you...
本当はこの間のデートで渡すつもりだった。だが素直になれなくて遅くなった。
I was going to give it to you during the date, but I couldn't bring myself to. I know it's late, but here it is. So that's why. I didn't realize that at all. But after hearing it for the first time, I do remember how the president kept going through his chest pocket that day. So that's it. He already had feelings for me then. And he prepared a ring that fit me perfectly. And then he broke my heart and sent me packing without an explanation. Could it be that back when we lived together, he secretly measured my finger while I slept? I felt happy that he has such strong feelings for me.
私の妻になってほしい。代理じゃない本物の妻に。
Do you mind? I want you to be my wife, not as a stand-in, but as my real wife. Do you mind? Shelby sounded a bit unsure. He must be afraid that I would reject him. In this world, there are lots of people who would express their love for another but still refuse to marry. Even if Cupid causes them to fall in love, there are many couples who don't arrive at the marriage blessed by Lady Juno. But my heart has already made up its mind. I also want to be your wife. I was surprised at how little time I needed to think about it. Those words came out instantly. It doesn't matter that I was a god from Celestia. This was something I've thought for a very long time. Shelby, I love you. I whispered that quietly, and this aura about him suddenly changed. Our gazes locked and our lips touched again. It wasn't the gentle kiss from earlier. This is a mature and passionate kiss that is rough to the core. Okay, we're not doing the breathing sounds. We don't like the breathing sound. His hands grabbed my wrist, his other hand wrapped around... Wait, what? Wrapped around me, gradually lowering. While we kissed passionately, we ruffled each other's hair. Our clothes slid right off. I know that's a fact in this game. As the cold air touches our skins, that only makes our fingers hotter. We embrace, pull, and fall together onto the bed. Our eyes continue to lock, and we know what we want without saying a word. Because we have love, there is no need for words. Shelby. I'm not pretending to be his wife anymore. I call out his name with genuine emotion.
愛している。
I love you. That silhouette show back then couldn't compare to the shadows we can cast on the walls right now. Woo! The squirming shadows make it unclear what is happening, but we know. We know exactly what it is. We're not showing it to anyone. This is what we do when we're in love. It's my first time. It's the very first time I've become human since I pretended to be one. Even if I can't shoot my Cupid's bow anymore, I have still fallen in love. I will be fine because I know that humans will still fall in love. My love, Shelby Snail, the prestigious parasite, he had no interest in anything besides work, but now he found something else to be passionate about. He looks at me as if to tell me he only has eyes for me. He reaches out to touch me, only me. Being in his arms filled me with joy. I closed my eyes, reveling in that feeling. After enjoying this moment of passion, oh, just a moment, okay. We ordered delivery and ate noodles together. We were so passionate that we lost track of time and now we're hungry. There was nothing in the fridge, so I couldn't make anything, but we did want to go out to eat. We didn't want to go out to eat either. I suggested that we order delivery.
まさかアプリでデリバリーを簡単に頼めるとはな。一人の時は食べないから知らなかった。
I didn't think that we could order delivery so easily with an app. I didn't know this because I'd never eat when I'm by myself. Isn't it nice? When I'm tired and I don't have the energy to make dinner, Clarice and I order it like this.
なるほどな。しかしこの箱は合理的だな。汁漏れもしないしよくできている。
I see. This box is quite effective. It won't leak the sauce and it's well made. The president stares intently at the delivery box. As usual, he is so earnest with these things, and that makes me laugh. Please, are you going to start a delivery business?
いや、そういうわけじゃないが、つい気になってな。アプリの UI もよくできている。
No, that's not my intent, but I couldn't help but be interested. The app interface is well done too. He said that while looking at the download of an app with interest. He did start a company with a matchmaking app he developed. No wonder why he would be interested in a delivery app. I always thought that he was the prestigious parasite because he was afraid to lose his status, but by continuing to work. God. But he probably loves to work deep down. In that sense, we're the same. Speaking of which, Shelby, why did you become the prestigious parasite? I asked him the question I was wondering about. The president got a wrinkle between his brow in a bit of an embarrassed way.
それが実は大したことじゃなかったんだ。
Well, it was nothing serious. He started telling me the reason hesitantly. It was back when he was in middle school. That was the reason he turned into the prestigious parasite. But after talking to his former classmates at the reunion, he found out the truth.
というわけで私の思い込みがただ激しかっただけでもうだいぶ気分は楽になったんだ。
It was all in my head. I assumed things wrongly, but I feel much better about it. I see. I'm happy for you, Shelby.
ああ。
Yeah. We look at each other and smiled. I really am happy for him that he's no longer fixated on status like he used to be. I guess him being a workaholic doesn't really change. He's still intently studying the app. I get the feeling that this is just who he is. I'm always intent on doing my matchmaking as Cupid too. We are all parasites to our work, our status, and to matchmaking in some ways, but that's not life. I don't know if we're all parasites to matchmaking, but we naturally focus on certain things as we live our lives. Not becoming too obsessed with these things can help us enjoy more things in life. Speaking of which, I defeated Dad, so how will the bet be settled? Although it was with a different method than I originally thought. Once I'm prompted, I can show up Dad. This was the challenge I took on when I started. But no matter what happens to that wager with Dad, I wish to continue living in the human realm. I found my true love after all. Speaking of which, I used my Cupid's bow, so Auntie's signals jamming must have worn off. I regret how I didn't get it reapplied after hearing about Owen the other day. I reached for my necklace, but then noticed that the Cupid bow is gone. The Cupid's bow is gone. Without my knowledge, I looked around on the bed, but it's nowhere to be found. Where did it go?
どうした?
What's wrong? I think I lost my necklace.
ネックレス、そんなものをしていたか。
Your necklace? I didn't even notice you wore one. Huh, I wasn't.
どうだったかな。少なくとも服を脱がした時にはなかった。
I don't remember. At the very least, you weren't wearing it when I took your clothes off. When you took my clothes off. That means that's when we laid on the bed. It was already gone. Does that mean I didn't lose it here? But my Cupid bow could never separate from me. Speaking of which, there's a saying where a god will turn into a mortal if they fall in love with a human. Could it have gotten removed when we kissed? I was busy with those thoughts, but the president picked me up off my feet.
何を考えているんだ?
She literally told you she's looking for her necklace. Do you mind? What are you thinking about? My face turned hotter as our bare skin touched with the embrace. We're eating right now.
そうだな。
Right. He snickers and kisses me. He laughs so happily, making me even more nervous. Normally he's always frowning, so that smile is not fair.
お前は恥ずかしがる時の顔が一番可愛いな。
You're the cutest when you're embarrassed. Why is her picture gone? Like, I get that. Oh, is it because they don't have one of her shirtless? You want to show her shirtless? Rude. He says such embarrassing things so easily. The president then places the box on the table since we finished eating, keeping it safe for work. Ridiculous. It's not fair he would call me cute like this. The prestigious parasite Shelby, who had felt arriving 4 days, is my Saikuno shirt. Okay, great. The prestigious parasite Shelby, who had failed time and time again with matchmaking, but now he seems to be so full in confidence. It's probably because we've affirmed our love for each other. It's not fair. But I do love him, so I can't resist him. You could. Just a little bit. It's okay. I put down my half-eaten noodles and I wrap my arms behind Shelby's neck. This is my first experience with love, and it feels so hot that it's melting my senses. Some of the things. Our fingers intertwine and we kiss for what seems to be a millionth time. Oh, he stuck out his tongue. It's too late. I missed it. I missed it. Pragmatic love. Hey, that's what my rating was when I did that test. A few days after Shelby and I have expressed our feelings for each other numerous times, I might say. It's a bit too cramped. You're in a studio apartment. Of course it's cramped. Where are we? Oh! We're in the bad ending. Wait, we got the bad ending? Oh no. He's gonna kick me out? So what's happening in the bad ending? Hola hola. I don't know what that means. He just kicks me out. It's a bit too cramped. Shelby was drinking coffee one day while mumbling about something. From that day, I moved into his apartment where we lived together. By the way, I did bring Chi here, but he ran away on the same day. I don't know where he went. He's mad at you because he was in love with you. I saw him fly to the sky, so maybe he returned to Celestia. As usual, Chi can be so delicate. Anyways, Shelby and I were enjoying this love we shared together. I guess it can be a bit cramped for two. The home was where Shelby lived alone originally. He said that cleaning would take too much effort. It was too big. So it wasn't too spacious. I also am starting to think it's a bit cramped. But Parasite House on First Avenue is too far from the office. You were living there just fine. You're dramatic. This home is located on 8th Avenue, so Cupid Corp is within walking distance. This is the other charm about this place. I hug Shelby from behind as he sits on his chair. Is he still in love? Do you also think it's cramped? For two, maybe, but when there's less space, we can stick to each other like this. Shelby looked a bit embarrassed as he leaned towards me for a kiss. I mean, hang on. Hold on. I might have messed up because I Don't look at guides. My throne button. He only loves me 65%. Does he have to be 100 for me to get the good ending? That's super rude. Because there's a lot of choices at the beginning. Interesting. Oh, okay, wait. Can you not get the good ending? Oh, okay. Stop. Okay. You have to play through once, I guess. You don't get it the first playthrough. I could be reading this wrong, I won't lie, but it just said some options aren't available to you until you do it. I don't know if I'm right. I could be wrong. I don't understand. I'll look into it later. We're gonna do this ending for now. As usual, he has his laptop computer open. He's working at home like he always does. If he's going to work, maybe it'll be nice to have a study. It's fine now, but there could be time when we want to have some alone time. I did want a more spacious place when that time comes. The kitchen of this place is also a bit cramped. Having a bigger table could be a more convenient too.
確かにそうだな。じゃあ明日にでも新しい家を探しに行くか。
You're right. Then let's look for a new place tomorrow. Oh yeah, she's not wearing her necklace now, so all 3 pieces is her necklace. A new place?
もう少し広くてお前と私の暮らしやすい家を探すんだ。ちょうど休みが揃ったしな。どうだ？
Somewhere that's a bit more spacious for you and me. There happens to be a long weekend for that. Shelby turns around to wrap his arm around my waist. He pulls me in, so I sat on his lap. Finding a new place together sounds wonderful to me. I felt so happy that I wrapped my arm behind his neck. That's a wonderful suggestion. Let's go search for a home.
決まりだな。でも部屋が増えたらこういうこともできないんじゃないか。
But it's set. But if we have more room, we can't do this anymore. I'm fine. It's fine. I'll be sure to give you lots of attention.
そうか。
I see. The tone of his voice is happy. I'm glad he doesn't find me annoying. He might. I tilt my head towards him and we have a sweet and slow kiss like the kind lovers do. When our lips touched, I taste a hint of coffee. The bitter dark roast coffee. It's Shelby's favorite flavor that seems so mature to me. When we lived on First Avenue, I didn't know a thing about him, as he was always working, but now I'm finding out about his preferences. He is the prestigious parasite and workaholic, but as his lover, he will spend time with me. So what kind of home do you want to live in, Shelby?
そうだな。
Let's see. We look at the laptop screen to look for real estate.
まず会社までは徒歩で行ける範囲内に絞ろう。それと寝室は一緒がいい。
Let's limit it to within walking distance of the office, and I'd prefer to share the bedroom. I agree. Also, we decided on a big kitchen and a place with a veranda. We browsed at more houses while sharing our opinions. I wonder if we can find someplace nice tomorrow. Our walk for the future brought me so much joy. The next day, There wasn't anything that looked good. Are we just gonna break up because there's not a good place to live?
そうだな。
Right. We're going to various realtors of Lost York together, but Lost York is a populated town after all. The realtor on 7th and 8th Avenue didn't have properties that matched our preferences. So right now we're looking at properties at 9th Avenue. It's a bit further, but still within walking distance of the office. I hope you find someplace nice at 9th Avenue.
お二人さん、家探してるんだ。
Oh, you two are looking for a place. Alan, hi. Turn around and see Alan there.
Hi, our honey. 元気だった？
Oh, hi, darling. How have you been? Just fine.
先に言っておくが、こいつはやらないからな。
I'll be blunt with you, but you can't have her. This music. Shelby pulls me close as if to fire a warning shot. Looking at Shelby that way, Alan smiles happily.
二人とも付き合うことにしたんだ。
So you two are dating now? Alan smiles in a suspicious way as he licks his lips. That's right, he's the thieving parasite.
どうしてそこで舌なめずりするんだ？私の言葉が聞こえていなかったのか？
Why are you licking your lips? Did you not hear what I said?
大丈夫。安心して。略奪しないからさ。
Don't worry, I won't steal her from you.
そんな顔で言われても信用できるか？
I can't trust you. Anyways, what brings you here, Alan? I tried to change the subject to ward off the ominous mood. Alan glances over at the shop next to us.
どうしてもこうしても、ここ俺の枕屋の前だから。
Isn't it obvious? You're right in front of my pillow shop. I look to the other side of the shop. The signboard that says Pillow Luxuria is right there. This is Alan's shop where I visited previously for our practice date. I didn't do that because I only had to do one date. Oh my gosh.
ここがアランの店か。
Look at the painting. This is your shop? You seem to have lots of boxes. Did something happen?
ああ、そろそろ引っ越そうと思ってね。
I was thinking of moving soon. Really?
そう。それで今、ちょうど店を片付けてるとこなの。
Yep.
もう人使い荒いんだから。
And I was cleaning the shop up right now. He's such a slave driver. Clarice came out of the back room while carrying a cardboard box. I was surprised to see my best friend there so suddenly. Clarice, you know Alan?
一応ね。よく会うのよ。お互い夜遊びが多いから。
Oh, Clarice. Oh my goodness. So we could be in a relationship together with Alan is what I'm understanding. We do. We meet often because we go out at night all the time for some fun. Oh, that's right. Clarice goes from man to man at night. I'm sure birds of a feather flock together in these cases. I see. So you're moving and you're getting out of Lost York?
そう。ずっと遠いところに引っ越すんだ。大事な仕事が一つ片付いてさ。ようやく肩の荷が下りたところなんだ。
Yep, I'm moving to someplace much further away. I just finished up an important job, so there's a huge weight lifted from my shoulder. Alan said that with an expression of relief. It seems like what he said is true.
あ、そうそう。私も二人を見てたら、真実の愛をそろそろ探したくなっちゃって、旅に出ようかなって思ってるんだ。
Is Clarice also a snake? She's a snake. When I look at you two, I wanted to start looking for a true love too. That's why I'm thinking of taking a trip.
なので社長、これお願いします。
President, please process this.
これは。
Clarice takes out a letter and hands it to the president. It was a letter of resignation. Hold on, you're quitting the company, Chris?
ごめん。
Not Chris,
あ
Clarice.
なたが
Clarice
幸
is
せ
not
そう
that
に
person.
家を出て行ってから考え直したの。真実の愛っていいのかもってね。
Sorry, I had to rethink my life when I saw you leave our apartment so happily. I thought that maybe true love could be nice. Oh, really? I didn't think that it would influence Clarice. I never thought that Clarice would even want to look for true love. But if she's going to travel to find her happiness, I do want to support her, although it will get lonely without her around. I see it'll be lonely without you, but we can stay in touch when the messages app, right?
もちろん。ナイスガイを見つけたらすぐに報告するわ。
Of course, I'll report to you when I find a nice guy. Clarice gives me a big hug. I can smell her sweet fragrance that had bewitched so many men. My adorable roommate. She was my first human friend that I made in the human realm. I've never had to say goodbye to someone like this before. I can feel the tears forming on my face. Take care of yourself.
大げさね、あなたは。私のことなら大丈夫よ。あなたが今すべきは社長と幸せになることでしょ。
You're over-exaggerating. I'll be fine. Right now, you should focus on your happiness with the president. Clarice looks at both of us and winks.
聞いてたわよ。家を探してるんでしょ。
I heard that you're looking for a new place. Yeah, we want to find a place within walking distance of the company.
じゃあここにしちゃえば。ちょうどここ売りに出すところなの。
And how about here? It's getting put up for sale. This is a store.
ああ、いいね。実はこの店の2階は居住スペースでさ、一人には広すぎるんだ。
What about this? What are we going to
お二人さん、どう？
That'd be nice. The second floor to this shop is the living quarters. It's too big for one person. What do you two think? Huh?
ここ？
Here?
キッチンはそっちで寝室はこっち。バス、トイレは結構大きいから2人で入れるんじゃないかな。
The kitchen is that way, and the bedroom is here. The bathroom is pretty big, so both of you can use it together. Oh, Shelby and I were hesitant, but we decided to take a look at Alan's place on the second floor. There's another room in the back that he doesn't use. We can bring in a bed and use it as a bedroom, supposedly.
内装の印象も俺が引っ越せばだいぶ変わると思うよ。どう？
Once I move out, you can redo the decor to fit you. What do you think?
確かにちょうどいい広さだな。しかし店の2階か。
The space is perfect, but it's the second floor of a shop.
と言っても閉店するから1階部分は好きに使えるよ。新しい店始めてもいいし、居住スペースを広げてもいいし。
I'm closing up the shop, so you can use the first floor however you want. You can start a business or use it in your living space. A new business? Upon hearing that, Shelby's eyes lit up.
ほう。そういえばそろそろ支店が欲しいと思っていたんだったな。
I was thinking about opening up a branch. I was thinking the same thing. We do have lots of customers on 9th Avenue. 9th Avenue is an expensive residential area. Rich people and celebrities like actors and actresses live here who are also our members. They are busy but still make it to Cupid Corpse, but they often talk about how nice it would have to have a more quiet branch at 9th Avenue.
ふむ、悪くないな。気軽に寄って相談できるようなサロンがここにあれば会員も増えるかもしれない。
That's not a bad idea. We can open up a salon for easy access consultations that can lead to further members.
もし支店を出すことになったら、お前にも助力を頼めるか？
If I do open up a branch, can I ask you for your help? Will you work for me? Of course, as an advisor.
では、今からお前がここのブランチマネージャーだ。頼りにしているぞ。
Then you are the branch manager of this new place. I'm counting on you. Huh? Branch manager? Not as a bridal advisor? Branch manager? Me?
あら、大出世じゃない。やったわね。
That's a huge promotion. Good luck. Good going, Leah. I could just marry the guy.
不満か？
Are you not satisfied with it? No, but it's a huge responsibility. Clarice is right. It's a big promotion, but I also was also excited in how I could directly affect the increase of customers. I do want to try this. I do love to work and to do matchmaking. Are you sure it's all right for me to do this?
お前以外の適任はいないだろう。
There's no one better qualified than you.
じゃあ決まりだね。
Then it's set. So I'm going to become a branch manager. This was the promotion that I dreamed of. Dad fell in love with a vacuum cleaner, but wasted no time in getting back to decrying humanity. Not exactly mission accomplished. My Cupid's bow is already lost, so I'm no longer Cupid. My location can't be discovered by the gods anymore. Right, so that means I can live freely now. When I thought that, I suddenly felt genuinely happy. This is the promotion I had wanted. I feel happy when I'm recognized. I'm also happy that there's more I can do now. I'll start building the remodeling image of the first floor. I have to do all the stuff for getting the branch open too.
ああ、家も無事に決まったからな。会社へ行くか。
Yes, we've also found our new home. Shall we head to the office? Yes.
今日は休みじゃないの？相変わらず仕事人間ね。
Isn't it your day off? You people are such workaholics.
本当に二人はお似合いみたいだ。
The two really make a good couple. Alan and Clarice both smile at me despite having a bewildered look on their faces. Before we arranged for the moving company, we decided to look around the decor of the store by going down to the first floor. I think you have to had to move out first. Soon after that, I was busy with the preparations of opening this branch. A month later, we finally were able to open the 9th Avenue branch of Cupid Corporation. Oh, wow.
いらっしゃいませ。
Welcome.
ご予約のお客様はこちらへどうぞ。
For appointments, come right this way. The bridal advisors are guiding the customers who have arrived. I look at the advisor and the customers and feel a sense of relief. I'm getting a good start. Today will mostly be dealing with Cupid Corp's members who want to transfer to the 9th Avenue branch. I also see new customers.
実は私もキューピッドコーポレーションのこと結構気になってたのよね。でもあのビルって目立つじゃない？それで敬遠してたのよ。
I'm pretty fond of Cupid Corporation, but the building stands out too much. That's why I couldn't bring myself to go.
でもここなら落ち着いているし話しやすそう。ちょっとお話聞かせてくれる？
But this one is much more unassuming, so I could speak my mind better. Do you mind if you tell me more about it?
かしこまりました。
Not a problem. An advisor takes out a pamphlet that was made for the branch opening. It was a newly designed pamphlet with a chic color. We deal with our customers according to their needs. This is why we got advisors who are much more mature as staff here. Why are they more mature here? Thanks to that, the customers are able to relax. This place has much different atmosphere than the headquarters on 7th Avenue.
来たよ。
I'm here!
おめでとう。支店長に出世してすごいや。
Congratulations, Leah. You got promoted to branch manager. That's amazing.
ふーん。この内装は悪くないね。加湿器もあって湿気は十分だし。ここならまともに活動できそう。
The decor isn't bad. There's a humidifier, so the moisture level is fine. I think you can be productive here. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. The Parasite 5 who had quit searching for marriage partners are also here. I actually invited them to the grand opening of this branch. I wanted them to understand that finding love can be a great thing. If you'd like, please take a look at the pamphlet. We redid the whole thing with the opening of this branch. Gil hands me a bouquet and handed him the pamphlet in place. At that moment, the door opens.
順調そうだな。
Seems like things are going well. President, yes, thank you all for all your help with this. The president is here. I couldn't help but smile as he stood there looking around.
いい店だな。
This is a nice place. Really?
ああ、話しやすいし落ち着いている。無駄な時間も取られなさそうで機能的だ。私が婚活中なら間違いなく入会する。
Yes, it'll foster better communication. It's functional, so that time won't be wasted. If I was still looking for a partner, I would have joined. If he was looking, he glanced over at me to tell me that he isn't right now. I won't say anything because we're in public right now, but my fingers have a glittering engagement ring. I had been busy with the opening of this new brand, so we didn't have time to discuss our future, but one day this ring will become a wedding ring. A bright future lies ahead. My work and love life has only just begun. The door then opens again to signal the arrival of another customer. There are people all seeking a marriage partner in order to deliver love to everyone I take a step forward. And then I will say my usual line. Welcome to Cupid Corporation 9th Avenue branch. Sounds too much. How about on 9th Avenue? I mean, it wasn't a bad ending, but it wasn't a good ending.
はーい、イベントビューへようこそ。神話について語り合おう。
I will come to the back and figure out what the right answer for the ending.
DA536E ギャラリーの僕を見て顔面偏差値上げたら
It's also fine because we're missing a date photo too. We didn't get that yet, so I'll probably go back and get the date photo. Oh, it's the close. I don't want the close-ups zoom me out. All right, so we're missing the two good ending photos. How many are here? So her necklace is still there the whole time. We'll see how it goes. Alright, it's been a lot longer than I planned on streaming today, but thank you for joining me. I hit my mic. I hope it's okay. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see my more recent streams on Twitch. If you're watching this on Twitch, I upload all the VODs to YouTube, so you can watch all my old stuff on there too. We're actually caught up. It's finally right. It's streaming, uploading Cupid's Parasite at this point. Because during Christmas, I was way behind. Good night, Jay. Thanks for sticking around. We'll get the other endings tomorrow, maybe. I might come on for a little bit just to play and get the rest of his endings and start our next route. So that'll be tomorrow night in the evening. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely day. Bye.